campaign. I also pretty funny, so I humored him. And he was like, "You got my vote now," and I was like, "Sure." I mean, that's what it takes.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that movie was funny. But I mean, I feel bad for people staffing me because they think about things, differently and more seriously, which is appropriate and their role. But I will say, for me, naturally, like I tend to be good humored about most requests.
Yeah.
But I think that's what people want now, maybe, is to see, I think we see politicians as these political figures, right? And I think people want to see human beings. And I think especially human beings have done something in their lives that's not politics. You've built companies, you've worked in tech, something that's a huge fundamental part of the economy. So I think a lot of people saw you as a candidate that was a little bit different, and I think they probably related to that. Did you get a lot of that feedback when you were running for office?
Yeah, I did, and one of the things I'm now trying to project out is that all these things happened to me on the presidential trail that I didn't expect. There were new learnings, but to your point, Catherine, a lot of it was based around the energy, the vibe, the fact that I was from a realm outside of politics. There are certain people that were very energized by that. There were certain other people that were more dubious as a result of that. But a lot of it had less to do with me and more to do with what people um, get excited about in terms of their own desires for our political arena. I do think the appetite for something different is growing and growing. I think that more and more political figures just seem like automatons, and now I mean, there's a joke about AI imitating me in this conversation and whatnot. Like, I really think that AIs could do most of what today's politicians do because it's all about activating folks along an algorithm where you're going to have certainly email campaigns and whatnot that are all A, B, C, D, E, F tested. But pretty soon you're going to have videos and speeches and everything else that might as well be delivered by an AI that's already figured out what's going to appeal to certain bodies of people.
Can I ask? You obviously got a high profile endorsement from Elon Musk. I'd like to know how did that affect your campaign at the time? How did you feel, and how do you feel now about Elon's own kind of political evolution?
Well, I appreciated Elon's endorsement a great deal. And to the point about people who are doing things outside of politics. I mean, Elon's built world-changing products and firms, and I feel like that's something that 99.99% of us aspire to or have not done ourselves. So, in that light, I see him as just a very, very high-level builder. I think right now some of what he's engaged in may not play to his strongest traits or characteristics, but I instinctively believe he's sincere.
So I want to continue, actually, Ian, and I think you'll enjoy this one. A few questions about Elon, but I'm going to kick off the interview or the discussion. I think we've given it enough time. So introducing Andrew. I think you all know Andrew, former presidential candidate and the leader of the Forward Party. Andrew, good to have you on the roundtable, man. We're pretty casual here. We've got a bunch of speakers. All of them are regular panelists. Brian just dropped by. Brian's here as well. So everyone on stage right now is a regular panelist. Anyone in the audience that has a question, bottom right corner in that purple circle, do ask it. And the team, as always, will go through those questions and ask them to Andrew. I didn't have Elon as part of the agenda as one of the questions I wanted to ask, but always happens. Every time I have a team of two that prepare two agendas, and 10% of the time I use them, 90% of the time I don't use them. And this looks like one of those 90%. Elon Musk, what do you think about his strategy? His political ideology, you're seeing him move. Some people are saying he's moving more to the right. Others are saying the left is moving away from him. And then his strategy in acquiring Twitter. As someone who's endorsed you, not sure how objective it could be, but I'd love your thoughts on this, because obviously this space, we've had Elon on the space a few times. He's been very supportive. And the reason we're able to do the show is mostly because of steps he's taken in in fighting censorship, for example. So I'd love your thoughts on this, Andrew. And I think Ian would have a few questions on that. Ian being him and Elon go back and forth on Twitter all the time.
Sure. So I just said that I believe Elon to be sincere, and I do. And the question you have to ask is, would someone acquire Twitter purely as a financial proposition? I think objectively would say no. Like there are many more straightforward, less stressful and painful ways to try and increase your wealth. And so then that he's doing it for non-economic reasons. I think that he genuinely believes and holds that uh, we're getting away from some version of free speech that would lead to uh, ideological diversity and discourse and lack of frankly fear or people self-editing because that they are afraid of various repercussions. So I believe that's why he's doing what he's doing. And and certainly there are a lot of people that don't think either extreme has it right, and that both extremes now control way too much of both our political discourse and our media discussion.
Have you been keeping track of the Twitter? By the way, I agree with what you just said, and not only do I agree, we had Mark Andreessen on the show who also agreed. He's on the board at Twitter and Meta, Facebook, and he did say the same thing. Like the Elon we see on Twitter, the Elon we see in interviews is the Elon behind the scenes as well. This kind of what gets him in trouble as well. The question I have to you is his strategy in fighting censorship and what he did with the Twitter files. Mark Andreessen did say it was he called it an experiment that other social media platforms are watching very inquisitively. What's your thoughts on that strategy? Like, do you think it's enough as a fight against, I'd say media bias or censorship? And could other social media platforms follow suit?
Oh, so the thing I'm not sure properly appreciate is that these media platforms are ad-supported businesses, and so you naturally end up, if you have a choice between doing something that's advertiser friendly or not, you're going to choose whatever's advertiser friendly, and then that ends up running against what people think of as free speech. So these companies are making choices in a particular direction. It tends to be more risk averse. It might ideologically lean a certain way. And what Elon's adopting is essentially transparency, saying, "Look what Twitter did." In its past ownership period. And a lot of people looked at that and said, like, wow. I mean, I did. I read it too, and I was like, wow. Like, and I reflected on it. I was like, did I think or know this sort of thing was going on? And I did on some level. I mean, it's much more visceral and extreme seeming when you see it laid out. The fact that those conversations were happening, though, I mean, the thing that frustrates me about a lot of this is that we're putting private companies in position to make very, very difficult, maybe even impossible decisions on behalf of what you think of as a public commons or a public good, because they're de facto the town square at this point. And our government officials are essentially saying, "Hey, it's your fault. It's your fault," when they're decades behind the curve on being able to engage meaningfully on any of these issues. So then we look to whoever the heck owns the social media platform to make the right decisions. I have issues with some of the decisions that they've made. I think a lot of people have, but it's unfair in some ways because like you're asking them to serve multiple masters, and the nature of the government's conversation around it is really incoherent a lot of the time. Or again, it just is around trying to score political points instead of getting into the guts of what the problem is. Perhaps because our legislators don't understand the problem. They don't want to understand the problem. The average senator is 64 years old, which means leadership, is typically older than
We
that.
need some term limits.
Yeah, I mean, I'm for term limits.
Good.
But but this is a symptom of something deeper, which we're going to talk about with AI automation, its impact on the labor market. Is that solving a problem now is often against the interests of our political class. You'd think, oh, if they solve a problem, then that's good. We'll like them more. A U.S. senator said to me something that really should stick with us because it explains so much. She said, "A problem is now worth more to us unaddressed than addressed. Because if it's unaddressed, I can get you mad about it. I can raise money off it. I can get votes on it. If I try and solve it, then 45% of people are going to dislike what I did. My own party's going to attack me as being ideologically impure. I'd have to generally compromise and work with the other party, which right now gets punished. And so you can run down the list of major problems and see that right now our political class will just like go on cable and like spew some points and then go home and and try and gin up energy among their base, which is typically not the average American, where if you're a legislator, you're just catering to the most extreme 10 to 12%, which comprises the primary electorate of your party. And so you wind up with a system that's really the opposite of any tech firm, but much less a tech firm of any private enterprise, where in a private enterprise, if you just let problems get worse, you die. But in a political system, like if the problem gets worse, then bully for you. Meanwhile, the people just get more and more agitated, and you're seeing various results of that.
Yeah, you can make more promises, right? You can say that, hey, if you re-elect me to office, then I will fix this problem. I mean, we see this with Chicago, where Lori Lightfoot is actually running on a tough on crime campaign. Meanwhile, she's actually caused the current spike in violent crime in her city, based on how she's treated police officers and told them that they can't even go on foot patrols anymore. It's like it's like they're creating a problem or exacerbating it, or simply letting it go unopposed so that they can get reelected because the problem just gets worse. It's really insidious.
But that would that apply for elected officials? Because if a problem is addressed by an elected official, they get credit for it. The unaddressed problems are better for officials.
Mario. That's the thing. They will blame other sources, right? So, like, for instance, crime in Chicago, they'll say, well, it's gun violence. It's causing it. We need to ban guns. That's why, it's like Chicago has already banned guns, and yet, gun violence is through the roof.
Well, Mario, I want to dig into this just for a second because you like what you just said is the fiction, which is like, oh, if you solve a problem, you get credit. So right now, the approval rating for U.S. Congress, as we're having this conversation, is approximately 22%, which is very, very low. So I want everyone to guess what the re-election rate is for individual members of Congress if 4 to 5 of us don't like what's going on, and that number is 94%. Which is high. If you're in Chicago, that's a better win rate than the Jordan-era Chicago Bulls. So then you have to ask, how the heck can you have a system where so many of us are unhappy with what's happening or not happening, but nothing changes? And the answer is that 90% of the congressional districts are uncompetitive in the general election, where they're going to be blue or red. So then if I'm in office and I want to keep my position, all I have to do is not get primaried, which means I'm not about trying to please 51% of the folks I represent, which is the fiction. I'm trying to please the 10 to 12%. So the 10 to 12% on the side will often be much more ideological and will be like, and will shout me down if I actually leaned across the aisle and tried to do something.
Yeah, so I do want to ask you that. I wanted to ask you about that a little bit. What do you think that has to do with? Does it have to do with gerrymandering? Does it have to do with money in politics? Which one would you say has the bigger effect on
that? I mean, it's both of those things. Certainly, if I had to choose one, I might choose gerrymandering because, again, 90% of these districts are drawn to be uncompetitive. But the money in politics is a massive layer on top of that. The average congressional campaign now, you have to be able to raise, certainly hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe more realistically, $1 million plus for the average House race. For Senate, it's closer to 10 million. So if you think about the sorts of figures that can bring those kinds of resources to bear, it's it's not a normal figure. It's one reason why you see more and more wealthy people running for office, on either side, because that now you can't compete with the moat that everyone's built. And if you are a major corporate, you lobby both parties. The return on lobbying is, I think someone did a study and it was something like 1,700%. And so, uh, I mean, if I had to do one thing, it would be just to get rid of the gerrymandered districts. And you'll look at that and say, well, like, how can you do that in real life? And the best way to do that I've seen in real life that we can do. So there are independent districting commissions. They have some impact, but the best thing you can do is to get rid of party primaries in states, because the parties can't redraw their state lines. And so if you were to say, look, everyone votes for everyone of every party, then all of a sudden every vote matters, and they have to pay attention to you, regardless of whether you're an independent, Democrat, Republican, or whatever. And this is something that Alaska, Maine, and Nevada have done. And it's already had massive improvements in those, in Alaska in particular, because Nevada hasn't actually gotten to use it yet. It just approved it in November.
Okay, so you are referring to open primaries rather than party-based primaries, correct?
Yeah, so that means every statewide race, it becomes a genuine representative election where you're trying to please 51% of the people. This doesn't solve every problem because some of these races aren't statewide. But it solves a problem for senators, which is a huge deal. For some congressional races, as was the case in I think Alaska, because I think they may only have one member of Congress. No, they can't. That no one can have one member of Congress. So it must be two. But that there, so you can do something very, very significant for certain offices via ballot initiative, which is one of the things that Forward is now rallying people around in the 25 states that's available.
So to a certain extent, you do seem to have support from people of actually both sides of the aisle. Now, there are some issues that are a little bit more debatable on that, and I think that's why you decided to go ahead and start a third party. Do you think maybe having an open primary for, say, president would have given you a lot better of a shot to possibly win a nomination there?
Well, this is the thing that most people don't understand that I'd love for people to get more of. So I want everyone to mentally guess what percentage of Iowans participated in the Democratic caucus that that was like the first contest last time. That real number was 6.5%. 6.5% of Iowans. The winner got 43,000 votes. I mean, it's minuscule. And so if you had the general public vote on these things, you would see a completely different type of candidate, completely different types of winners, and completely different incentives on the way out. There's a quote from William Boss Tweed that really says it all. He said, "You can do the electing as long as I get to do the nominating." So what the parties have done is they've really held close to the vest the nomination process. They've made it so that the general election, again, in 90% of these cases, is a formality. It doesn't even matter. And in the major races, like all of us look up, what does the average American do for the presidential race? They say, well, I can't do anything about who's going to get chosen, so I like wait to see who emerges from the two parties, and then you vote for whoever you find less noxious or objectionable. Now that is breaking down, because at this point, the last couple of cycles have given us candidates that you're not excited about in either level. like the less objectionable is getting objectionable. But
it's like you got a giant douche versus a turd sandwich, right? To quote South Park.
I mean, yeah, if it is Biden versus Trump this time, which it could well be based upon what's happening. I mean, Biden's going to have a State of the Union tonight. Like, he's probably going to declare over the next 1 to 2 months. You'll see no one in the establishment of the Democratic Party challenge him. So if it is, and then if Trump holds on to 30% of primary voters, in a winner-take-all process, and then his, let's call it 7 opponents, split up the other 70%, he probably wins again, which is more or less what happened in 2016. So if you had a Biden-Trump rematch, their combined age would be 159 at the end of 2024.
Way too old.
And 58% of Americans don't want either of them. So you have to ask yourself, like, what the heck is going on with the system? Like, if you had just a general public voting, do we really think we'd wind up with any chance of those two being, like our two choices? Of course not.
And Joe Biden is the only president of the United States. Before we move on here, I do want to remind everybody, go to that bottom right-hand corner, leave us a comment, leave us a question for Andrew. We'll try to get around to it here shortly. But just want to remind everybody to do that. Go ahead,
I've just an interesting statistic. By the way, we've got more people on stage. Aaron, good to have you. If you have questions for Andrew, just jump in or put your hand up, guys. Pleasure, man. And anyone that's requesting to speak, DM me, because we can't see all requests. But just for the audience, we will, like, a big focus of ours today, and we'll get into that topic a bit later, is AI and automation. I just don't think that problem or potential problem is getting the attention it deserves. There's some really scary statistics, and I'll mention one of them before we continue with the discussion. I don't want to digress now, but one of them is a third of jobs. That's McKinsey's numbers from McKinsey's. A third of U.S. jobs will be lost due to automation. So that's how serious the situation is, and no politician is touching that subject, which is crazy. But I want to go back to a statistic that's relevant to what we're discussing now. 58% of people would consider voting for a moderate independent candidate if the next race is between Biden and Trump.
But maybe if you took money out of the race.
Well, can I just jump in with just kind of follow up to that, Mario? I mean, to what Andrew just said is, it seems like there is this duopoly, and people are kind of sick of that duopoly. They're not particularly enthusiastic. It seems like they're really voting for the candidate that they least hate, not the candidate that they love. And it seems like when you started the Forward Party, I mean, a lot of it seems to be about sort of changing how politics is done, having more choices. But at the same time, you have these two parties that are holding on. They have a tremendous power, and they want to hold on to that power. Do you see a way of changing the structure so that when you have these two parties and really essentially the system in place that wants to hold on to this duopoly, do you see a way of moving forward and changing that so that you can have the potential of these third, fourth, fifth party coming in and being a real serious contender, Andrew?
You're muted, by the way, Andrew. I think I muted everyone earlier by accident.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Catherine. So this is the challenge that I spend most of my waking hours trying to overcome. So if you're an entrepreneur, which I sense many of you are, imagine if I told you that there was a multi-billion-dollar marketplace and 62% of people wanted an alternative from the two providers. Wouldn't you then run to start that alternative? By the way, that 62% is how many Americans want a third party of any variety. So then what keeps one from successfully starting a third party? You have to potentially get ballot access in 50 states, which requires tens of thousands of signatures in each state and organization, probably expenditures in the millions of dollars. You need candidates, eventually a media apparatus. You need to try and change the mechanics of elections so that you don't necessarily need to be an R or a D to have a chance to participate. You want to undo the gerrymandered districts. So those are some of the challenges that Catherine's describing. But at the same time, there are massive opportunities because so many Americans are fed up and want an alternative. So in each period, we're tackling some aspect of those challenges, whether it's fighting for nonpartisan primaries and ranked choice voting in Nevada, which cost $17 million. 52.5% of Nevadans voted for it, despite both Democrats and Republicans coming out against it. It could be an independent candidate, like an Evan McMullin in Utah or Clint Smith in Arizona. It could be getting ballot access in California, which we just announced we're affiliating with the Common Sense Party. If you're in California, you can go to our website and then register and then we'll hopefully have a new party in California by the end of this year. So I'm an entrepreneur, an operator, a builder, and we just like tackle these problems one at a time. And just like a startup, sometimes you'll have nonlinear growth spurts because of, let's say, an outsized opportunity, which could occur as early as 2024. I mean, as someone who ran for president, I'll tell you that in many ways the system is most susceptible to real challenge and change at the presidential level, more so than at a district level. Because in a district, most people don't care. It's hard to like get a certain level of energy. But at the presidential, it's very, very doable. And one of the visions I have that I believe will happen, if not this cycle, in one of these cycles, is that you have a third party primary where everyone here can vote for it on their smartphone. And you don't have to live in Iowa or South Carolina or New Hampshire, any of these places. You'll be able to do it in California, in Pennsylvania, wherever the heck. And then the legacy parties will be left saying to you, no, 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 that isn't real. You know what is real is what the people in South Carolina think. And the average American will be like, wait a minute, I just voted for Mark Cuban on my smartphone. And I'm super excited about this. And they're having forums and debates. They could even be on a Twitter Spaces. And these candidates are more modern, diverse, representative, have done different things. Like, this is exciting. And the legacy parties will be left trying to defend an antiquated process that makes zero sense, is not terribly democratic, is archaic almost, on purpose, because they're just trying to maintain control.
Well, Andrew, I know you're often, you get kind of attacked, or people who want to try and do like a third party or run independent, they often get attacked as like, well, this is the time, whether it's on the right or the left, you're stealing votes away from us and you're ruining our chance of sort of taking back our party, our right to run the country. Like, what are your feelings on that when you hear that? Because I'm sure you get attacked for that a lot. You're coming in and you're disrupting this, and and now somebody else is going to get in. So if it's the left, they're saying, well, you're ruining the Democrats' chance to, and you're the Republicans that are coming in. So yeah, I wonder what you think of that.
Yeah, the response is, look, if you convert to ranked choice voting, which is a much more modern system, then no more spoiler effect, and anyone can vote for anyone. And you know what they never say in response, Catherine? Oh, that's a great idea. We should do that. Problem solved. And the reason they don't say that is because they don't actually care about people being able to vote for whomever they want, and avoiding a spoiler effect, and not encouraging negative campaigning and all sorts of other things. They just want you to shut up, and let them fuck the country up. You know what I mean? Like that. That's really the essence of it. It's like like what they do is they argue in defense of this like deranged system of voting that crowds out any real dynamism or evolution or competition, because that's the way their bread is buttered.
So let me ask you this, Andrew. When it comes to, obviously, money plays a huge role in politics, right? And I know that you guys just launched, but over the same period compared to the Democrat Party, they raised $306 million, and you've raised $5 million. That is a respectable number. So kudos to you for doing that. But how do you make a change? How do you actually gain momentum when you are just outgunned exponentially like that?
And this will be familiar to a lot of people. It's like, you look at any of these major companies, and you could have compared, Blockbuster's revenue to Netflix's at a certain point, and say, of course, Blockbuster is going to squash Netflix. But then the question is, what's the growth curve? What's the opportunity? I'm excited about our 5 million. I think we can do a ton of good with it. And I'm going to suggest that if you can raise 5 million when you're brand new and your odds of success are seem low, the more progress you make, the warmer the water gets and the easier everything gets. Like, there are massive opportunities. Again, 62% of Americans want this. Something like 84% of Americans think the country's on the wrong track. If you hit the fast forward button, something like Forward ends up succeeding because there's really no alternative. Like what is the alternative? That we just wake up and 40 years from now, like these two parties are still decaying in front of our eyes. I mean, like imagine what kind of country that would be. I mean, that'd be like freaking terrible. So I'm very optimistic about our growth trajectory and pumped about the resources we already have, especially in terms of human beings. We have tens of thousands of volunteers around the country, chapters in all 50 states, legal recognition in 3. It should be 15 to 25 by the end of this year. We're already the most significant independent political effort in a generation. And that's in X months. So like we're on our way. And if anyone wants to help out, just go to forwardparty.com and let's do this thing.
Andrew, a question, like listening to your interviews and others and interviewing a lot of people on the stage, it just feels like the system is so, the incentive model is so messed up. It just sounds existential to an extent. How bad is it? Because I know making it sound bad is relatively common for any politician to really get elected. But can it be resolved? There was one thing that you or Joe, I think Joe said it, about good guys getting into the system, the political system, and they just get bogged down by the bureaucracy and the misaligned incentives. Can that really be fixed? And how serious is it? Because the economy seems to be doing well despite all the fee mongering. The US is still one of the top places to live. It just doesn't add up what I keep hearing and how the country's the path is going. Even though most people criticize it.
Place to live if you're rich.
But Ian, yeah, no, but even if you're not rich, like you compare it to a lot of other countries. I'm not comparing to Western Europe and Northern Europe still doing great, but it's not as horrible as people make it out to be.
So we're here talking about AI, the labor market, et cetera, et cetera. So one of the things that is underreported when we talk about the economy is that the labor market has shrunk by about 2.5 million people post COVID. And those 2.5 million people that are out of the workforce, they're still alive, but they're now disconnected. I think it unfortunately has a pretty strong relationship with the fact that we're seeing crime and public safety and drug problems and other things increase in various communities. And if we look at ChatGPT and project forward and say, okay, like this may affect X number of jobs, like the more people you kick to the curb or make their life tenuous, the more you're going to see various social ills rise and rise. And that the single biggest problem with the U.S. that you'd say is that at this point, our political system is completely unaccountable to how things are going with us. And so in that context, like, do we think that these problems are going to get worse or better? Like, I would say worse. We're going to talk about self-inflicted wounds pretty quickly, where there's going to be a crisis mid-year around the debt ceiling. In any functional government, this would be a non-issue. But in the U.S.'s case, I talked to folks in D.C. and they say, it's like a 25% chance the U.S. defaults. and if the U.S. defaults, you're going to see all sorts of problems cascading. Geopolitical experts look at it and say, like, political risk in the U.S. is now on their top 10 list of risks. So the polarization is going to keep us from solving problems as those problems get worse, but it's also going to start causing problems.
Yeah.
I mean, the U.S. has a lot to work with.
What's the worst that could happen for, say, the average American if the U.S. were to default?
Well, they'd see the stock market crash. That they'd see their retirement savings diminish. In that there might be like a replay of what happened during the mortgage crisis when there were various financial institutions that seized up. So yeah, and then that you had government come together in a bailout, which it was like a very modest, whatever the heck it was, like 800 or 900 billion.
Paid back, right? Eventually.
Yeah, but at this point, does anyone really think that this Congress would have its shit together enough to form some kind of like new bailout. I mean, that would be unlikely. So, if you had a financial crisis on the order of magnitude of 2008, it probably just blows up, and and the folks in DC would look at it and try to figure out who's going to score political points based on it.
Yeah.
So Andrew, you're talking about the fact that after COVID, there are a lot less people in the workforce. And I would say the majority of the U.S. population are a little bit confused on what the unemployment rate actually means, because what we're going to see in the State of the Union tonight is flaunting how low the unemployment rate is now versus what it was in 2020. The unemployment rate consists of people that are jobless, looking for a job, and have been for the past 4 weeks, looking for a job for the past 4 weeks and available for work. So what is the issue here? How come we don't see people? There are jobs everywhere. Everybody's got a now hiring sign. Do they not need to work? Why can't they work? What has changed?
Yeah, what are people doing?
Yeah, what indeed. So the number that I look at for the sense of how we're doing is the labor force participation rate, which right now in the U.S. is something like 62.3%, which, by the way, is anomalously low relative to other industrialized societies. Like if you look at other countries, it might be 64, 65%, maybe even as high as 67 or 8. And each percentage point corresponds to something like 2.4 million people being in the workforce. So, what are those people doing? Like a very significant number of folks who are unattached right now are high school educated men, and they're falling through the cracks more and more. They also were a significant proportion of the manufacturing workers a generation ago. That when we eliminated 4 million manufacturing jobs, maybe 66 to 70% of that was men. And if you looked at the numbers there, very, very few of them retrained, very few of them went back to school. You had surges in drug overdoses and social ills in a lot of those communities. By the way, in my mind, that led to Trump. And so when you had COVID and everyone went home, I think unskilled men borne the brunt of it. And for whatever reason, even though you do have help wanted signs everywhere, there are a lot of unskilled men that just go to the basement and then end up playing video games and getting radicalized via various conspiracy theory videos and the rest of it. I mean, like that's unfortunately all too common American phenomenon.
That's become like a common thing now, where so many young men are blackpilled, where they don't really have jobs, they don't have skills, and if they do go to school, they don't feel franchised, right? They've lost that franchise because of the way society is these days. And instead of taking up trades, which would honestly be a pretty good thing to do, they just get lazy. They watch porn, they play video games, and they just jack off all day, and they get upset at the world, and they go to these servers on Discord and talk about how much you hate women so much.
Yeah, and this is something that has been politicized and treated as an ideological football, where if you have millions, maybe tens of millions of boys and men who are struggling in America, that should be a massive social issue that the government gets in front of.
Yep.
There's a guy named Richard Reeves of Brookings who wrote a book that I sense you might have read, of Boys and Men, who says, look, we should be approaching getting men into health education sectors the same way we do women in STEM. Because, by the way, like it's like as big an issue or social need, we should be investing in apprenticeship and vocational and not stigmatizing the trades in these ways. By the way, a lot of this stuff, like I campaigned on, and this is talking about the distortions of the parties. Is that there was another presidential candidate who saw the same data I did and said I can't talk about it because I'm running in a Democratic primary, and Democratic primary voters don't want to hear about men struggling.
Mm-hmm.
They'd love to hear about like women overcoming, and like to me. And to me, a person's a person. It's like, if there's a woman struggling, I want to help. There's a young man struggling, I want to help. And the fact that we have treated struggling young men as essentially you know, pariahs and say it's their fault and like laugh at them. But you know, like I just find that to be reprehensible. You know, and it may be because um you know, like I was like a nerdy, introverted video game playing young man myself at one point. But you know, it's like a person's a person, and in our political system right now, you know, that's not the way we talk about things. And again, this goes back to my root finding over the last number of years, which is that like our political system does not actually respond to like problem solution. It responds to like, you know, whether or not I can produce a quality soundbite that will you know, gin up my people.
You know what's interesting?
Andrew,
is
how do you
here,
feel? How do you,
Hold on,
Andrew,
guys.
how do you,
Just Brian, jump in, and then we'll go to Aaron and Sam.
Yeah, so Andrew, obviously you're a big proponent of universal basic income, and I actually interviewed you a few years ago, and we discussed this a lot. And at the time, I thought that you were maybe ahead of your time on universal basic income, but I think that as we see what's happening with Chat GPT, and yesterday Google's Bard, which is another AI bot that's launching, I know Bing is rolling Chat GPT out within days. I think they already have it in test. Do you feel that that's actually moved things up even more, where a universal basic income, we're going to need it sooner than you may have thought even last year?
Yeah, I would not have called AI becoming this generally useful this quickly. And now you have to know that the rate of improvement might not be linear. You know, like it could get 10 times more useful in 10 months or 10 weeks, you know, conceivably. And so we have to get with the program and think much bigger about how we try and humanize the economy. The thing that people also don't realize as much is that like the St. Louis Fed categorized 41% of U.S. jobs as either repetitive cognitive, which is very very automatable, or repetitive manual, which is somewhat manual. And so if you start decimating these jobs, you wind up with just like a handful of high-end jobs and low-end service jobs, and then nothing.
Andrew, maybe just give. I'm going to jump in. Just maybe give a bit of context for the audience, Andrew. UBI, what does it mean? $1,000 for everybody, $1,000 a month, and then your concerns, because I know Brian's question kind of pivots to the main discussion we wanted to have, and your concerns with automation and AI, and why you think it will decimate jobs in the US.
Yeah, so the example I try and point people's attention to is that there are 2 million Americans who work at call centers right now. That's considered repetitive cognitive. They're getting paid $17.50 an hour on average, something like that. So if people think about it and say, okay, I don't know about AI doing every job, but I'm pretty confident that AI is going to be able to replace a call center worker in, you know, the next 0 to 5 years. What happens to those 2 million call center workers? Like, what, you know, what's their next job? Now that's a very obvious one, but there are dozens of inobvious ones that go all the way up to artists, psychologists, you know, folks that are doing creative work, designers. I mean, I just used an AI app to make a bunch of designs just to see what it could do, and it was pretty fucking impressive. I mean,
oh yeah, I play with it myself. I mean, all my graphics is like I'm a graphic designer, right, by trade, I suppose, and I've replaced all of it with AI work, and it does better stuff than I do, so I just use it.
Yeah,
Andrew, do you? Sorry, carry on, Andrew.
So with this as like this backdrop, like how can you try and humanize the economy in a reasonable time frame given a very very cumbersome bureaucratic government? And so, you know, like I think that UBI was like a great way to kick off the conversation. If we had our acts together, we'd be doing all sorts of fun pilots and experiments and programs. One thing I'm very excited about, as an example, is localized currency, or currencies that you know, that like frankly help small businesses stay open, because you know we also have the consolidation of e-commerce and retail. By the way, retail is the second most common job in the U.S. So that's one reason why I think about you know, how to try and keep those districts alive. But yeah, but the timeline's speeding up faster than even I thought when I was talking about all this in 2019 and 2020.
Wait,
Do you think it was too early?
Hold on, everyone. Hold on, everybody. Just, I want to go to Sam. I know you got a question on this topic, and then we'll go to Aaron as well. Just focusing on automation and AI. But there's one statistic I want to mention as well, Andrew. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the last industrial revolution led to riots, and job loss in this cycle, in this revolution, will be 3 times larger. Are my statistics correct? Before going to Sam and Aaron.
Yeah, Labor Day was inaugurated in response to riots that killed dozens of Americans and caused the equivalent of billions of dollars worth of damage. And according to Bain, this automation wave will be 3 times faster, in by the way, a much larger economy too. So you're talking about a scale of impact that is orders of magnitude higher than what we experienced during the Industrial Revolution at the turn of the century, and that one led to some really nasty stuff, and also various political movements, like the around anarchy and socialism and some other things.
Just a quick question before you transition to Sam and Aaron. Just a quick follow-up, Andrew. Do you think the amount, because originally you suggested with UBI, you suggested $1,000, and the timeline?
Is no one hearing me?
Ian,
Ian, you can't hear. Catherine is speaking, but you can't hear her. Ian, I'll bring you down. Yeah, I'll bring you down and up. Go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, so with the originally your UBI plan was $1,000, and it was and you proposed it pretty early on before we weren't in the position we're in now. Do you feel like the timeline is still the same for you? Like we need it now, or do we need it in the future when it becomes a more serious concern? And is the amount of money still the same for you?
So I will confess to you all here, like I ran on the freedom dividend of $1,000 a month. With a goal of trying to anchor us in a direction. One of the best things we did recently was an enhanced child tax credit that lifted 3 million American families out of poverty, kids out of poverty, really. And some people proposed a negative income tax where if you make less than a certain amount, you get trued up. Like there are all sorts of measures that get buying power into people's hands that I'm excited about, that the data recently has shown work. But I'm definitely in the do it now, because we're trying to battle the disintegration of American society. Really, we're investing in cohesion. We're investing in people believing in themselves, their community, like their local nonprofit, their religious congregation, like whatever it is. And like if society disintegrates, like you can't then reintegrate it by being okay, guys, like we got it. Sorry, we're late to this. Like after it goes. So we need to invest in trying to knit it together now. Money's one thing, vocational and apprenticeship is another. Like a different approach to politics is another. Like there are all sorts of things that we should be taking shots at meaningfully that we're not right now.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Andrew, for that answer. And the reason that I was asking that is really because of, playing around with ChatGPT and all that stuff. Like, I think we're all really thinking about it because of the jobs that it's going to replace and the automation and where things are heading. So with that, I'll hand over the mic. I know Sam has a question for you. So
I had a question. I just wanted
well, Sam had a question first. So let's go with him first.
Yeah, guys. So Ian, jump in quickly.
Can I seriously just ask a question?
Ian. Yeah, Ian, jump in. Then we'll go to Sam.
A simple, short question. I wanted to know what localized currency is. Like, what you mean by that, Andrew?
Yeah, so there were a couple of experiments in Vermont and in Ithaca, New York, where if you've ever been to a college town and there's like some kind of hawk bucks or something where essentially like the college students get like a card they can use at local businesses. It's like that on steroids, where another example is that in certain Jewish communities in New York City, if you are a parent at the school, you are given massive vouchers that you can use at various local businesses, and then the local businesses are giving the money back to the school at something like a 20% discount. So the goal is to get parents to spend money at the local businesses in a way that supports the school. There are these mechanisms that various communities are using to have money flow through local businesses and institutions that I think we should be doing more of. It's something that Mark Cuban suggested during COVID too. He's like, we should just give people money that can only be spent at local businesses, and then it disappears if you don't use it. So there are things we can do around smart money that I think would be really beneficial in the face of automation and also the consolidation of what I call the Amazonification of our economy.
Sam, jump in.
Thanks. Yeah, a bit out of context now. I wanted to sort of follow up what you were saying about AI, and you touched on the Industrial Revolution. And for me, the question is, isn't this really just another step along the road of humankind's technological progress? Should we be trying to hamper AI? Because, every 10, 20 years, some technologies come along and people say, well, this is it. This is the end of the workforce. It's going to replace human beings. We've seen it going back hundreds of years. So surely AI is just another step along that road of progress. Do we really think this is it this time? That's it, we're going to replace all human intelligence, all human jobs?
I think that what you're presenting is itself like kind of more of like a vision than a curve. So again, just think of the call center workers. It's like, are we going to replace all jobs? No. Let's say we just replace their jobs. Like what happens to them? And like how
Yep.
Like how is their next 6 or 12 months going to go? And then
but at the same time, a lot of call center jobs have been moved away from developed economies to other economies, and no one kind of talked about that when it was happening. So now a lot of call center jobs are in India and other places where it's cheaper.
Yeah.
And people didn't talk about that, and now they're talking about it being AI. It's
I mean, globalization, there were at least some people like talking about it in the sense like, hey, this is going to have winners and losers. AI is going to have winners and losers. Unfortunately, I think the former is going to be vastly outnumbered by the latter. And you're going to see, at a minimum, the displacement and immiseration of millions and millions of people. And so will there be people who are gainfully employed? Of course. I have an expectation that most of the people on this call will be just fine. But like that they're going to be, what percentage of Americans have a college degree? That number is 35%. So you're talking about a workforce that's about 2/3 high school graduates. Maybe they had a little bit of community college or vocational. And 41% of jobs are in a category where you can imagine us getting away from them. I've traveled the country. I've been to, I think 42 or 43 of the states. And a lot of the country is not exactly what you'd consider a prosperous feeling now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I do totally understand,
yeah.
but I mean, what's the solution if we are developing technology that can do roles more efficiently? This is how society, humankind has evolved to find more efficient ways. You look at all the ways we've evolved as society, it's through being more efficient. And I do completely understand the ideological answer, but do you not feel that humankind will evolve around this problem like they have in the past? Overall, people across the world do have a higher quality of life than they did 100 years ago across the results. Not everybody, I agree, but do we not feel that this will work itself out and this is just what humanity does? It evolves?
Yeah, but actually, Andrew, I'll kind of turn that into a more interesting, not more interesting question, but a question I had in mind. Like, how would you describe the world in 10 years? Because you talked about UBI and like, how can we get there? Like, how can we transition to that world? For example, you talked about $1,000 a month for everybody, UBI, but I just don't know how that will help when people's jobs are being replaced. What are they going to do with their time? Like, what would, will be more people moving to the services industry? And even the service, hospitality industry, for example, will be replaced by automation. So how will the world look like in 10, 15 years? And how can we get there peacefully?
So first, let me say, I think to the spirit of Sam's question, I'm very pro innovation, pro technology, pro progress. The last thing I want is for us to say, like we should stop where we are. So the question in my mind is, how do we advance in a way that we're excited about. That and whether or not, but behind the veil of ignorance, where I don't know if I'm supposed to be a winner or loser, like how the global we are excited about this. And then when you talk about will evolve, will work itself out. I mean, in theory, there would be massive society-wide, efforts. Our political class would be like, oh, we're going to be making very significant investments and moves in a particular direction. Like we're going to be doing, all of this stuff. And we haven't been doing most of even the obvious things. I mean, one of the obvious things would be, again, I'm going to suggest vocational, technical, and apprenticeship programs to try and keep high school educated men from falling, off the map. Haven't done that, even though that's obvious. And then the curve's going to speed up. So we're going to wish we would have done that, plus like a half dozen other things. So that's where we should be. I'm someone who thinks that, look, it's not either or. It's like we should be trying to solve the problem as it stands today, but also acknowledge that even if we did a good job, we wouldn't solve it entirely. So there's some other things that we could be doing. And if you ask me about the next 10 years, Mario, am I optimistic or pessimistic? I'm cautiously optimistic because I think that this system is breaking down to a point where new things genuinely will be possible. But I think it's going to be a battle. I think if we all just, when I say we all, I mean everyone I know, if we all just went home and said it'll take care of itself, it probably will not.
Really do.
I think there are going to be a lot of very, very strange things happening over the next number of years, and some of that strangeness, unfortunately, is going to be on the negative side.
So Aaron,
you see happening. Sorry, Aaron, you should probably go first, but I'd like to ask a question afterwards. Yeah.
Sure. But let me jump in. Let me jump in.
Go ahead, Nick, and then we'll go to Aaron.
I just want to say, so we will be covering the State of the Union here, starting in about 21 minutes. Did want to let everybody know Biden is en route to the U.S. Capitol. Actually, he just arrived at the U.S. Capitol. And is walking in right now, and so we will be covering that, like I said, in about 21 minutes. So
around. we'll be streaming it here, everyone, and maybe after Aaron and Ian's question, we'll go to maybe Jim, if you got a question for Andrew, because I know you asked a lot of political questions about Biden, the current, what to expect in the State of the Union address. That will be a good topic to transition to as we prepare for the State of the Union. Aaron, go ahead, man.
Yeah, well, thank you, Andrew, for being here. It's been a fascinating conversation. I want to ask a question that might back up the conversation a little bit. And the question has to do with this kind of narrative of inevitabilism, I will term it, this notion that, scientific and technological progress is just destined to advance in a particular direction. And, we have to prepare for it, but there's sort of nothing that we can do about automation and the displacement of millions of workers. And I want to raise the question, in a sense, advance in science and technology is inevitable, and a drive toward efficiency in business and the markets and so forth. But if you look at the history of science and technology, we do make political decisions about how we deploy science and technology, and the good uses and the favorable uses and the not so favorable uses. So, it wasn't inevitable that we figured out how to split the atom in the 1940s. That was a political decision at the Manhattan Project to not only make that scientific advance, but to deploy it to make a bomb for a particular purpose. And now we have nuclear energy, but we're making political decisions about the deployment of both nuclear weapons and nuclear energy. So the technological applications and the ways in which these technologies are deployed, I would still like to think are not themselves automatic, and there is space for political judgment. And so I guess my question is it really inevitable that millions of workers will be displaced? Is it not possible for us to look at any one or another application of automation or AI and say, well, in this realm, it's better to have human beings do the work, even if it could be done more efficiently by bots or by machines, that something important might be lost if we automate this or that sector of the economy. So I just want to get your thoughts on this idea that this is inevitable, and what is the role of collective or political judgments in making these kinds of decisions about how to apply this technology.
Aaron, I love this line of questioning because it assumes like a functioning political system and on the ball agencies and regulators in a way that unfortunately I don't think exists. And the example I would use is social media companies. It's like, well, what is the nature of government's regulation of social media? It's Section 230, which was written before Facebook existed, and it's decades out of date. And it's allowed for the growth of these trillion-dollar companies that have essentially had nothing to do with, any meaningful regulatory regime. And so if you think about AI in the same vein, it's like you're going to have some random insurance company looking at its internal business processes and be like, hey, you know what? I think I can do away with 15% of my workers. Dope. Like after I do this, I'll get a raise, et cetera, et cetera. How is government going to interact with that insurance company operations executive? I'm going to suggest not at all.
Right.
But at the same time, what you're saying really will be very pressing in certain highly regulated areas like medicine. Like the medical lobby will, and I think you're an MD, but the medical lobby will look at it and say, look, there is no way that you can replace a human physician. It's going to be an AI making recommendations, and the doctor will be there. And then people look at that and say, like, sure, that makes sense. And so you're going to see various industries that are going to have more protection from regulation than others. It's going to tend to fall in certain industries, healthcare being to me the biggest. But the vast majority of workers aren't going to be in one of those environments. So you'll see various changes made.
Ian, the microphone is yours. I know you have a question, and then we'll go to Jim after that. Thanks.
No hard feelings. No, I was going to ask Andrew if you could make any kind of predictions, and this is like a grim one, right? What kind of problems do you see? When I say problems, I mean like societal issues cropping up in the next, say, 5 to 10 years when this fourth industrial revolution happens. I mean, this transition to AI. Like, what do you see people doing? All these young men who, right now, I mean, the ones you mentioned earlier, they're starting to commit crimes. I mean, we've seen several mass shootings as a result of this. I mean, how do you see this escalating?
I think that you're going to see progressive immiseration of the American people, and unfortunately a splintering of the consciousness that will prevent us from being able to pursue most real solutions, where now there are not just two versions of reality, there are 200 or 2,000 versions of reality, and our institutional trust is collapsing around things like media, schools, hospitals, certainly presidency and Congress. I mean, I talked about those stats before. The most admired forces in American life today, last I checked, are the armed forces, still hanging on, and the town library. I think those might be the only two things that are above 50%.
Wow.
In terms of our trust.
That's so bad.
So what happens in an era when institutional trust just continues to degrade, where I can say something and then you can attack me for it, and then I can eventually just say, look, that was an AI, like it was a synthetic video. I didn't say that.
Oh yeah.
And then we'll just be able to argue based upon, again, our tribes. Like one tribe will be like, oh yeah, he didn't say that. That was it was fake. And then the other tribe will be like, oh yes, he did. So you're going to have this incoherence just grow and grow. Many very rational people will look at this system and say, why on earth would I want to get involved in something like politics, given that, by the way, this is already happening. Like I talk to people who I'm suggesting should run for president, and many of them are very successful, and they are scared off because they say, like, why would I want 50% of people to hate me and have my life be very difficult? And this is before, I mean, this is before, in my opinion, like the wave of political violence really becomes normalized. I mean, you are seeing people get attacked in their homes, like a judge was assassinated in the Midwest, like a number of weeks ago. It was obviously the January 6th attack, which people don't realize how much that changed the complexion of the halls of Congress, where it used to be that you were walking around, there was like a hustle and bustle, it was like a mall. And like now it's everyone is behind closed doors and there's no meaningful interaction. I mean, like, there's like a real threat to safety. And so the folks who decide to get into this realm are going to be, frankly, not the people that you want, because the rational problem solving types will look at it and say, you know what, like, it's not worth it.
Andrew, what's caused this polarization? Why is it getting so much worse? Or I feel it is.
Oh, so the polarization is objectively getting worse. Almost 50% of Democrats and Republicans view the other side as morally corrupt and a threat to the country. And there are a number of spurs behind it. And I try and catalog some of this stuff in this book I wrote that came out last year. But you have these political incentives I described where each party is controlled by its most extreme 10 to 12%. And then you had media organizations that have separated us into ideological tribes that are relatively recent inventions. There was something called the fairness doctrine until the 80s, where you had to present both sides of an issue. The Reagan administration got rid of that. And then Fox and MSNBC got started in the early 90s. And then Facebook got started in 2004 or so. So with each step, you have had this amplification of tribalism and extremism, and concurrently you got rid of more than 2,000 local newspapers and publications that used to be very non-ideological and even-handed, because if you report on local news, you tend not to present it as blue or red, but now without those news sources, everyone just relies upon their Facebook feed.
Yeah, that's
Jim,
a
jump
really,
in.
really great point. Yeah, Jim. Yeah. I was just gonna go to Jim.
So,
Jim.
Andrew, I'm kind of the political guy of the regular team, having spent 8 years as a chief of staff on Capitol Hill. One for Thomas Massey, who you're probably familiar with. But listen, I got a setup question and then a question about the State of the Union. Is it your opinion, as it is mine, that if we just kind of brought the government back to constitutional levels, that just might help the economy out a whole lot?
When you say back to constitutional levels, what do you mean,
Article
Jim?
1, Section 8 levels. We spend a whole lot of money that really is not envisioned by the founders. And it kind of bloats the budget a bit if we had a little more discipline toward the Constitution. Do you think that might help us out a little bit with our economy?
It's interesting, Jim, because I think we're doing all sorts of weird stuff that might have made sense at a particular time, but it has become overgrown. But at this point, there are a significant number of jobs tied up with the bloat.
Yeah. 7 of the 10 wealthiest counties in the country surround Washington, D.C. There's a reason for that.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, you go to D.C. and you're like, holy crap. It's like this island of insulated prosperity. And there's I mean, I'm old enough to remember when it didn't feel that way. It's important to wonder, like, how the heck can we get away from this without crushing jobs and in various places. The thing that I'd call people's attention to is the healthcare industry, where you're looking at now it's grown to 16 to 18% of the economy. And I think that there are tons of inefficiencies in healthcare. But again, there are a lot of jobs tied up with each of those inefficiencies. And so if you show up and say, hey, let's get rid of these inefficiencies, then you'll be axing the equivalent of tens of thousands of jobs in some part of the country.
Well, and with that as sort of a setup, as we're about to embark upon a State of the Union speech, a third one for Joe Biden coming up, What's your prediction there? Do we get anything good out of this? Do we get anything that leads to next steps and gets us out of these problems? What are your thoughts on what the speech will be like and how Joe Biden will handle it?
You know, unfortunately, Jim, and I've already been looking at some of the media commentary around this. The main variable people will be looking for is how Joe feels, like whether he seems strong and vital or whether he seems frail and old. Because that's right now the most significant question on people's minds. I mean, he's 80 now. He'll be 82 in Inauguration Day in 2025 if he goes for a second term. And every indication is that he's going for a second term. Every indication is that no establishment Democrat is going to challenge him. I was just in South Carolina, and I asked the Dems there, I said, hey, guys, are you hearing about anyone testing the waters? And they said, no one from the establishment is challenging Joe, and they were really sad about it.
Why, though? Yeah, why? Why is that?
It's because he's the sitting president, and they've decided that just saying Joe and like waiting a cycle is better for their prospects within the Democratic Party than challenging it, which I think is deeply unhealthy. You know, like the average American wants there to be some kind of renewal process, but Joe has put South Carolina first, essentially setting up a firewall, saying, "Hey, if you challenge me, you're going to get crushed in the first state." By the way, he tossed out Iowa, and coincidentally, Joe did very badly in Iowa. So you have establishment politicians in the Democratic Party who are just answering incentives. And if someone did decide to run against Joe, they would likely get attacked and pilloried as "quote unquote" dividing the party and enabling Trump, instead of doing what I think most Americans would want them to do, which is give people a meaningful choice.
You know, I got to tell you, when you get looking into the presidential election and having been a presidential candidate yourself at one time and in a major political party, we're going to go through a lot of the same rigmarole moving forward. But by the way, and I had friends in the Trump administration. I count Kellyanne Conway as a really good friend, for example, and I've dug into Republican politics, which frustrates me and aligns with me a little bit, and it's just horrible. I mean, this party politics is really stupid. So I surely admire your effort to get a third party started. And by the way, having worked for Thomas Massey, I had Libertarian Party people constantly wanting me to talk Thomas into going with them. Justin Amash is a friend. I'm all for trying to mix this up because we have built a structure state by state that favors the two-party system. They've got all the laws set up that makes it very, very challenging. But as we're about to embark upon another presidential election, what do you see happening, and what role or might you even be hoping to play in that process?
So I think Joe declares in the next 1 to 2 months. I think that despite the fact that a majority of Democrats want there to be a competitive process, DNC is going to discourage it at every turn. And then I think the Democrats have massive buyer's remorse in 24.
Yeah.
And look at it and say like, oh, like I can't believe we agreed to this, even though that one of the problems there is that Kamala polls 5 or 6 points worse than Joe consistently, but Joe can't replace her without insulting her personally and women of color and the rest of it. And so that's what I think happens on the Democratic side. On the Republican side, I think it's Trump, DeSantis, and at least a half dozen other figures and candidates. You'd have to bet on either Trump or DeSantis at this point. And I think the country is going to be really very, very disgusted by what's going on this cycle. I think they're going to look around and say, I can't believe that these are going to be our choices. If you do wind up with something like I'm describing, you may see third-party unity ticket, which right now is being financed by an organization called No Labels to get ballot access in all 50 states. Jim, you've probably heard of this effort.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah. So that could be something very, very new. Well, it's actually kind of old, really. It's like a return to past cycles. Most people don't realize that Abraham Lincoln won as a third-party candidate with 39% of the vote among 4 candidates. So like.
But that's the last time there's been an independent candidate that won,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly. Like
We were
if
talking about
Abraham
this earlier.
Lincoln. Yeah, we had a
Yeah.
call about it. Like if Abraham Lincoln is the last one, Andrew, and it's that many years ago, it just doesn't look plausible.
Abraham Lincoln was the last one who won. Ross Perot got 19% in 1992 after withdrawing at a time when about 25% of Americans self-identified as independent. Today, that percentage is 42 to 50%. So if you had someone who is a true alternative to the system, can they get to 35%? Mark Cuban pulled himself at 25% in the 2020 cycle. I think he does better than that now. So, you don't have to go all the way back to Lincoln. It's just Lincoln was the last one who won back when the Republican Party itself was a third party.
Don't forget John Anderson in 1980.
Yeah. So again, I hesitated when I talked about like the third party ticket being new, but it's actually happened any number of times before. And just we've been conditioned to think that the 2-party system is normal when it's really not necessarily the case.
Andrew, I'll give you, Nick, I know the sort is about to start earlier than expected. So Andrew, a real pleasure to have you. I'd love to have you back because we've got so many questions we didn't go through yet. Any final words for the audience, man? How can they support you? Probably the best question to ask.
I did want to say one more thing before that. Biden's topic for the State of the Union tonight is U.S. democracy is bruised but unbroken. Does that sound like an actual statement? Is this overblown? The whole thing about democracy being bruised?
Yeah, actually, it's a good question as well. Maybe Andrew, you can comment on this particular quote that Nick mentioned, because democracy is being challenged at various reasons. Why? And that's been the topic of discussion for a few years now. Are you concerned? Are you concerned about the model itself?
One, I'm deeply concerned. I think American democracy is definitely on the brink. 2, I get very frustrated when Joe, in particular, conflates the Democratic Party and American democracy. The Democrats kick third parties off the ballot very aggressively. They came out against ranked choice voting, even though it's objectively good. They most damningly supported various extremist candidates in primaries around the country because they thought the extremists would be more beatable. And by the way, it worked, and so they're going to keep doing it. So they'll literally say, hey, the problem's election deniers, and then spend millions supporting election deniers because they think that they'll be able to beat them. So that there's something I find very frustrating about the way Joe talks about democracy when there are all sorts of anti-democratic things happening right now out of the Democratic Party. Now, I do think the Republican Party has completely lost its way. And so, I kind of get it on one level. But, if they were to be genuinely pro-democratic, they would be for things like ranked choice voting, for independence voting, for nonpartisan primaries, which, by the way, would make the system much more resilient against authoritarianism, despotism, etc. Thank you so much for having me. I know the State of the Union is about to start, so we're going to get going. If you'd like to help and support, please check out the Forward Party at forwardparty.com. You can also follow me at andrewyang.com or on social media. But let's actually solve the problems and build a future that we'll be excited about for ourselves, for our kids, because it's not going to happen without people like us rolling up our sleeves.
Andrew, appreciate it, man. It's been a pleasure to have you. One of the interviews I've been looking forward to. Would love to have you again. If you want to jump in after the State of the Union, give us your thoughts quickly. You're welcome to jump in anytime. It's open invitation. Otherwise, real pleasure to have you. And I see a lot of your fans in the audience as well as going through them. So it's good to see the support that you have.
Thanks so much, Andrew.
I'll come back for sure. Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Thanks, man. Thanks a lot. So how long for the State of the Union, Nick?
We're looking at probably 3 to 5 minutes here. It looks like all of the quote-unquote dignitaries have now entered the chamber, the House chamber of the United States. And Jill Biden is she's already in. So Joe Biden's wife, the First Lady. So we're pretty much waiting.
So we're gonna get. So what we're gonna do, just for the audience, give us your thoughts on the discussion first in the bottom right corner. And when the State of the Union starts, we're going to stream it live in the space and then comment on what we just heard at the end. So we'll be streaming it live in the space. All the panelists will have their mics muted. Wall Street, what's up, man? Been a while. Well, Silver, can you hear me? No, his mic isn't working.
Before he gets here, I will make a little bit of a comment real quick on.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Okay. Yep.
Your audio.
Mute that.
Yeah. I just muted everyone. So yeah, I'll get someone to DM him and tell him it's audio. What were we gonna say?
I was just gonna say it's worth noting that Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has decided to walk into the House chamber here with a white balloon strapped onto her to
Oh, she actually did it. Yeah, I saw that she was gonna do it. I didn't know she actually did it.
She's insane and horrible, but entertaining nonetheless.
Obviously, for the audience, that signifies the the massive white balloon that traversed the entire United States from China. So.
Maybe she was sent by China. Maybe she's really telling us that she was sent by China.
Just a quick, I see Tom and Aaron in the audience jump in. I'll send you through an invite, guys. And of course, we'd love to have you back after the State of the Union as we discuss it. Silver, the teams are on DM you. Your mic is just off. So when your mic is fixed, just unmute. Let us know you're here. How many minutes left, Nick, to kick this off?
I would say 3.
3 minutes. And I'd love, as the State of the Union goes on, everyone in the audience, what I want you to do is just tell us your thoughts as you're listening to it live here, because we'll be taking notes so we could discuss them on the panel. We do have also regular on the show now on the panel. What's up, Jim?
They're 10. He needs 10 minutes to tinkle.
Go ahead, Jim.
I was saying, announcing the president right now. He's just making his walk down the aisle.
Cool. Do you want to start streaming it, Nick?
No. You got 6 minutes here. He's going to shake hands and talk.
Yeah. So I'm going to wait on that just a bit. That's why I said 3 minutes.
What do you expect to hear, Ian?
Me? I expect him to downplay every single one of his mistakes. I expect him to make excuses for why the economy is in such shambles and why it's not actually in such shambles. He's going to do the double speak thing. So, yeah, that's what I expect him to do. I don't anticipate any change from his previous stance that everything's fine and that don't worry about the burning building. It's just a mostly peaceful protest.
Yeah, so Ian,
that's typical
for democracy.
Go ahead, Nick.
No, it's okay. I'll let you guys. I don't focus on this. So go ahead.
I don't know who was jumping in, so just feel free to jump in.
I was just gonna say that he's gonna say how he's single-handedly saving democracy, which is on the brink of destruction. But the Democratic Party is really the one that's it's been under threat by so many forces, but they're withstanding because the American spirit is very, very strong. And
but that's typical, isn't it? Would you say it's typical of every State of the Union, Catherine?
That's the thing. I mean, I find these State of the Union addresses, I don't know that they count for much because it's just a chance to minimize the things that are bad, maximize the things that they pretend that they've done that are good. And it's just propaganda. So I don't know what you can really take away from it. Not to make this not valuable, but it's just politics, and that's all it is. I don't know what you said.
What he doesn't say, what he doesn't say may be more significant than what he does say. So, setting aside the balloon antics, is he going to address China? I think that is on the minds of the American people right now.
I think he probably will. He'll pretend to be tough, and then the next thing he'll do the complete opposite or do absolutely nothing, hoping people forget about it. I mean, that's what they do.
That'll be smart strategy. A common enemy of a country is one of the typical
common enemy
political
Russia,
strategies.
Right? The common enemy is Russia. China is a partner. That's how they describe things because they can't afford to have 2 wars at the same time. The way I look at it is it's just a micro event. During a conversation that Mario, you and we were having with Mark Andreessen, he called it a micro event. I mean, these events they're fake. Right, the people who watch it are they know it's fake. The people attending it know it's fake. Everybody knows it's fake. It's just a bunch of bullshit where they just, like Catherine said, they just spout off a bunch of nonsense, claim everything's good, or claim that things that are not good are somebody else's fault or whatever. It's nonsense. It's nothing you can take really seriously. What we need to do is watch our actions.
Yeah, so we got
and nothing is going to be announced.
We got about 90 seconds to 2 minutes here, but I do want to ask you, Ian, because you seem, this is definitely a topic you're pretty well versed on here. When it comes to Joe Biden, talking about his economic accomplishments and such, what do you expect him to say? Because obviously you go to the store and you buy eggs, and it's $8 for a dozen, which is the most expensive that I've ever seen in my life. Gas prices still way up, and I mean, I can go on and on and on about inflation and such.
They're lower than they were 2 months ago.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, yeah. I think that he'll touch on the fact that month over month inflation has gone down. I think he'll touch on unemployment rate being at 53-year low. He'll touch on that stuff. He's not going to talk about inflation, obviously. He'll talk about wages rising, although when you factor in inflation, it's not going to.
Brian, actually, what's your position on Biden's performance in the last few years?
I mean, I would like somebody younger. I don't think he's. I'm happy compared to where we were 4 years ago. Do I think things could be better? Of course, but overall, I don't think he's done a bad job given what he came into.
Also, anything to add before we start the stream?
Well, I think one thing that's pretty a staple of most State of the Unions is some sort of new mission or new policy proposal unveiling. So it'll be interesting to see what that is. I think we're going to see something in that regard.
Yeah, I was just going to say is that
we've got a leak of part of the speech. Part of the speech has been leaked.
Oh, there you go. I'll pin it above. Ian, yeah. Can you reach it? Yeah, pin it at the top. Would be good to. It says, how the hell did the speech get leaked? That's crazy. Everyone's talking. It's one story before going to all source and before we start streaming. Like everyone talks about the government hiding this, the government hiding that. I think most people don't understand how bad most organizations, all organizations today's age, and the government is bad at hiding shit. When you have the Twitter files getting leaked, you got a speech, a State of the Union speech getting leaked. Internal messages, documents, recordings getting leaked. I've had all my stuff in my company leaked a few months ago. Everything fun. Yeah, go ahead. Kick it off.
We're going to have a little bit of an applause line here, but while he points at the crowd and such. So.
Yeah, all good. Make it start streaming.
Remember, Paul Pelosi. That's the leak.
The audio's, I don't know if the audio's shit or it's just Nixon. I don't know.
It's a lot of applause.
The audio's shit. The audio, we can't hear him speaking.
You can't hear anything.
He's not speaking yet. That's just applause.
Our First Lady and Second Gentleman, good to see you guys up there. Members of Congress. By the way, Chief Justice, I may need a court order. She gets to go to the game tomorrow, next week. I have to stay home. Got to work something out here. Members of the Cabinet, leaders of our military, Chief Justice, Associate Justice, and retired Justice of the Supreme Court, and to you, my fellow Americans. I start tonight by congratulating the 118th Congress and the new Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Speaker, I don't want to ruin your reputation, but I look forward to working with you. I want to congratulate the new leader of the House Democrats, the first African-American minority leader in history, Hakeem Jeffries. He won in spite of the fact I campaigned for him. Congratulations to the longest serving leader in the history of the United States Senate, Mitch McConnell. Where are you, Mitch? Chuck Schumer, another term as Senate Minority Leader. I think this time you have a slightly bigger majority, Mr. Leader. You're the majority leader. About that much bigger? Yeah. Well, I tell you what. I want to give special recognition to someone who I think is going to be considered the greatest speaker in the history of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Folks, the story of America is a story of progress and resilience, of always moving forward, of never ever giving up. It's a story unique among all nations. We're the only country that has emerged from every crisis we've ever entered stronger than we got into it. Look, folks, that's what we're doing again. 2 years ago, the economy was reeling. I stand here tonight after we've created, with the help of many people in this room, 12 million new jobs, more jobs created in 2 years than any president's created in 4 years, because of you all, because of the American people. 2 years ago, COVID had shut down, our businesses were closed, our schools were robbed of so much. And today, COVID no longer controls our lives. And 2 years ago, democracy faced its greatest threats in civil war. And today, though bruised, our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken. As we gather here tonight, we're writing the next chapter in the great American story, a story of progress and resilience. When world leaders ask me to define America, and they do, believe it or not, I can define it in one word, and I mean this: possibilities. We don't think anything is beyond our capacity. Everything is a possibility. We're often told that Democrats and Republicans can't work together. But over the past 2 years, we've proved the cynics and naysayers wrong. Yes, we disagreed plenty. And yes, there were times when Democrats went alone. But time and again, Democrats and Republicans came together to defend a stronger and safer Europe. It came together to pass once in a generation infrastructure law, building bridges connecting our nation and our people. We came together to pass the most significant law ever, helping victims exposed to toxic burn pits. And in fact, I signed over 300 bipartisan pieces of legislation since becoming president, from reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act, to the Electoral Count Reform Act, the Respect for Marriage Act that protects the right to marry the person you love. And to my Republican friends, if we could work together the last Congress, there's no reason we can't work together and find consensus on important things in this Congress as well. I think folks, you all are as formed as I am, but I think the people sent us a clear message. Fighting for the sake of fighting, power for the sake of power, conflict for the sake of conflict gets us nowhere. That's always been my vision of our country, and I know it's many of yours. To restore the soul of this nation, to rebuild the backbone of America, America's middle class, and to unite the country. We've been sent here to finish the job, in my view. For decades, the middle class has been hollowed out in not one administration, but for a long time. Too many good paying manufacturing jobs move overseas. Factories closed down. Once thriving cities and towns that many of you represent became shadows of what they used to be. And along the way, something else we lost: pride, our sense of self-worth. I ran for president to fundamentally change things, to make sure our economy works for everyone, so we can all feel that pride in what we do. To build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up, and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. I know a lot of you always kid me for always quoting my dad, but my dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. He really would say this. It's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, folks, so let's look at the results. We're not finished yet by any stretch of the imagination, but unemployment rate is at 3.4%, a 50-year low.
Hey, Brian called it. He was right.
Near record unemployment.
You called it.
Near record unemployment for Black and Hispanic workers. We've already created, your help, 800,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs, the fastest growth in 40 years. And where is it written? Where is it written that America can lead the world in manufacturing? I don't know where that's written. For too many decades, we imported projects and exported jobs. Now, thanks to what you've all done, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Folks, inflation has been a global problem because the pandemic disrupted our supply chains, and Putin's unfair and brutal war in Ukraine disrupted energy supplies as well as food supplies, blocking all that grain in Ukraine. But we're better positioned than any country on earth right now. But we have more to do. But here at home, inflation is coming down. Here at home, gas prices are down $1.50 from their peak. Food inflation is coming down, not fast enough, but coming down. Inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months, while take-home pay has gone up. Additionally, over the last 2 years, a record 10 million Americans applied to start new businesses. 10 million. And by the way,
eggs are $8, Joe.
Every time.
$8.
Every time someone starts a small business is an act of hope. And Madam Vice President, I want to thank you for leading that effort to ensure that small businesses have access to capital and the historic laws we enacted that are going to just come into being. Standing here last year, I shared with you a story of American genius and possibilities. Semiconductors, small computer chips the size of a fingerprint that power everything, from cell phones to automobiles and so much more. These chips were invented in America. Let's get that straight. They were invented in America. We used to make 40% of the world's chips. In the last several decades, we lost our edge. We're down to only producing 10%. We all saw what happened during the pandemic when chip factories shut down overseas. Today's automobiles need 3,000 chips, each of those automobiles. But American automobiles couldn't make enough cars because there weren't enough chips. Car prices went up, people got laid off. So did everything from refrigerators to cell phones. We can never let that happen again. That's why we came together to pass the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act.
And Pelosi got rich from it.
I know I've been criticized for saying this, but I'm not changing my view. We're going to make sure the supply chain for America begins in America. The supply chain begins in America. We've already created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs without this law, before the law kicks in. With this new law, we're going to create hundreds of thousands of new jobs across the country. And I mean all across the country, throughout not just the coast, but through the middle of the country as well. That's going to come from companies that have announced more than $300 billion in investment in American manufacturing over the next few years. Outside of Columbus, Ohio, Intel is building semiconductor factories on 1,000 acres. literally a field of dreams. It's going to create 10,000 jobs, that one investment, 7,000 construction jobs, 3,000 jobs in those factories once they're finished. They call them factories. Jobs paying an average of $130,000 a year, and many do not require a college degree. Because we work together, these jobs where people don't have to leave home to search for opportunity. It's just getting started. Think about the new homes, the small businesses, the medium-sized businesses. So much more that's going to be needed to support those 3,000 permanent jobs and the factories that are going to be built. Talk to mayors and governors, Democrats and Republicans, and they'll tell you what this means for their communities. We're seeing these field of dreams transform to the heartland. But to maintain the strongest economy in the world, we need the best infrastructure in the world. And folks, as you all know, we used to be #1 in the world in infrastructure. We've sunk to 13th in the world. The United States of America, 13th in the world in infrastructure, modern infrastructure. But now we're coming back because we came together and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, the largest investment in infrastructure since President Eisenhower's interstate highway system. And folks, already we've funded over 20,000 projects, including major airports from Boston to Atlanta to Portland. Projects that are going to put thousands of people to work rebuilding our highways, our bridges, our railroads, our tunnels, ports, airports, clean water, high-speed internet, all across America. Urban, rural, tribal. And folks, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. And I mean it sincerely. I want to thank my Republican friends who voted for the law, and my Republican friends who voted against it as well. But I still get asked to fund the projects in those districts as well. But don't worry. I promised I'd be a president for all Americans. We'll fund these projects. And I'll see you at the groundbreaking. Look, this law will further unite all of America. Projects like Brent Spence Bridge in Kentucky over the Ohio River, built 60 years ago, badly needed repairs, one of the nation's most congested freight routes, carrying $2 billion worth of freight every single day across the Ohio River. And folks, I've been talking about fixing it for decades, but we're really finally going to get it done. I went there last month with Democrats and Republicans and from both states to deliver a commitment of $1.6 billion for this project.
Where are they getting all this money?
While I was there, I met a young woman named Sarah, who's here tonight. I don't know where Sarah is. Is she up in the box? I don't know. Sarah, how are you? Well, Sarah, for 30 years, I learned, she told me she'd been a proud member of the Iron Workers Local 44, known as the Cowboys in the Sky. The folks who built Cincinnati skyline. Sarah said she can't wait to be 10 stories above the Ohio River building that new bridge. God bless her. That's pride. And that's what we're also building. We're building back pride. Look, we're also replacing poisonous lead pipes that go into 10 million homes in America, 400,000 school and child care centers. So every child in America can drink the water instead of having permanent damage to their brain. Look, we're making sure that every community in America has access to affordable high-speed internet. No parent should have to drive by McDonald's parking lot to help them do their homework online with their kids, which many thousands are doing across the country. And when we do these projects, and again, I get criticized for this, but I make no excuses for it. We're going to buy American. We're going to buy America. Folks, and it's totally consistent with international trade rules. Buy America has been the law since 1933, but for too long, past administrations, Democrat and Republican, have fought to get around it. Not anymore. Tonight, I'm announcing new standards require all construction materials used in federal infrastructure projects to be made in America.
Let us know what you think in the comments, everyone. Let us know what you think in the comments on this.
I think people are getting a lot of contracts fulfilled tonight.
Lumber, glass, drywall, fiber optic cable. And on my watch, American roads, bridges, American highways are going to be made with American products as well. Folks, my economic plan is about investing in places and people that have been forgotten. So many of you listen to me tonight. I know you feel it. So many of you felt like you've just simply been forgotten. Amid the economic upheaval of the past 4 decades, too many people have been left behind and treated like they're invisible. Maybe that's you watching from home. Remember the jobs that went away. You remember them, don't you? The folks at home remember them. You wonder whether the path even exists anymore for your children to get ahead without having to move away. Well, that's why I get that. That's why we're building an economy where no one's left behind. Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back. Because choices we made in the last several years. You know, this is, in my view, a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America and make a real difference in your lives at home. For example, too many of you lay in bed at night like my dad did, staring at the ceiling, wondering what in God's name happens if your spouse gets cancer or your child gets deadly ill, or something happens to you. What are you going to get money to pay for those medical bills? Or are you going to have to sell the house or try to get a second mortgage on it? I get it. I get it. The Inflation Reduction Act that I signed into law, we're taking on powerful interests to bring healthcare costs down so you can sleep better at night with more security. You know, we pay more for prescription drugs than any nation in the world. Let me say it again. We pay more for prescription drugs than any major nation on earth. For example, 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. Many of you in this chamber do, and in the audience. But every day, millions need insulin to control their diabetes so they can literally stay alive. Insulin's been around for over 100 years. The guy who invented it didn't even patent it because he wanted it to be available for everyone. It costs the drug companies roughly $10 a vial to make that insulin. Package it and all, you may get up to $13. But Big Pharma has been unfairly charging people hundreds of dollars, $400 to $500 a month, making record profits. Not anymore. Not anymore. So many things that we did are only now coming to fruition. We said we were doing this and we said we passed the law to do it, but people didn't know because the law didn't take effect until January 1 of this year. We capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. People are just finding out. I'm sure you're getting the same calls I'm getting. Look, there are millions of other Americans who do not or are not on Medicare, including 200,000 young people with type 1 diabetes who need this insulin to stay alive. Let's finish the job this time. Let's cap the cost of insulin for everybody at $35. Folks, the big pharma is still going to do very well, I promise y'all. I promise you, they're going to do very well. This law also caps and won't even go into effect until 2025. Costs, out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors on Medicare at a maximum of $2,000 a year. You don't have to pay more than $2,000 a year, no matter how much your drug costs are. Because you know why? You all know it. Many of you, like many in my family, have cancer. You know the drugs can range from $10, $11, $14, $15,000 for the cancer drugs. If drug prices rise faster than inflation, drug companies are going to have to pay Medicare back the difference. We're finally giving Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. Bringing down prescription drug costs doesn't just save seniors money. It cuts the federal deficit by billions of dollars, by hundreds of billions of dollars. Because these prescription drugs are drugs purchased by Medicare to keep their commitment to the seniors. Well, guess what? Instead of paying $400 or $500 a month, you're paying $15. That's a lot of savings for the federal government. And by the way, why would we want that? Now, some members here are threatening, and I know it's not an official party position, so we're going to exaggerate, but threatening to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. As my coach, that's okay.
Yeah,
that's
because
fair.
it doesn't repeal inflation.
As my football coach used to say, lots of luck in your senior year. Make no mistake, if you try anything to raise the cost of prescription drugs, I will veto it. Look, I'm pleased to say that more Americans have health insurance now than ever in history. A record 16 million people are enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. And thanks to the law I signed last year, millions are saving $800 a year on their premiums. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. So my plea to some of you, at least in this audience, let's finish the job and make these savings permanent. Expand coverage of Medicaid. Look, the Inflation Reduction Act is also the most significant investment ever in climate change. Ever. Lower utility bills, creating American jobs, leading the world to a clean energy future. I visited the devastating aftermath of record floods, droughts, storms, and wildfires from Arizona to Mexico to all the way up to the Canadian border. More timber has been burned that I've observed from helicopters than the entire state of Missouri. And we don't have global warming? Not a problem. In addition to emergency recovery, from Puerto Rico to Florida to Idaho, we're rebuilding for the long term. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires. Roads and water systems withstand the next big flood. Clean energy to cut pollution and create jobs in communities often left behind. We're going to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations installed across the country by tens of thousands of IBW workers. And we're helping families save more than $1,000 a year with tax credits to purchase electric vehicles and efficient appliances, energy efficient appliances. Historic conservation efforts to be responsible stewards of our land. Let's face reality. The climate crisis doesn't care if you're in a red or blue state. It's an existential threat. We have an obligation, not to ourselves, but to our children and grandchildren to confront it. I'm proud of how America at last is stepping up to the challenge. We're still going to need oil and gas for a while. But guess what? No, we do. But there's so much more to do. We got to finish the job. We pay for these investments in our future by finally making the wealthiest and biggest corporations begin to pay their fair share. Just begin. Look, I'm a capitalist. I'm a capitalist, but pay your fair share. I think a lot of you at home agree with me and many people that you know. The tax system is not fair. It is not fair. Look, the idea that in 2020, 55 of the largest corporations in America, the Fortune 500, made $40 billion in profits and paid zero in federal taxes? Zero? Folks, simply not fair. But now, because of the law I signed, billion-dollar companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. God love them. 15%. That's less than a nurse pays. Let me be crystal clear. I said at the very beginning, under my plans, as long as I'm president, nobody earning less than $400,000 will pay an additional penny in taxes. Nobody, not one penny. But let's finish the job. There's more to do. We have to reward work, not just wealth. Pass my proposal for the billionaire minimum tax. You know, there's 1,000 billionaires in America. It's up from about 600 in the beginning of the term. But no billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a school teacher or firefighter. I mean it. Think about it. I mean, look. I know you aren't enthusiastic about that, but think about it. Think about it. Have you noticed Big Oil just reported his profits, record profits? Last year they made $200 billion in the midst of a global energy crisis. I think it's outrageous. Why? They invested too little of that profit to increase domestic production. And when I talked to a couple of them, they said, we're afraid you're going to shut down all the oil wells and all the oil refineries anyway, so why should we invest in them? I said, we're going to need oil for at least another decade. And that's going to exceed. And beyond that, we're going to need it. Production. If they had, in fact, invested in the production to keep gas prices down, instead, they used the record profits to buy back their own stock, rewarding the CEOs and shareholders. Corporations ought to do the right thing. That's why I propose we quadruple the tax on corporate stock buybacks and encourage long-term investments. They'll still make considerable profit. Let's finish the job and close the loopholes that allow very wealthy to avoid paying their taxes. Instead of cutting the number of audits for wealthy taxpayers, I just signed a law to reduce the deficit by $114 billion by cracking down on wealthy tax cheats. That's being fiscally responsible.
87,000 new IRS agents. Fiscally
My administration has cut the deficit by more than $1.7 trillion. The largest deficit reduction in American history.
Bro, you're at $30 trillion. And, oh my God.
The American deficit went up 4 years in a row. Because those record deficits, no president added more to the national debt in any 4 years than my predecessor. Nearly 25% of the entire national debt that took over 200 years to accumulate was added by just one administration alone, the last one. Well, they're the facts. Check it out.
Oh
check it out.
God. Yeah, check the facts, guys.
How
The
did Congress
GDP is lower
respond to
than
that
the debt.
debt? They did the right thing. They lifted the debt ceiling 3 times without preconditions or crisis. They paid American bills to prevent an economic disaster in the country. So tonight I'm asking the Congress to follow suit. let's commit here tonight to the full faith and credit of the United States of America will never, ever be questioned. Some of my Republican friends want to take the economy hostage. I get it, unless I agree to their economic plans. All of you at home should know what those plans are. Instead of making the wealthy pay their fair share, some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security to sunset. I'm not saying it's a majority.
Who's going to pay for it?
Anybody who doubts it, contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. Well, I'm glad to see you. No, I tell you, I enjoy conversion. You know, it means if Congress doesn't keep the programs the way they are, they'd go away. Other Republicans say, I'm not saying it's a majority of you. I don't even think it's even a significant, but it's being proposed by individuals.
Oh, they're mad at him.
I'm not politely not naming them, but it's being proposed by some of you. Look, folks.
Some Republicans want to eat babies. I'm
that
not naming names.
We're not going to be moved into being threatened to default on the debt if we don't respond. Folks,
Some should do a folks counter.
so folks,
I said that word like 20 times.
as we
now.
all apparently agree, Social Security and Medicare is off the books now, right? They're not to be cut. All right. Good. We got unanimity. Social Security and Medicare are a lifeline for millions of seniors. Americans have to pay into them from the very first paycheck they started. So tonight, let's all agree, and we apparently are, let's stand up for seniors. Stand up and show them. We will not cut Social Security. We will not cut Medicare. Those benefits belong to the American people that earned it. And if anyone tries to cut Social Security, which apparently no one's going to do, and if anyone tries to cut Medicare, I'll stop them. I'll veto it. And look, I'm not going to allow them to be taken away. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. But apparently it's not going to be a problem. Next month, when I offer my fiscal plan, I ask my Republican friends to lay down their plan as well. I really mean it. Let's sit down together and discuss our mutual plans together. Let's do that. I can tell you, the plan I'm going to show you is going to cut the deficit by another $2 trillion. And it won't cut a single bit of Medicare or Social Security. In fact, we're going to extend the Medicare Trust Fund at least 2 decades, because that's going to be the next argument. How do we keep it solvent, right? Well, we'll not raise tax on anyone making under 400 grand, but we'll pay for it the way we talked about tonight, by making sure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share. Look. Here's the deal. They aren't just taking advantage of the tax code. They're taking advantage of you, the American consumer. Here's my message to all of you out there. I have your back. We're already preventing Americans from receiving surprise medical bills, stopping $1 billion surprise bills per month so far. We're protecting seniors' life savings by cracking down on nursing homes that commit fraud, endanger patient safety, prescribe drugs that are not needed. Millions of Americans can now save thousands of dollars because they can finally get a hearing aid over the counter without a prescription. Look, capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It's extortion. It's exploitation. Last year, I cracked down with the help of many of you on foreign shipping companies that were making you pay higher prices for every good coming into the country. I signed a bipartisan bill to cut shipping costs by 90%, helping American farmers, businessmen, and consumers. Let's finish the job. Pass the bipartisan legislation to strengthen antitrust enforcement and prevent big online platforms from giving their own products an unfair advantage. My administration is also taking on junk fees, those hidden surcharges too many companies use to make you pay more. For example, we're making airlines show you the full ticket price up front, refund your money if your flight is canceled or delayed. We reduce exorbitant bank overdrafts by saving consumers more than $1 billion a year. We're cutting credit card late fees by 75% from $30 to $8. Look, junk fees may not matter to the very wealthy, but they matter to most other folks in homes like the one I grew up in, like many of you did. They add up to hundreds of dollars a month. They make it harder for you to pay your bills or afford that family trip. I know how unfair it feels when a company overcharges you and gets away with it. Not anymore. We've written a bill to stop it all. It's called the Junk Fee Prevention Act. We're going to ban surprise resort fees that hotels charge on your bill. Those fees can cost you up to $90 a night at hotels that aren't even resorts. The idea that cable, internet, and cell phone companies can charge you $200 or more if you decide to switch to another provider. Give me a break. We can stop service fees on tickets to concerts and sporting events and make companies disclose all the fees up front. And we'll prohibit airlines from charging $50 round trip for family just to be able to sit together. Baggage fees are bad enough. Airlines can't treat your child like a piece of baggage. Americans are tired of being played for suckers. So pass the Junk Fee Prevention Act so companies stop ripping us off. For too long, workers have been getting stiffed, but not anymore. We're beginning to restore the dignity of work. For example, I should have known this, but I didn't until 2 years ago. 30 million workers have to sign non-compete agreements for the jobs they take. 30 million. So a cashier at a burger place can't walk across town and take the same job at another burger place and make a few bucks more. It just changed. They just changed it because we exposed it. That was part of the deal, guys. Look it up. But not anymore. We're banning those agreements so companies have to compete for workers and pay them what they're worth. And I must tell you, this is bound to get a response from my friends on my left but the right. I'm so sick and tired of companies breaking the law by preventing workers from organizing. Pass the PRO Act, because business have a right. Workers have a right to form a union. And let's guarantee all workers have a living wage. Let's make sure working parents can afford to raise a family with sick days, paid family medical leave, affordable child care. That's going to enable millions of more people to go and stay at work. And let's restore the full child tax credit, which gave tens of millions of parents some breathing room and cut child poverty in half to the lowest level in history. And by the way, when we do all these things, we increase productivity, we increase economic growth. So let's finish the job and give more families access to affordable quality housing. Let's get seniors who want to stay in their homes the care they need to do so. Let's give more breathing room to millions of family caregivers looking after their loved ones. Pass my plan so we get seniors and people with disabilities the home care and services they need. And support the workers who are doing God's work. These plans are fully paid for and we can afford to do them. Restoring the dignity of work means making education an affordable ticket to the middle class. You know, when we made public education, 12 years of it universal in the last century, We made the best educated, best paid, we became the best educated, best paid nation in the world. But the rest of the world's caught up. It's caught up. Jill, my wife, who teaches full time, has an expression. I hope I get it right, kid. Any nation that out-educates us is going to outcompete us. Any nation that out-educates is going to outcompete us. Folks, we all know 12 years of education is not enough to win the economic competition of 21st century.
Yeah, you need 16 years and 4 years to dedicated wokeness.
Let's finish the job by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. Studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school and go on to earn a 2 or 4 year degree, no matter their background they came from. Let's give public school teachers a raise. We're making progress by reducing student debt, increasing Pell Grants for working and middle-class families. Let's finish the job and connect students to career opportunities starting in high school. Provide access to 2 years of community college, the best career training in America, in addition to being a pathway to a 4-year degree. Let's offer every American a path to a good career, whether they go to college or not. And folks, in the midst of the COVID crisis, when schools were closed and we were shutting down everything, let's recognize how far we came in the fight against the pandemic itself. While the virus is not gone, thanks to the resilience of the American people and the ingenuity of medicine, we've broken the COVID grip on us. COVID deaths are down by 90%. We've saved millions of lives and opened up our country. We opened our country back up, and soon we'll end the public health emergency. But that's called a public health emergency. But we'll remember the toll and pain that's never going to go away. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives to COVID. 1 million. Families grieving, children orphaned, empty chairs at the dining room table constantly reminding you that she used to sit there. Remembering them, we remain vigilant. We still need to monitor dozens of variants and support new vaccines and treatments. So Congress needs to fund these efforts and keep America safe. And as we emerge from this crisis stronger, we're also got to double down on prosecuting criminals who stole relief money meant to keep workers and small businesses. Before I came to office, you remember, during that campaign, the big issue was about inspector generals who would protect taxpayers' dollars who were sidelined. They were fired. Many people said we don't need them. And fraud became rampant. Last year, I told you the watchdogs are back. Since then, we've recovered billions of taxpayers' dollars. Now let's triple the anti-fraud strike force going after these criminals, double the statute of limitations on these crimes, and crack down on identity fraud by criminal syndicates stealing billions of dollars from the American people. And the data shows that for every dollar we put into fighting fraud, the taxpayers get back at least 10 times as much. It matters. It matters. Look, COVID left its scars, like the spike in violent crime in 2020, the first year of the pandemic. We have an obligation to make sure all people are safe. Public safety depends on public trust, as all of us know. But too often that trust is violated. Joining us tonight are the parents of Tyree Nichols. Welcome. I had to bury Tyree last week. His many of you personally know, there's no word to describe the heartache or grief of losing a child. But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. Imagine having to worry whether your son or daughter came home from walking down the street, playing in the park, or just driving a car. Most of us in here have never had to have the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children. Bo, Hunter, Ashley, my children, I never had to have the talk with them. I never had to tell them if a police officer pulls you over, turn your interior lights on right away. Don't reach for your license. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Imagine having to worry like that every single time your kid got in a car. Here's what Tyree's mother shared with me when I spoke to her. When I asked her how she finds the courage to carry on and speak out. The faith of God, she said her son was, quote, a beautiful soul, and something good will come of this. Imagine how much courage and carry that takes. It's up to us, to all of us. We all want the same thing. Neighborhoods free of violence. Law enforcement who earns the community's trust. Just as every cop when they pin on that badge in the morning has a right to be able to go home at night, so does everybody else out there. Our children have a right to come home safely. Equal protection under the law is a covenant we have with each other in America. We know police officers put their lives on the line every single night and day. And we know we ask them in many cases to do too much to be counselors, social workers, psychologists, responding to drug overdoses, mental health crises, and so much more. In one sense, we ask much too much of them. I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. They risk their lives every time they put that shield on. But what happened to Tyree in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to higher standards. Help them succeed in keeping us safe. We also need more first responders and professionals to address the growing mental health, substance abuse challenges. More resources to reduce violent crime and gun crime. More community intervention programs. More investment in housing, education, and job training. All this can help prevent violence in the first place. When police officers or police departments violate the public trust, they must be held accountable. With the support of the families of victims, civil rights groups, and law enforcement, I signed an executive order for all federal officers, banning chokeholds, restricting no-knock warrants, and other key elements of the George Floyd Act. Let's commit ourselves to make the words of Tyler's mom true. Something good must come from this. Something good. And all of us, folks, it's difficult, but it's simple. All of us in this chamber, we need to rise to this moment. We can't turn away. Let's do what we know in our hearts that we need to do. Let's come together to finish the job on police reform. Do something. Do something. That was the plea of parents who lost their children in Uvalde. I met with every one of them. Do something about gun violence. Thank God. Thank God we did. Passing the most sweeping gun safety law in 3 decades. That includes things like that the majority of responsible gun owners already support. Enhanced background checks for 18 to 21 years old. Red flag laws, keeping guns out of the hands of people who are a danger to themselves and others. But we know our work is not done. Joining us tonight is Brandon Say, a 26-year-old hero. Brandon put his college dreams on hold to be at his mom's side. His mom's side when she was dying from cancer. And Brandon now works at the dance studio started by his grandparents. And 2 weeks ago, during the Lunar New Year celebrations, he heard the studio door close. And he saw a man standing there pointing a semi-automatic pistol at him. He thought he was going to die, but he thought about the people inside. And in that instant, he found the courage to act and wrestled a semi-automatic pistol away from the gunman who had already killed 11 people in another dance studio. 11. He saved lives. It's time we do the same. Ban assault weapons now. Ban them now. Once and for all.
Oh, the audience seems to love the idea of banning guns.
I led the fight to do that in 1994. In 10 years, that ban was law and mass shootings went down. After we let it expire in the Republican administration, mass shootings tripled. Let's finish the job and ban these assault weapons. And let's also come together on immigration. Make it a bipartisan issue once again. We now have a record number of personnel working to secure the border, arresting 8,000 human smugglers, seizing over 23,000 pounds of fentanyl in just the last several months. We've launched a new border plan last month. Unlawful migration from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela has come down 97% as a consequence of that. But American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform, at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border. And a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those on temporary status, farm workers, essential workers. Here in the people's house, it's our duty to protect all the people's rights and freedoms. Congress must restore the right and the Congress must restore the right that was taken away in Roe v. Wade and protect Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, I got to kill more babies.
Give every woman a constitutional right. The Vice President and I are doing it.
All the way till birth, he's ready to do it.
Access to reproductive health care and safeguard patient safety. But already more than a dozen states are enforcing extreme abortion bans. Make no mistake about it. If Congress passes a national ban, I will veto it. But let's also pass the Bipartisan Equality Act to ensure LGBTQ Americans, especially transgender young people, can live with safety and dignity. Our strength.
Yeah, I got to get your balls chopped off of that safety and dignity.
Our strength is not just the example of our power, but the power of our example. Let's remember the world's watching. I spoke in this chamber 1 year ago, just days after Vladimir Putin unleashed his brutal attack against Ukraine. A murderous assault, evoking images of death and destruction Europe suffered in World War II. Putin's invasion has been a test for the ages, test for America, test for the world. Would we stand for the most basic of principles? Would we stand for sovereignty? We stand for the right of people to live free of tyranny? Will we stand for the defense of democracy? For such defense matters to us because it keeps peace and prevents open season on would-be aggressors and threatens our prosperity. 1 1 year later, we know the answer. Yes, we would, and we did. We did. And together, we did what America always does at our best. We led. We united NATO. We built a global coalition. We stood against Putin's aggression. We stood with the Ukrainian people. Tonight, we're once again joined by Ukraine's ambassador to the United States. She represents not just her nation, but the courage of her people. Our ambassador is here, united. We're united in our support of your country. Would you stand so we can all take a look at her?
He doesn't know her name. He can't remember her name. That's why he's. Oh my lord.
We're going to stand with you as long as it takes. Our nation is working for more freedom, more dignity, more peace, not just in Europe, but everywhere. Before I came to office, the story was about how the People's Republic of China was increasing its power and America was failing in the world. Not anymore. We made clear, and I made clear in my personal conversations, which have been many, with President Xi, that we seek competition, not conflict. But I will make no apologies that we're investing to make America stronger. Investing in American innovation and industries that will define the future that China intends to be dominating. Investing in our alliances and working with our allies to protect advanced technologies so they will not be used against us. Modernizing our military to safeguard stability and deter aggression. Today, we're in the strongest position in decades to compete with China or anyone else in the world. Anyone else in the world. And I'm committed. I'm committed to work with China where we can advance American interests and benefit the world. But make no mistake about it. As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did.
Yeah, 4 days later. Yeah, 4 days later. Got it.
Look,
it's very decisive.
Let's be clear. Winning the competition should unite all.
Better than Trump waiting a month and a half.
We face serious challenges across the world.
COVID.
But in the past 2 years, democracies have become stronger, not weaker. Autocracy has grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one. America's rallying the world to meet those challenges, from climate to global health, to food insecurity, to terrorism, to territorial aggression. Allies are stepping up, spending more, and doing more. Look, the bridges are forming between partners in the Pacific and those in the Atlantic. And those who bet against America are learning how wrong they are. It's never, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never.
I don't know, man. You're in charge. Seems like a good idea to bet against America right now.
What's that?
When I came to office, most assured that bipartisanship assumed was impossible, but never believed it. That's why a year ago, I offered a unity agenda to the nation as I stood here. We made real progress together. We passed a law making it easy for doctors to prescribe effective treatments for opioid addiction. We passed the gun safety law, making historic investments in mental health. We launched the ARPA-H drive for breakthrough in the fights against cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes, and so much more. We passed the Heath Robinson Pact Act, named after the late Iraq War veteran whose story about exposure to toxic burn kits I shared here last year. I understand something about those burn kits, but there's so much more to do. We can do it together. Joining us tonight is a father named Doug from Newton, New Hampshire. He wrote Jill, my wife, a letter, and me as well, about his courageous daughter, Courtney. A contagious laugh, his sister's best friend, her sister's best friend. He shared a story all too familiar to millions of Americans and many of you in the audience. Courtney discovered pills in high school.
God, this is boring.
It spiraled into addiction and eventually death from a fentanyl overdose. She was just 20 years old. Describing the last 8 years without her, Doug said, "There's no worse pain." Yet their family has turned pain to purpose, working to end the stigma and change laws. He told us he wants to start a journey toward American recovery. Doug, we're with you. Fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans a year. You got it. So let's launch a major surge to stop fentanyl production and the sale and trafficking with more drug detection machines, inspection cargo, stop pills and powder at the border.
How about you stop the cartels? How about you build a wall?
Working with couriers like FedEx to inspect more packages for drugs. Strong penalties to crack down on fentanyl trafficking. Second, let's do more on mental health, especially for our children. When millions of young people are struggling with bullying, violence, trauma, we give them greater access to mental health care at their schools. We must finally hold social media companies accountable for experimenting they're doing running children for profit. So it's time to pass bipartisan legislation to stop big tech from collecting personal data on our kids and teenagers online. Ban targeted advertising of children and impose stricter limits on the personal data that companies collect on all of us. Third, let's do more to keep this nation's one truly sacred obligation to equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home. Job training, job placement for veterans and their spouses as they come to return to civilian life. Helping veterans afford the rent, because no one should be homeless in America, especially someone who served the country. Dennis McDonough is here, the VA. We had a first real discussion when I asked him to take the job. I'm glad he did. We were losing up to 25 veterans a day on suicide. Now we're losing 17 a day to the silent scourge of suicide. 17 veterans a day are committing suicide. More than all the people being killed in the wars. Folks, VA is doing everything it can, including expanding mental health screening, proven programs that recruit veterans to help other veterans understand what they're going through, get them the help they need. We got to do more. And fourth, last year, Jill and I reignited the cancer moonshot that I was able to start with President Obama asked me to lead our administration on this issue. Our goal is to cut the cancer death rates at least by 50% in the next 25 years. Turn more cancers from death sentences to treatable diseases. Provide more support for patients and their families. It's personal to so many of us in this audience. Joining us are Morris and Candice, an Irishman and a daughter of immigrants from Panama. They met and fell in love in New York City and got married in the same chapel as Jill and I got married in New York City. Kindred spirits. He wrote us a letter about his little daughter, Ava, and I saw her just before I came over. She was just a year old when she was diagnosed with rare kidney disease, cancer. After 26 blood transfusions, 11 rounds of radiation, 8 rounds of chemo, 1 kidney removed, giving a 5% survival rate. He wrote how in the darkest moments he thought, if she goes, I can't stay. Many of you have been through that as well. Jill and I understand that like so many of you. He read Jill's book describing our family's cancer journey and how we tried to steal moments of joy where we could with Bo. For them, that glimmer of joy was the half smile of their baby girl meant everything to them. They never gave up hope. Little Ava never gave up hope. She turns 4 next month. They just found out Ava's beating the odds, is on her way to being cured of cancer. And she's watching from the White House tonight if she's not asleep already. For the lives we can save. For the lives we can save and the lives we've lost. Let this be a truly American moment that rallies the country and the world together and proves that we can still do big things. 20 years ago, under the leadership of President Bush and countless advocates and champions, he undertook a bipartisan effort through PEPFAR to transform the global fight against HIV/AIDS. It's been a huge success. He thought big, he thought large, he moved. I believe we can do the same thing with cancer. Let's end cancer as we know it. Cure some cancers once and for all. Folks, there's one reason why we've been able to do all of these things. Our democracy itself. It's the most fundamental thing of all. With democracy, everything's possible. Without it, nothing is. The last few years, our democracy has been threatened and attacked, put at risk, put to the test in this very room on January the 6th. And then just a few months ago, an unhinged big lie, assailant unleashed a political violence, the home of the then Speaker of the House of Representatives, using the very same language the insurrectionists used as they stalked these halls and chanted on January 6th. Here tonight in this chamber is a man who bears the scars of that brutal attack, but is as tough and as strong, as resilient as they get. My friend Paul Pelosi. Paul, stand up.
The leak was real, guys. Take a look. You read it word for word.
Such a heinous act should have never happened. We must all speak out. There's no place for political violence in America. We have to protect the right to vote, not suppress the fat fundamental right. Honor the results of our elections, not subvert the will of the people. We have to uphold the rule of law and restore trust in our institutions of democracy. We must give hate and extremism in any form no safe harbor. Democracy must not be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. Every generation of Americans has faced a moment where they have been called to protect our democracy, defend it, stand up for it. And this is our moment. My fellow Americans, we meet tonight at an inflection point, one of those moments that only a few generations ever face, where the direction we now take is going to decide the course of this nation for decades to come. We're not bystanders of history. We're not powerless before the forces that confront us. It's within our power of we, the people. We're facing the test of our time. We have to be the nation we've always been at our best. Optimistic, hopeful, forward-looking. A nation that embraces light over dark, hope over fear, unity over division, stability over chaos. We have to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. We're good people. The only nation in the world built on an idea. The only one.
Americans are good people. Biden isn't.
Other nations are defined by geography, ethnicity. But we're the only nation based on an idea that all of us, every one of us, is created equal in the image of God. A nation that stands as a beacon to the world. A nation in a new age of possibilities. So I've come to fulfill my constitutional obligation to report in the State of the Union. And here's my report. Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong. The State of the Union is strong.
You expected him to say the State of the Union is weak?
I'm not new to this place. I stand here tonight, having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, about the future of America. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our truth. Thank you.
Oh, thank God it's over.
President Joe Biden's
What do you
State of the Union address running about
Oh man, God help us.
I think it's
Four out.
fade out
Hold on, hold on,
Nation
hold on, hold on,
the
hold on, hold on.
story of America, a story
Let me
of
get.
progress and resilience.
I just removed Nick because he doesn't know that he can't hear us. I removed him. I'll bring him back up. So his mic is gone. I want to, if you don't mind, Catherine, actually before Aaron, Jim, Ian, no, before Ian and Jim speak, because I know they're going to be pretty critical. I'd actually want All Source to go first, and I see Tom's in the house as well. We'll go to Tom afterwards. But All Source, would love your first take on it.
No, yeah. So, I think one of the things that caught my attention, I thought it was going to be more, obviously there was a lot of political topics that he discussed and very politicized in some of the topics, but I do believe that, a lot of the themes that he did say kind of was trying to strike that bipartisanship and a lot of the things that he passed, at least in the beginning, right? There was a lot of that, trying to say bipartisanship between Democrats and Republicans. And I think one of the key issues that I think is very important that I'm keeping a track of is specifically two specific issues, right? One is the manufacturing in the U.S. And then two is the policy he announced about trying to strengthen our border specifically for fentanyl, right? And ports of entry. Right. And I think the reason why I think those are important is I think those both issues do have bipartisanship. I think that is something that can be carried on in the future. Manufacturing, I think, is very important because not only for the U.S. and our economy, but even if you look at it from great power competition, and specifically if you're eyeing China, right? There is a lot of potential in the U.S. to kind of rebound and bring back a lot of manufacturing, and then more importantly in North America, right? We're starting to see huge level of manufacturing even in Mexico, outsourcing because of out of China. And then the border issue of fentanyl. One of the things that's very important about that is that a lot of the fentanyl and drugs that come into the United States comes through either legal ports of entries or legal quote unquote normal traffic and is smuggled in, right? And I think this is very important. So if they can get a bipartisan agreement to specifically target this, I think that can frame, the 118th Congress and frame it more so in this bipartisan nature. Of course, there's always going to be politics and there's always going to be disagreement, but I think it was a lot more bipartisan than I thought. And honestly, I did believe Biden was more alive. I think that was the thing that Andrew Yang said, that, he's kind of dull, old, et cetera. I would say that I was actually caught a little bit aback of that. He was a lot more forceful. And the fact that he actually responded to congressmen who were like answering to him, and he had to kind of almost like some areas of conversation, I found that was an interesting way and something different that I did not expect Biden to do.
So I will jump in here just a little bit because I definitely want to get Brian's reaction to this as well, especially on the topics that All Source just mentioned. Fentanyl and the border that was a highlight that Biden made, as well as manufacturing. And so, Brian, I also want to ask you, after you give your synopsis on this, do you really think the Biden policies that he has in mind can solve either of those issues, or do they actually, hurt in the long run?
Yeah. So I'll answer that question first, and then I'll give my synopsis, I guess. I think that with fentanyl, I think that what who was just speaking, I'm sorry, I apologize, Allsauer said is quite accurate. I think it's 83% of fentanyl comes through ports of entry. The other 17% comes through the mail from China, from other countries, or through the areas of the border that aren't protected. Democrats want the border protected. We want We want to stop this. What we don't want is a wall, because we don't feel it is the best approach to the situation. We feel that you're going to have to seize land from private American citizens, and it's going to be drug out in the courts for probably a decade or two. So I don't think it's really feasible. I think that's the
Well,
main
before you
problem.
move back, before
now,
you go on
as
that
for-
issue, I do want to
go ahead.
I do want to push back on that a little bit, because the Biden administration has been fighting the government of Arizona for trying to build their own wall down there on their border. So how can you say that that they're all about, that the Biden administration is all about border protection, when they're literally fighting people that are doing this, legally? They have landowner permission and such, and you're talking about seizing land. How do you go about defending that?
So I'm not for seizing land. I think that if you can do it in a way that doesn't seize land, if Arizona wants to build sections of wall, and they don't have to seize American private land of American citizens, I don't really have a problem with that. I just don't think, I think walls in certain places make sense, in addition to technology and more border agents. I don't think you need a wall from coast to coast at 1900 and I think 50 miles of the entire land border. I don't think you need that. So,
okay, so just to be clear, you
I
do
would
disagree with the Biden administration.
I would disagree there. So I would disagree. I don't know all the details of Arizona and all of that, so I don't want to speak too much more on that. But as a synopsis, I think, like as Sauer said, I think it was more bipartisan than many of us thought it would be. Maybe as a Democrat, I might be skewing that a little bit from my point of view. But I like how he ended it with kind of the things that we all agree on. And he might have began it with some things that we disagree with. I think he touched on the manufacturing jobs he brought back, the infrastructure deal, the 10 million new businesses that filed to start up over the course of the last couple of years. One thing that stood out was when he said that billionaires shouldn't pay less taxes than school teachers, and you had some Republicans sitting, not clapping. I think that was a point that kind of really drove that point home, and maybe made Republicans not look so great in the eyes of independents. I also think that when he said that let's give public school teachers a raise, I think that's something everybody should get behind. I think Tyree Nichols, his parents, as well as Brandon Say, who was the hero at the Monterey Park shooting, they were two guests who really, I think, kind of pushed emotions on a lot of people, and really stood out for me.
I want to go to Tom, Nick.
Yeah. Yep, sure.
Tom, how are you?
Hey, good evening, everyone.
I know you loved the State of the Union, so tell us how much you loved it.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree with everything that was said. Any president who is barely competent in politics is going to make statements that highlight alleged bipartisan support for his agenda. But it was the most expensive State of the Union address I think I've ever heard. And, he just cataloged the government spending as if it was free money. And obviously Americans understand that all that spending has helped result in some of the worst inflation that most living people have ever experienced. So, the failure to recognize that kind of tells you why perhaps he's in the political doldrums that he's in these days. And then you have the extremism, the promotion of abortion, the promotion of amnesty, even with that terrible incident down in Memphis, suggesting that that's an all too common occurrence, that police officers are beating individuals to death, at least as alleged there. So they just can't help kowtow to the extremist crowd in their party that hates the police, wants amnesty, wants abortion on demand, wants kids to be engaged in this or targeted with this transgender extremist agenda. and and at the end suggests that his political opponents want to destroy democracy. So this was a political speech, which is his right. God bless America. But let's not pretend it wasn't full of left-wing nostrums, some of which were quite extreme. And I'm not saying all that is political losers for him. I would argue that his effort to tar his political opponents and try to jail them and suggest they be targeted for all sorts of suppression and censorship yielded political benefits to him in the November election. And I see that he's going to keep on doing that.
Well, I noticed that something that he was doing, Tom, is he seemed to at least be signaling the key words like bipartisanship, partisan, nonpartisan, working together. Those were key words that he used a lot in his speech. What do you think that, do you think that has any significance, or is this just kind of a form of bipartisan virtue signaling? Or is this kind of a shift that he is trying to maybe try to make some change or bring people together? What do you make of that? Tom?
Tom?
Well, okay. I'm sorry about that. When you're facing a hostile House of Representatives, of course you're going to say things like that. The challenge he has is the balloon, the Afghan surrender, the corruption and the censorship surrounding his agency's suppression of free speech in ways never seen before in American history, and of course his personal corruption. So what better way to kind of protect his flank there than suggest, look, he's reaching out his hand, and these evil Republicans whose hearings into some of these topics will begin this week. I think the Twitter censorship hearings begin tomorrow. And then you have COVID hearings as well. They're just being the Republicans are being mean, and the Republican, it's the do nothing Congress, right? I'm trying to get things done. All they want to do is investigate. And as someone who wants a lot more investigations, substantial and accountability, I'm not naive about the idea that many Americans agree with him on that, and not as many Americans as I would like agree with me on the approach I think Congress should be taking, which should be even more aggressive than what their current plans are.
So let me.
Oh, sorry, Nick.
No, you go.
Well, something. Okay, thank you. Well, something that he seemed to that kind of stood out to me a little bit in the speech was also that he was talking about these jobs that are specifically jobs for those that make more like $30,000 jobs for people with no college degrees. So it seemed to me that he was trying to appeal to sort of the less educated demographic, which has been, I think, a voting base for some of the Republican nominees in the past, and maybe that ties in a little bit with the that speak of bipartisanship. Do you think that maybe ties in a little bit with that? And I'd like to go to maybe some of the other candidates as well, maybe Tammy, and get some feedback on that as well. Tom?
Hold on, I'm not running for anything. Just to be clear, I'm no candidate.
All right, not yet.
I hear you. Thank you.
Tom?
Oh, yeah, he's I don't think that's going to be much persuasive. It's going to be terribly persuasive to that group. I mean, the Democratic Party is the party of the elites. The Republicans have issues in that regard too. But certainly the folks, certain demographics, women, single women, for instance, who are in that pay range, they tend to be Democrat. Men tend to be Republican. And so it's a particular call to, it's not as bipartisan as you may think, in the sense that there are plenty of folks who are Democrats in that demographic who are very important to their coalition, to which that speaks. I mean, the attacks on billionaires and corporations is just pure socialism, and the effort to justify tax increases that are paid by everybody in America when you target corporations in one form or another. is particularly specious.
All right, before we go to Tammy, Nick, I'll let you jump in. I think you have a follow-up question, then we'll go to Tammy to get her perspective. Nick?
Just a little bit of a follow-up question here. There were a lot of claims that were made on terms of the economy and unemployment in particular, where Joe Biden made the claim that he has the lowest unemployment rate that the country has seen in, I believe, 50 years, is what he had said. It looks like 3.5% under Trump, 3.4% under Joe Biden. Is this a fair assessment to make with, the way that COVID played out, and there were a lot of people that had to end up leaving the workforce? And again, I'll remind the audience that the unemployment rate is based on people that are that have lost their jobs and have been looking for jobs within the past 4 weeks. So, is this a fair measurement of the economy as we see it right now in the job market? Tom?
It's good news. I mean, the unemployment rate is low. I mean, there are always aspects of employment figures that give concern, but it's hard to complain about the employment rate. I mean, unless you're an economist who will point to a particular figure that you wish was better than it was. But this is good news. I mean, we are recovering from COVID, and it's not because of the science. It's the fact that essentially the virus has dissipated in a way that it's impacting the economy, and the politicians have no good reason or little political support for continued depression and suppression of the economy. So he's benefiting from that rebound. But he could be taking a different political position on that, given the way they've been pursuing some of this COVID mania. So we should be grateful for that. I mean, politics works both ways, and there is a moderating influence at times that controls the Biden administration, not as much as some of us would like. And that moderation and the fact that we do have a two-party system and there is always an opposition means that the economy isn't as suppressed as it might otherwise be if the Democratic Party or socialists were left to their own devices.
So Tammy, I do want to jump to you real quick to get your response to this.
Real quick, if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
go ahead.
Yeah,
you got a lot of background noise.
The economy wouldn't be in such shambles, and people wouldn't be scrambling to get jobs now that the economy is reopened. And it wasn't because, right? It wasn't because of the pandemic, right? It was because of the lockdowns. That's what caused the economy to go to shit. If they didn't do all the lockdowns that were longer than necessary, I mean, like 15 days would have been fine. I think that would have had much of an impact on the economy. But they did months and months and months and months and months of lockdowns, and on top of that, you had people getting fired because of the vaccine mandates and all that crap. I mean, if it wasn't for all of that, we wouldn't be talking about this jobs rebound. It seems like the jobs would have come back eventually anyway, right? Like because of the lockdowns. But if there were no lockdowns to begin with, it wouldn't even be an issue.
Well, of course, you want to focus on jobs. There's an incentive to get jobs now because you can't afford basic necessities without a job because of the extraordinary inflation. And the inflation rate is moderated a little bit, but wages are still falling behind prices, and which means that everyone is poorer. And so if you're going to focus on something positive, if you're the president, you're going to focus on the jobs rather than the inflation that is still decimating our economy.
Exactly. And Tom, just to ask you, because I would love your feedback on this, the president is boasting obviously a lot about the unemployment records and so many so many women returning to the workforce. How much of that? How much of that is actually housewives having to return back to just like service position jobs to pull in an extra income just to make ends meet in a family household? I mean, to me, this seems like a big factor that no one's talking about.
Well, the types of jobs, and I mean, that's always something that, like I said, everyone's going to debate the nature of the jobs, who's looking for work, who isn't looking for work. But at the end, inflation's too high, the government's spending too much money, and you shouldn't have to worry in this case about the price of eggs or things like that. And you have this continued war on energy, which is going to continue to be a drag on the economy. I don't know if he was misspeaking or not, but I mean, he had this extraordinary comment that where he suggested that oil production should cease, or we should be able to cease it in 10 years. What is going on that this environmental extremism is resulting on, the fossil fuels industry, without which our civilization would collapse, and there's no foreseeable substitute for it. For at least, I don't see any reasonable substitute for it on the horizon.
So Tom did make a good point there, and I do want to add on to that there did seem to be a lot of opposition from both parties in the audience when Joe Biden mentioned, ceasing oil production within the next 10 years. Tammy, I want to bring you in on this.
I think this is an important point, though, about the oil production that I really want to highlight that I think is important, and then I'll pass it to Tammy, though. The Financial Times actually had an amazing article. Laying out that in terms of crude oil production since 2020, in the state of New Mexico, it has exploded to the point that only in the state of New Mexico produces now more crude oil than the entire country of Mexico. I think that's something very important to highlight, and that is that there has been an exponential growth in the last 2 years. So the state of New Mexico of 2 million produces more crude oil, which is just kind of a specific term, but still, than the entire country of Mexico of hundreds of millions of people. I think that's something that's very important when we're having conversations about oil production that I think needs to be highlighted.
Yeah, so Tammy, I'll go ahead and pass it to you.
What lesson do we draw from that, other than that the demand is there for it?
Well, no, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. Like there could be demand. I'm just saying, though, that this notion that, and I live in Texas, right? I mean, you see it, and I think there's a lot of the when you're talking about oil consumption, is it, to your point, Tom, I think it's more driven by market demand, and then the feasibility. Again, I'll bring back this to 2019, right? I think I said this, I think in Mario, one of your previous spaces. In 2019, Saudi Arabia flooded the oil market with barrel productions, oversaturated the market with oil production because their greatest threat was American shale. Right. I mean, the ability of America's oil companies of fracking. And so what they wanted to do was to bring the oil so down that it forced businesses to close. And that's when we got like the $1 a gallon, $1.50 a gallon of oil, because the Saudis wanted to shut off American oil companies from the market so that then after that, the Saudis can then cease their oil production and then gain market share. Right. So I think, Tom, you're right. This is maybe one of the areas where there's more limitations in the government's ability to influence oil production. But we have seen in the last couple of years, and I just go back to, New Mexico produces more crude oil than Mexico. And Mexico's, if you talk to anybody like myself that covers Mexico very much in the cartels and how vital oil is to them, and how the cartels even try to tap into Mexican oil for illegal exportation around the world. New Mexico produces more, and I think that's a huge success story and has been very beneficial to the New Mexican economy and to the state's budget, that they have been able to then invest in a lot of state programs.
Yeah, but the reason that they're able to do so much more in New Mexico is because large portions of the Permian Basin are not under federal land restrictions, where elsewhere in the United States production is going down dramatically because of the fact that there are federal lands and or states like Colorado that have just put a stranglehold, which can produce a massive amount of oil, has been shut down. So,
I think we're getting a little bit.
If I could just get it back to the politics here.
Hold on. So I just muted everyone. So Tom, I'll let you just add on a quick point to it, and I will go to Tammy because she's been waiting for a while, and then obviously we'll go to Aaron afterwards. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, the challenge for Biden on this issue is that for the extremist left, all energy production is treated with skepticism, and certainly any energy production within the United States of America. So I'm talking about the focus on fossil fuels. We can talk about many instances, even just recently, of the Biden administration getting in the way of extracting mining, allowing mining that would benefit the renewable industry. So it's this anti-Americanism by the left that don't like growing economies as, in principle, because they see it as harmful to the environment, given their Marxist socialist views. And everyone may think some of my friends here will say that Tom's just being engaging in hyperbole, but our environmental and energy debates in this administration are controlled by extremists who don't like populations, don't like growing economies, don't like increased food production, efficient food production techniques, or efficient energy production, in the sense that it makes it widely available and cheap to many millions and billions of citizens throughout the world. That's the challenge that Biden has, and his policies reflect that approach. Unfortunately,
outrageous and false. I mean, I live in Ohio, and it is a very high farming area. There are food deserts, and to sit there and say that Democrats are against food production is just absolutely ludicrous. And it's really upsetting to me to hear you speak the way that you speak. I mean, we are never going to be a united country if people like you keep talking like you do. I mean, I can totally get behind you on, there is no way in hell we can ever just go to electric running cars and not have gas. I mean, that's just crazy. We don't even have the infrastructure even built for that to even go down that road. But it's upsetting for you to say things like anti-American and COVID mania. I mean, that is just like Monday night armchair quarterbacking, right? I mean, in the middle of COVID, if anyone remembers, they didn't know anything about COVID or what was going on with it. But even before we even get to that point, Trump knew about COVID and didn't do shit about it until it was like exposed to everyone. So he could have done a lot to stop us from having to shut down the country like we did. So there's a lot of things that could have been done a lot sooner than Trump did, like even begin to take care of things. He was trying to avoid the whole COVID discussion. He didn't even address it or even acknowledge it till it was too late, in my opinion. But in regards to, I mean, Biden said a lot of really good things tonight, and it's a shame that you guys can't even acknowledge the good things that he even said. And that is really disturbing, especially with the platforms that you hold. He did not say that, Democrats are against police and that he was calling out all of the bad things with police. Did you not? You ought to go back and listen to what the State of the Union again, and how he talked about, supporting the police. I mean, that is just, I don't know. It's just really sad that you say all of these crazy,
so Tammy, is that
extremist views?
it may be upsetting for you to hear me describe the agenda of the activists that run the administration, but I accurately I'm accurately describing the agenda.
That is
hang on, Tammy. Let's let I'm gonna let Tom respond, and then I'm gonna go straight back to you, Tammy.
Yeah, I'm accurately describing the agenda. I'm not attacking people personally. I'm talking about a policy and a philosophy I disagree with. Evidently, you disagree with what you don't necessarily ascribe to the policies that I'm attacking. But I think I'm accurately describing the policies and agendas behind a lot of the political actors involved in the energy and environmental movement, and the general approach the Biden administration and its supporters and allies have on policing. Whatever the topic, I'm properly describing their approach. Now, you may reject that approach being ascribed to you, but I'm being accurate in ascribing it to the Biden administration. I see what the policies are. Tom. I've been involved in this for longer than I care to admit to, and I know where the sun rises and where it sets.
Hey Tom, I just want to say something, and then I got to cut off here. I just want to say, I think, Tom, that you're describing maybe people on the far, far left, but that's not how most Democrats see it. Most Democrats believe we need oil. Oil is the lifeblood of industry right now. Electric vehicles are up and coming. In 10 or 15 years, I think that we're going to have more electric vehicles on the road than gas powered vehicles. But we need oil as that in the meantime to get us there. And I think most Democrats see it that way. And I urge us to continue drilling for oil, but also advancing electric vehicle technology and other technologies, green energy technologies. And I think that's how most Democrats see it. I don't think they see it the way that you're describing it.
Tom, I have a quick question for you, if you don't mind, Nick. And then I'll go to the same question for. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I did say I'd let Tammy respond, and I saw she unmuted. So can we get her in first, and then?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Tammy. And then I'll ask a question to Tammy first, and then Tom after she responds. Go ahead, Tammy.
Yeah, that is what I was trying to say. It's you were not talking about policies when you're saying that they're anti-American, and just the way that you're describing things is not helpful to the United States. If you want to disagree on policy, go ahead and do that and say, but you also, why is it so difficult for you to just be objective about it? I mean, if you're going to report it, report both sides of the situation. For me, yeah, I'm a Democrat, but I also acknowledge the fault of my side, and I'm able to stay objective and stick with the facts and common sense. I mean, we also have to acknowledge that inflation has a lot to do with corporations just raping Americans with their jacking up their prices on everything. You didn't even mention anything about that. I mean, let's just try to stay objective is all I'm saying. If you can just try to have the bigger picture in mind, and what is really good for the country, is it good to keep down this road with such hate rhetoric, or can we just dial it back and stick with the issues? That's all I was suggesting. I think that's really important for our country
Tammy,
to get on the right side.
How would you keep corporations from raising prices so much? Tell me the plan that you have that would deal with this, what you claim is corporations raising prices being the origin of inflation.
I'm not able to answer that at this moment. I would have to really think about
That's
that.
okay.
But
I'm glad to answer.
Let's
The
be
inflation,
honest about it, though.
inflation
That
comes
is part of
about.
the problem.
Tammy, you said you couldn't answer it, so I've got the answer for you. Inflation comes about in economic terms, primarily and almost exclusively from one factor, and that is how many dollars are circulating. Now, we just had the largest uptick in the number of dollars circulating based on the M1 and M2 figures that took place because the Federal Reserve had to print trillions of dollars to help take care of the budget deficits that Congress can't sell all their debt for. This just happened over the last 2 years. We also had an economy.
Jim, it's way longer than 2 years.
What?
It's been longer than 2 years.
Yes.
No,
and
the printing took place within
Trump's
half
administration.
The money's been printed for way longer than 2 years.
Hey, Joa.
That's like
there
Trump
was
saying that we
massive,
have COVID cases because they tested too many cases.
Hey guys, there was a massive uptick in the end of 2020.
I pinned the chart above
of 2021 in the M1, Joa, and you know that. I mean, it had a 20% increase in the total number of dollars in circulation between September of 2020 and May of 2021. 20%. That is the massive and almost exclusive origin of inflation, not to add to the fact that the Biden administration has entirely failed in dealing with the transportation issues coming into this country. It took them months of backlogs in our ports that were all due to Democrat policies and Biden administration policies, particularly in California, where California essentially eliminated nearly half of their trucking force because of their restrictions of not allowing trucks older than, I'm talking about semi vehicles older than 2010 to operate on their roads. Therefore, one of the most major ports in the world in the Los Angeles area was incapable of moving their supplies into the system for production and other purposes. And it wasn't just there, it was other ports too. The restrictions of regulation and the it also played a major role in inflation. When you regulate through the roof and when you print money out of your butt, what do you expect? That's not companies gouging people. That's companies scrambling to stay in business, to keep operating, and to deliver the goods to people who are looking for those goods and wanting to purchase those goods and services. And they're unable to do so because of factors that relate to government far more than factors that relate to people who are just wanting to screw people. And in fact, if you want to become wealthy as a businessman, what you have to do is create products that people want, and you have to treat your employees well enough for those products to be delivered in an effective way. And people
Jim,
do
I
that
have a
in
quick
varying
question
degrees
for you.
of capability. But at the end of the day, what it requires is the golden rule. So the fundamental argument that Tammy's making is fallacious. Yeah, there are bad actors in economies. I get
Thank
it.
you for saying that. Thank
Human
you for
nature is
admitting that.
negative, but
That's
you
great.
cannot go out and say when there are government actions that are contributing greatly to these problems, you can't go out and blame those actors. That's what Joe Biden just did in his speech. He blames the economy, he blames billionaires, he blames other people, and he can't take any blame for himself. That's one of the most glaring aspects of this speech was that he does not take blame for anything.
Jim,
Joe,
refer to the
did
chart.
you want to respond to that, please?
Refer to the chart that's pinned up top, and then tell me, when did M1 increase? Because that comes from the federal government. I guess they're lying.
Well, there's also the global aspects of it as well. Inflation wasn't just a U.S. thing; it was a global thing. And even if, let's say, the United States didn't print this money, we would have still felt the effects because we're living in a global society and a global economy.
By the way, Joe, your chart proves my point. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I mean, this is, look, can we all agree Biden has a significant political problem because of inflation on his watch, and his polls are terrible. Democrats don't want him to run. Trump is doing well against him despite the media efforts to destroy him.
Quickly,
I mean, this is just
Tom,
M1 is the issue.
Tom, just about liberals not wanting Biden to run, because I've heard this a lot. We did have Andrew on the space earlier, and he did say he's talking to other Democratic candidates, and they are, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, Catherine, but they are supporting Biden, and there's no movement.
Well, not all of us.
What Andrew
Democratic
said,
leadership is supporting Biden. The polls show Democratic voters don't
Tom,
support him.
Maybe I got it wrong. Hold on. Go ahead, Catherine.
So what I want to clarify, so what Andrew said is that, and what would be good for Tammy to maybe chime in on this, but basically what he said was that they are putting him as their only candidate. Nobody's pretty much allowed to run against him. Some Democrats, wish they had another choice and kind of lament that, but it's kind of all in on this one candidate, basically, and nobody is going up against him. So Tammy, I don't know if you have other thoughts on this, or you're hearing otherwise. Let me know.
Yeah, Tammy, I think if you can respond to this point, Tammy, and then give us your final thoughts, because I do want to wrap up the space. Then we'll go to Aaron. Excuse me. And then
Tammy,
Aaron.
you can unmute, because I think you're muted right now.
I thought Mario wanted to ask me something, or are you just talking about?
Yeah, no. So Tammy, just wanted to respond to Catherine's point about the Democratic Party does not want anyone to run against Biden. Are you seeing the same thing as Andrew Yang mentioned earlier? And then your final thoughts on and then my question was, the question I want to ask you earlier is, what would be the points that Biden made that you disagree with?
Hold on, let me get my notes. I have not heard that they don't want anyone running against Biden. I think that is pretty unrealistic to think that there will not be another candidate that will run against him. I know a lot of Democrats, I quite frankly, I think the country is tired of all of, these two older white men. And I shouldn't say white, but these two older gentlemen running for office. And we want something, some younger candidates to run for office. That is just what I've seen and what I've heard. But with that said, Democrats are happy with Biden's, progress that he's made for the most part. Now, Tom, I do agree with you with the Afghan issue that was also set up by Trump. Let's not forget that either. So there are things, that could have been definitely handled differently. The balloon, let's not forget that there were 3 China balloons during Trump's administration as well.
False,
So
fake news.
there are things that need to be addressed on both sides. So but the things that I do agree with that I was very happy about is that it's a 50-year low unemployment rate. It's the fastest growth in 40 years. We have we used to have 40% of the world's chips, and thanks to the CHIPS Act getting passed, which Jim Jordan, who is my opponent that voted against it, because he votes against everything that would help Ohioans and Americans. I'm really glad that we were able to pass that and bring that to Ohio, which will produce all of the jobs and job opportunities and money to Ohio that as well. So the other part that I think is also really important is the thing that I was really happy about. Well, one thing that really upset me was the total disrespect by the right of them screaming at him, Marjorie Taylor Greene, calling him a liar. I mean, we have really lost just common decency and respect in this country. And, I do blame Trump for a lot of that, because no thought leader book on earth says and be insulting to people, attack them personally, call them names, and, stoke violence and everything else. He really brings out the worst in people. And that is really reflective of the candidates that we have in office, like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren. It's just so terrible. That is just
So Tammy, let me ask you this real quick, because a lot of Republicans would argue the fact that this sort of let's say disrespect of the president did start under Donald Trump, when there was a lot of heckling going on from the Democrat side of things. There are a lot of Republicans or a lot of Democrats that argue that this happened under Obama as well. And then we saw Nancy Pelosi rip up Donald Trump's speech. So is this a real fair assessment at this point to say that
I think it needs to stop
this
on
year
both
we really
sides.
took it to another level?
It needs to stop on both sides. I'm talking about getting our country just back to respect and common decency. Where are we headed if we don't stop down this track that we're on right now? I don't condone any violence of any kind. People try to compare the riots that happened compared to January 6th. January 6th was an insurrection, which is punishable by death. There's a huge difference with treason and an insurrection versus people protesting. However, with that said,
Tammy,
I do not condone
you just spent
violence
5
or
minutes
any of the
screaming at
destruction
me.
when there's,
you just spent
Hold
5
on,
minutes
Tom.
screaming at
Hold on,
me.
let her finish, and then we'll go to you, Tammy.
Come on. She's calling for killing people
I
now.
don't agree with all of the violence and people destroying businesses. That is uncalled for. Protesting is a right that we have. I think it needs to be peaceful protesting. But to say that
like
the
on
people
January
that
6th as well?
Pardon?
So okay, so let's
like on
address
January 6th as well, Tammy?
I think there
Okay,
were
so let's
some
hold on.
peaceful
So let's address
protesters
the
there,
January
but
6th, since since Tammy did say that, bring up the January 6th event, so I'll let Tom address the January 6th. So what Tammy said was that it is treasonous, and it's punishable by death. And so, Tom, you can respond to that comment. You can unmute yourself.
I mean, this is, I think listeners will hear the hypocrisy here. With all due respect, Tammy, you spend 5 minutes attacking me for criticizing policies of the left.
I just said it was
And
on
you start implying people protesting on January 6th be put to death. That's
That
the
is
modern
not what I
Democratic
said.
Party.
Do not
You
misquote
perfectly
me. I did not say that. Do not even misquote
you
me.
perfectly encapsulate and your position, and Joe Biden perfectly encapsulates your point of view. The suggestion is that the civil rights available to all other Americans aren't available to opponents of the Democratic Party. And if you dispute an election, no matter how peacefully, you need to be put to death potentially.
Did Joe
This is
Biden say
crazy
that?
town, and this is why America's divided, because they're worried that leftists, if left to their own devices, will jail their political opposition and worse. And we're seeing that now, actually, under the Biden administration.
Let's just add to that the fact that we're.
So just, I want to give Tammy a chance to respond to that, because she says that that is not what she meant. So I just want to give her a chance to clarify what she actually meant by that. So Tammy, feel free to unmute and just to give a clarification of that.
I said people are trying to compare January 6th to the riots and different protests that happened throughout the country. I said there's a very clear distinction. I do not condone any violence or any type of destruction to businesses or of any kind, whether that's our capital or the small business. But there is a difference in people that are trying to stop our government from working. I mean, do your homework. You don't have to take my word for it. I'm just quoting what it says in the legislation. I'm not saying that people should be put to death.
I don't even know what you're talking about. What legislation?
About? I mean, like Tammy, I spent quite a long time working on Capitol Hill. By the way, as friends of your opponent. But anyway, the reality is this: what happened on January 6th? There are some people who should be punished for some of the things that they did. But you said very clearly that the people who protested on January 6th committed an insurrection, and you said very clearly that when someone commits an insurrection, that is something that can be punishable by death. So Tom's point is absolutely valid about what you said, and you definitely should clarify that. I'm going to do some clarification for you as well. The violence that took place on Capitol Hill on that day does not in any shape or manner exceed the violence that was committed in cities around this country. The physical harm that was done in terms of dollars doesn't even come close. I mean, it's not even hardly a rounding error, the difference. And
okay, let me finish then.
No, I'm going to finish what I'm saying, and then you're welcome to talk right afterwards.
Yeah.
And the violence and harm that was done in terms of lives lost, vastly greater in those protests that took place in the city. And let's make it very clear too. Certainly, people on Capitol Hill on January 6th were expressing their political opinion. And their political opinion did not lead to deaths. It did lead to some destruction. But it also led to a government that has gone out to arrest and prosecute people who were not doing anything violent at all and doing nothing more than expressing their concerns about what happened. And don't talk to me about stopping the business of Congress. Yes, some of that happened, but that's not what most of those people were doing there. They were there to peacefully stand on the steps and protest. On the other hand, during 2020, with no intervention from people who wanted the protests to go forward, protests were happening for a political purpose there. It caused billions of dollars of destruction. It caused dozens. It led to countless dozens, of lives lost.
Jim, we're getting a
it
little
is
bit off topic here.
absolutely fundamentally a different thing.
Good. Tammy, I'm going to give you a little bit to respond, and then I want to get Aaron in here as well.
Okay. So by definition, an insurrection is a violent uprising against an authority or government. Treason is the crime of betraying one's country, especially by attempting to kill, sovereign, or overthrow the government. Overthrow the government. Article 3, Section 3, Clause 1, treason against the United States shall consist only in levy war against them or in adhering to the enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses of the same to overcome or overact. Anyway, so whoever.
We have to go back. We have to go back to the State of the Union because that's what this is about. Yes, I will mention that nobody, I don't believe, was charged with insurrection on January 6th. So I'll leave it with that, and then I'll go straight to Aaron. Go ahead, Aaron.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that. So I have a few comments. My initial one is probably sufficient to alienate everyone. But at least in the first part of the speech, I heard Biden striking a remarkably Trumpian note with his focus on manufacturing in the United States. Again, I don't know if his specific policy proposals, I haven't looked at them, will actually achieve the goals that he proposed. But I thought the speech was interesting rhetorically, particularly maybe the first third of the speech, for appealing to, almost sounding much like Trump's initial first inauguration speech in many ways, talking about building, talking about manufacturing, and it had an underlying MAGA tone, which is why I say it's probably sufficient to alienate everyone here by me pointing that out. So I think he's trying to rhetorically move to the center. Again, I don't know if his policies will bear that out or not. And I think coming into the next election, he's trying to position himself maybe away from some of the more radical elements of the party, at least when it comes to that aspect of domestic policy. Before the speech, I said what he doesn't say is probably more significant than what he does. And I did miss some of the middle section of the speech, so I'm not sure if he did, but I did not hear him mention China at all. So I'll just leave that question open and make one other remark about the speech. As a psychiatrist, I can only say that I'm glad that he addressed the fentanyl epidemic and the mental health crisis. However, I think it's important to point out that in terms of federal policies that had an impact on that, we had a crisis of deaths of despair in 2018 before the pandemic. Deaths of despair being death by drug overdose, alcohol-related illnesses, and suicide. Drug overdose and alcohol-related deaths were about 70,000 in 2018, up from drug overdose deaths in the year 2000 were 20,000. So from 20,000 to 70,000. But then we got lockdowns. And to be fair to both sides, Trump initiated the lockdowns, but Biden continued them through much of 2021. And through much of 2020, correction. And in 2020, we saw that 70,000 number jump to 100,000. So we took an already very severe opioid crisis of 70,000 deaths by overdose, and we threw gasoline on that fire with prolonged lockdowns. There was no acknowledgement that maybe we need to do a retrospective on some of those public health policies, that there was collateral damage that we need to take stock of and assess so that we can do better next time. And I think there was no mention of the fact that the opioids themselves, particularly fentanyl, are being flooded in from China. So I wanted to hear a little bit about, I think most Americans are concerned about China, the props about balloons aside, and the lack of any mention of that aspect of foreign policy was concerning to me, particularly after what we discussed at the last one of these spaces.
Yeah, so I do want to go to Austin here in just a second, but all sorts. I want your opinion on this as well, because Aaron brought it up just a little bit about what Joe Biden had said about China. Joe Biden did say we were in the strongest position to take on China that we've ever been in. He said, quote, We told China we will defend ourselves, and we did. How do you personally believe we are based on our current position with China on that topic?
So,
given what we've seen, especially with the balloons.
Yeah.
So what I would say. Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Nick, was that question addressed to me, or were you talking to all souls there?
I was talking all source on that to clarify what you were saying, but not hearing about China.
Yeah, so yeah, he did mention China. This wasn't a foreign policy centric debate, unlike last year's State of Union, where Ukraine was more center stage. He briefly mentioned the Russia's invasion to Ukraine, and then the issue of China. And I think again, there has to be the issue that we have as between the U.S. and China is China and the U.S. are equally so, both for the U.S. and China are one of our largest trading partners, if not the largest, one of the largest. Right, we're always in the top three. And we actually had reports today, I think that, and it's probably connected to the end of zero COVID in China. We've seen a huge increase of export from China into the U.S., right? And actually the largest trade deficit we've had in a while because of that, right? But at the same time, I think this goes to the manufacturing, and you're seeing, from the Trump administration and then continuing on with the Biden administration, a lot more effort of viewing China as a competitor, saying, we cannot no longer tolerate the China's dominance in manufacturing. I think so the manufacturing debate was, in a way, although it was domestic and economic, he also framed it in a foreign policy point of view, and that kind of made in America, and we cannot be dependent on supply chain in other countries, right? Supply chains should start in America. Now that's never going to happen completely, obviously, right? No, but the U.S. is in a very strong position, right? So let's zoom out from a little bit from the U.S. I mean, our largest trading partner in the world is the European Union as a unit. If you consider the European Union as a unitary bloc, then it's the European Union, which is our ally, right? And then if you look at individual countries who always kind of top either first, second, or third, who are always in the top three, and most of the times it's Mexico and Canada, right? And then the NAFTA, and then the NAFTA 2.0 under the Trump administration. I think that one of the things that we have to realize is that with Xi Jinping coming into power, and I'm reading this book called From Mao to Now, it talks about all the Chinese leaders since Mao. One of the things you kind of realize is that Xi Jinping has very much brought back this very, a Communist Party centric ideology in the Chinese economy and state. And that has caused a lot of issues, not only internally into China, but also in its foreign relations and its ability to export to other countries and have trade relations with other countries. And I think what Biden was trying to say in this, the State of the Union, is that he's saying because of this growth in manufacturing and how much investment, and especially the CHIPS Act that was passed, we have potential to not be so dependent on China related to manufacturing. And by the way, although the U.S. prioritized higher end manufacturing that requires a lot more skilled and productivity, which is not beholden really to China, China's not at the level of the U.S. in that level. China, you can start seeing how Mexico is starting to pick up. And again, this is one of the main reasons why I concentrate on this. Mexico has the potential in the next 10 to 20 years to be a massive international manufacturing hub, and probably connected mostly to the U.S. A lot of Mexican trade and economy and finance and business is directly tied to how the U.S. runs business. And there's a huge incentive to encourage Mexico's economic growth to continue in a manufacturing hub. And that's why, although I cover cartels, one of the things that we have to realize when we're talking about tying it to fentanyl, which is an important issue that we need to address, we have to be very careful in how we frame Mexico. We cannot only solely focus Mexico on drugs and cartels, because of the economic relation we have with Mexico and how important it is to our economy, but also to our national security. Because I think it's a very legitimate argument to make. Who do we rather, as a nation, pick to kind of, at least that lower end manufacturing that probably is not going to come back to the U.S. Who do we rather pick to do that for us? Do we rather have China, a hostile foreign country led by an authoritarian government, or Mexico, that's a flawed democracy with corruptions and issues like that, but still a general partner of the U.S. and in many ways is more and more aligning itself. And, we have AMLO doing his thing, the president of Mexico doing his thing. But for large parts, the Mexican governments historically have been very much in line with U.S. foreign policy and national security interests. And I think it's easier to, if you talk about fentanyl, I think it's easier to have Mexico as an ally and a partner and not trying to antagonize them.
Right. Okay. So Joe, I want your synopsis on what you heard tonight. Do you agree with a lot of things that Biden said? Do you believe that this unified the country a little bit? And then also I want to hit on this fentanyl issue that All Source was just talking about as well, because that seemed to be a very let's say a very polarizing topic at the State of the Union tonight. We heard a lot of boos. We heard a lot of grunting and such. So give us your feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I believe I don't like Biden. I doubt almost most of what comes out of his mouth because he governs by barometer, let's say. So the population doesn't want guns, let's ban assault rifles. The population doesn't want petroleum, let's get rid of that. And that's the way I feel like he governs. He's like the typical politician, although I am a Democrat. He is the typical politician that I forget the word, panders to the audience, not panther, but panders to the audience. Whereas, but then you hear a lot of other comments that make me want to side with him, like, oh, what about the national debt? I pinned up in the charts, the national debt for the last 50 years goes up much higher under a Republican than it does a Democrat. Ian was saying, look at inflation. Eggs are $8. They're not $8 because of inflation. They're $8 because there's an avian flu going on and all the birds are dying. Like it's over 80% of that increase has nothing to do with inflation. So we keep using like these arguments that just don't make sense. And like talking
Okay,
about
so
the
Joe,
M1 data.
That's a question we're getting a lot down here in the comment section, and I do want to remind everybody to leave your replies down here because we're going to have a lot of questions here shortly. What is the reason, in your opinion, if it's not just due to inflation and supply chain crunches and issues that we've been seeing that most of the U.S. population believes should have been fixed by now, 3 years into COVID? So what would you say to them about that?
It was actually threefold. There was a certain feed that was being spread around that was making chickens not lay eggs. Okay. But that didn't affect everyone. That affected some states. Then an avian flu came. Because of the avian flu, you need to kill those birds, right? That's what caused this huge shock in price. Eggs have gone up exponentially above all other food items, and eggs are in the basket of inflation that's measured. If you take that out, we were flat. Right?
Oh, whoa! That's not true, Joe.
For
That's
food,
not
for
true at
food,
all.
for food, not for the total.
No, that's not true either. And that is a small percentage portion of the entire food basket that we judge by inflation. So no, I mean it has an effect, and the point you're making is valid about those, because a lot of people want to say egg production proves overall inflation's bad, but no, the overall number is not calculated largely by egg prices.
No, I know it's not calculated largely by an egg prices, but from the reports I saw, because I do not know all the items in the basket, I don't think most people do. It's from the reports I read, taking out the egg increase, it would have shown that the food would have been flat last month. And if I look at an indicator that I use called Trueflation,
are you talking about an annualized basis or a month-to-month basis?
Month to month.
Well, that may be true, but right. The reality is that overall inflation, core inflation, is incredibly high ever since Joe Biden came into office, and part of that started when we were coming out of COVID and economic activity was picking up. There's no doubt about that. There was some degree of inflation that was attributable to that, but the vast majority of the growth in inflation is a direct result of Biden policies.
But Tim, here, if you look at the data that you shared in the comments, is only the Federal Reserve from St. Louis or one of those feds, because there's
it's
federal
the
banks.
FRED database, which is all Federal Reserve data, not just St. Louis.
If you look directly at the Federal Reserve website and download the data into an Excel sheet, you'll see the chart that I sent you. It went up to 4. Plus, when did Biden pass the American Rescue Plan, which was the first economic policy he passed? right? It was in April, correct? So how could the M1 be attributed to what he did when it went up in January, February, and March, when he didn't even do anything economically until April?
Well, for two reasons.
And you're talking to someone who doesn't like Biden. You know what I mean?
I get it, but for there are two reasons why it would show up that way. The first one is when the money supply increases, then you have a lag in inflation as it shows up elsewhere in the economy. That's the one thing. But the second thing is this: the inflation that has come into play since then is also related to increases in regulation and in inefficiencies that go into the economy because of the government spending that is going out there. You're taking money out of productive use and putting it into government use. Now, Trump is as guilty of this as Biden, especially when it came to the COVID stuff. And it's one of my criticisms of Donald Trump. But government spending has played a major role. You know, when you look at the entire GDP, the percent of GDP that is government related in the United States right now is at one of its higher stages, and it kind of fluctuates more, from time to time. But it's at a relatively high level, not to mention a large amount of debt. There's a whole bunch of money that is not in productive use in the economy because it's gone into government use or it has been modified by inflationary activities coming out of the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve knows this. No one denies this. They had to put all that on the books because they were rolling out QE and you had increases in government spending. That's why that's happening, and it affects an economy.
Tom, jump in.
I think, inflation is a feature of the Biden administration. I don't think there's any, at least, credible political argument. And I think we can talk in circles about the economic argument. And all of that does not inure to his benefit. And this is why the polling is so awful for him. I think, we're facing, my view is
hang on, Joe. We'll let you respond, Joe.
My view is we're really facing a crisis here. We have a government that sees virtually no restraint on its ability to spend. To the degree there is restraint, it's going to be relatively modest under the Republican House. The president has been compromised by his family's business dealings. Our foreign adversaries are taking advantage of it. I mean, we've had over the last week one of the worst national defense failures in modern American history. When we had a U.S. warplane have to shoot down a foreign aircraft that was allowed to traverse the nation unmolested, an aircraft that could have been stopped outside our nation's borders that this administration refused to do.
Just
incredible. You can
happen with other
if you don't like what I'm saying, just let me finish my point and then attack it. Just let me make the point. The point being that there's this crisis atmosphere that I think many Americans are seeing out of failures in Washington. And the question I have, and or the point I would make is Biden's failed to alleviate folks' concerns about it. And we're going to be back to where we were tomorrow. Biden's corrupt. He can't handle foreign policy. Inflation's bothering people. He's telling everyone his enemies should be jailed. He wants abortion on demand and transgender extremism for kids. And he has no effective way to shut the border down. And all of his border policies are to encourage and enable the worst invasion of foreign nationals in the history of our nation. So that's where Biden stands. Whether he can survive into the next presidency politically and actually win again, I think it's always a jump ball because the country is so divided politically. But that's the reality from my perspective on it.
All right,
you guys mind if I jump in here?
Joe, it's up to you. You want to let Austin jump in?
Austin was wanting to jump in.
Yeah, let him jump in. It's not up to me. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So, okay, I've got a lot of points. I've been waiting a bit. First and foremost, I think from more of a centrist perspective, I think no matter who the president is, it's generally pretty hard to give a bad State of the Union. Enough preparation is put into it. But I think a lot can be gleaned over what's said, specifically, topic wise, and how much of that speech is substance versus, ideals, right? If we look back on some of the early Obama State of the Unions, when, the US was in sort of the death throes of the Great Recession, you see a lot of ideals being brought out. It's going to get worse before it gets better, things like that. And I think it's a really good indicator. As I think the more boring a State of the Union is a better indicator for how the country's actually doing and how a government's functioning, right? If you have a laundry list of items that you can point to and statistics that you can point to, does it make a better speech? Probably not, but it does show more is being inherently done. What's a bit puzzling to me is that it really is puzzling that I see a lot of opponents of Biden continue to run sort of the culture war narrative and just be like, he's a Marxist, everything like that. Hey, good Lord, you can find so many Democrats that would say he's not going far left enough. I mean, the guy's been, a center left Dem to a center right Dem for his entire career. But what's really puzzling to me is that, we still see the culture war narratives going, and that hasn't won Republicans an election since 2016. So, I mean, if they want to continue that, but the thing is, when we talk about inflation, right, it's important that we bring in the context of the global economy, because if core inflation was purely built upon government spending, we would have seen inflation numbers in 2020 when the deficit was run up the wazoo due to bipartisan legislation. I think it's important to note that the COVID bailouts were approved by both parties, right? But if core inflation was truly just driven by government spending, we would have seen inflation numbers that would have dwarfed the numbers we're looking at right now in Q3 and Q4 of 2020, when the Fed was printing more than ever, everything like that. We have seen deficit reductions during this administration. That's important to note. But what we haven't seen, and what we're still seeing things recover, is mostly global supply chains. And when you look at individual sectors of the economy and individual prices, such as eggs, such as oil, you can dive, 5 steps deeper and finding generally a good explanation for that. As Joe was talking about, the avian flu driving up the price of eggs. As Allsource brought up earlier, the Saudis' 5-year plan to flood the market with oil and put American fracking companies and shale oil companies under has driven, oil prices up. And we saw a lot of those shale oil companies go under during the pandemic when futures contracts on oil went negative. So I think it's important when we talk about, and another point I'd like to add is when we talk about energy, when we talk about, American energy moving forward, anyone who doesn't bring up nuclear energy is not serious about curing the ails of the American energy demand, right? There is a salve that could substitute a substantial amount of US domestic oil consumption that is not solar, that is not wind, it's nuclear, right? It's a large scale initial investment, but we have the uranium reserves, and it would give us the flexibility at the current amount of production we have for oil to be able to actually maintain a substantive strategic natural gas and strategic oil reserve, petroleum reserve, sorry, that's the word I was looking for. While also, keeping energy bills for average Americans affordable. In short, to sum up everything, I had a lot to cover here. I think Biden gave a pretty darn good speech. I think it's almost impossible for any president, no matter if they're Republican or Democrat, to give a bad State of the Union. What I think is going to be important looking forward is, does inflation continue to reduce? Do we see sort of effective policy targeting these sectors that have been denoted as being increasing out of proportion? And do we continue to see, good jobs reports? I think, but when we take the concept of, when we talk about inflation, I think it's also important that we look at wage growth consummate with the inflation numbers we've been seeing.
All right, so Joa, I'm going to give you 30 seconds here if you can jump in, and then I'm going to go to Tom, and I'm going to go around the horn here, Steve, and then Allsource.
Yeah, about the balloon that's been raised a couple of times. Seb Gorka was on here and said it did happen before he entered Trump's cabinet, and the generals have all come out and said it also happened. So it's not something that didn't happen. And also, as Jim pointed out, and I agree, and every economist in the world will agree, inflation is something that happens after things happen. So when Tom says this is part of Biden's administration, it is. Do I think Biden made it worse first? I do. I think the rescue plan made it worse. But it's something that started earlier. And the way it's stated makes it seem like Biden created inflation. No, he made it worse. But every president is handed something from the previous president. The same way job numbers decreased fast. Unemployment decreased quicker under Obama, and Trump took over something that was already happening and actually slowed down under Trump. But he gets the credit for the lowest numbers, although it started earlier. Inflation started earlier. Biden has to deal with it. I believe he made it worse, but now he's correcting it. Good on him. Things do pass from one president to the other, and it's not in 3-4 months that something happens. And just my point, we can't be calling the balloon fake news when even people from your own party have admitted that it happened.
So Tom, I want to bring you in here, but I know inflation was a huge part of this speech. Do you believe that when Biden came into office, he did manage to make inflation much worse based on the fact that he continued to pump money into the economy as soon as he came in through another round of stimulus, another round of PPP?
I mean, there were obviously inflationary, as we heard earlier, there were obviously inflationary pressures that the economy was facing as it emerged from the COVID. And you have healthy growth, but then you have on top of that growth, government spending, which created the inflation. I mean, I don't, this is like economy 101 in my view. It's really not controversial. So I just think there's no there. As that money is dissipated and has been spent, the inflationary pressures are easing a bit. There's still pent up labor demand, which is helping with the inflationary pressure as well. So he could have a much better inflation number. When things come next year, not because he tried, but simply because the spending has been curtailed. Because Americans put in a different party that doesn't want to spend as much and would continue it, But I want to talk about something else. The speech provided more evidence of his cognitive challenges. He talks in a way that suggests he's got a cognitive issue. He just comes across as someone who is not ready to serve as president because of his advanced age. I think that was obvious in the speech. He started screwing up the speech within a few minutes of it beginning, and it's not reassuring, I think, to a lot of Americans. And I think this is going to be a big issue for a lot of Americans as he runs for office. I know Trump is not much younger than him. But I don't think he gives people the impression, if he turns out to be the candidate, that he faces the cognitive challenges that Biden does.
Tammy,
just compare Fauci to Biden, who they're about the same age. I don't think anyone would say one is cognitively the same as the other. However objectionable I find Fauci's policies and approach to be.
So I'm going to go to Stephen right after this, but I do want to let Tammy reply to this because you seem to actually agree with some of Tom's points.
I do agree with him. I think the biggest problem is that some people may not know is that Biden has stuttering issues. And so a lot of times that means that their brains work faster than their mouths. But there is the problem is that it does not show very well. I mean, his words, a lot of his speeches, they're good speeches, but he's not a good speaker. I mean, God love him, and for those reasons, I think that is going to, hurt his run for presidency. And that's one of the biggest reasons why I don't want him running. I mean, I think he's done a lot of good things for the country. We can all agree or disagree, but he has passed a lot of 300 bipartisan bills. I thought that was freaking fantastic. I forgot to mention that earlier. But yeah, that does concern me. And that is also why I said that we need, younger people in there.
So Tammy, has this gotten worse though? Because this is an argument that a lot of people make, is that back in 2016 when he was still vice president of the
He's
United States. You
old.
listened to him speak then.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Yeah,
I
he's
mean,
old, but
he's
does
older. I mean, no one can like escape the fact that they're getting old. He and Trump. I mean, they're both old. We should have term limits. We should have age limits. I'm not trying to be ageist or anything, but I mean, there should be some guidelines that the whole, some bipartisan guidelines of people in that hold office. I mean, my grandma, when we have people in our Congress running our government in their 80s. That is too old. Period. End of story. I don't care who they have working for them. I mean, let's just be realistic here. And I would hope everyone could get behind that. It's just
sure. And you were the
sense.
Democrat. You were actually, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you were the Democrat nominee for one of the congressional seats in Ohio to unseat Jim Jordan, who is the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. So you're pretty involved in the Democrat Party. You're pretty involved. Yeah. You're pretty involved in the Democrat Party. What do you think the sentiment is there? Do you believe that the majority of Democrats, or the most likely to vote Democrats, are actually considering maybe going a different direction than Joe Biden?
If he's the candidate, Democrats will vote for him. There's no way in hell that any Democrat would vote for Trump, if that's what you're asking.
Well,
no,
as a
vote for the candidate. I mean, but
the nominee, if there was a selection, if he was contested in the Democrat primary. That's what I'm asking.
It depends on who it is. I mean, there's a lot of things I think Pete Buttigieg would be great. Would the country vote for a gay man? I don't know. Kamala, there's no way that she could win. I mean, it just depends on if Newsom were to run. I don't think that he would win because people would perceive him to be way too leftist. It would take. I haven't seen like a real true like rising star. I mean, like I really liked Amy Klobuchar or Elizabeth Warren, but we would definitely need a moderate candidates, a common sense candidate like myself, because I can agree with some things that Republicans say, and I obviously agree with most of the things that Democrats say. But that said, our party gets a little too crazy, but Republicans do too, So I think the country is really right in the middle. And someone in the comments was commenting about, we need a third party, and that is so true. I would probably be more independent, but the requirements of independent candidates is just completely outrageous. So there's things that we need to do to fix our government.
Okay, so Stephen, I'm going to bring you in on this, and she did make some points there. It does seem a little bit clear that maybe Tammy believes that there is some pushback against Joe Biden possibly being the Democrat nominee, just even based on the fact that they are talking about bringing somebody else in, like Pete Buttigieg or something like that. What's your sentiment on that and the State of the Union tonight?
Thank you, Nick. I think this is a fair criticism. I was listening to the State of the Union. I couldn't help but notice, and I'm sure many of the other listeners noticed as well, but he speaks with a very consistent slurring through all of his words. It's very unintentionally comedic, and it kind of reminds me when I used to be a bartender. It kind of reminds me of the old guys that would come in and get sloshed or early happy hour during the day and kind of pontificate about current affairs. So I do think that is a fair criticism. I do have a couple points, and I will get right to it, and I will make them brief. But I do want to first touch on the fentanyl and the border thing, because I think there's something people are missing regarding that. Something that's definitely funny going on there, because even while U.S. overdose deaths are surging, the port drug seizures are down too, except for fentanyl. Okay, and seizures at these ports increased about 20%. But when you look at the numbers again, okay, the Border Patrol seizures of fentanyl increased by over 120% just in 2022. So I think there's a much bigger problem going on in the relation to the amount of fentanyl that's coming through that as a result of our southern border crisis that's being accounted for. Okay, Secondly, just to piggyback really quickly off of what Aaron made an observation earlier, and I thought it was a pretty astute one. Yeah, I think the State of the Union was a reflection of Biden's team understanding that his opponent is more than likely going to be Trump, and consequently, he pivoted in some Trumpian ways to kind of get ahead of that curve to appeal to the independents. I think he did this most notably through made in USA only infrastructure stuff. And then he even took credit for the $35 insulin cap. Well, Trump actually proposed this in June of 2020, and he literally called it the $35 insulin discount policy, to which Biden spoke out against it at that time. And this is just sort of the hypocritical nonsense that I think really disenfranchises voters. And lastly, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to ask you a question on that as well. It does seem like, based on what you said, because that was a point that I wanted to hit on about Biden bringing up insulin and insulin price caps. I don't believe the name of that. I don't remember if it was the CARES Act in 2020 that had that included in it, but it was one of the COVID bills, actually. When it comes down to that, does that sort of show us that these issues are more bipartisan than what either party wants us to believe? Or, I mean, what's the thought on that?
Well, sure.
Why are we fighting over this?
Well, sure. I mean, I think the question you propose is a pretty deep one that we should probably have an entirely separate space on, and that is kind of the traps of our inherent tribalistic nature, right? And I think that applies to each and every one of us if you got a pulse in you, right? But outside of that, I think, and that's something I've talked about quite a bit in the past, is people that aren't fond of Trump at all, they have a very, very, very difficult time separating the emotion and their opinion of his personality and the way his personality and bravado makes them feel versus what his actual policy positions are. And we see this most notably through so many progressives now who consider George W. Bush to be a much better president than Donald Trump was, which I find tremendously ridiculous and a quintessential example of that cognitive dissonance. So,
all sources. I want. I'm sorry.
Anyway, just real quick.
Try to jump in there.
Real quick. Last thing here. Yeah. I thought it was very smart of Biden to spend a couple minutes on that. What is that? The Junk-Free Prevention Act. Because I do think that's one of the few things that I think was actually one of his decent proposals. I think he's getting good advice from his team in terms of where he's been pivoting lately. But again, for him to say that he's going to move forward in some ambiguous way pursuing the border wall construction, I think is completely laughable considering his total lack of action on the southern border crisis that spiraled out of control the last few years. I think everybody is underestimating the amount of tragedy, the amount of the amount that this crisis is costing the American taxpayer in both economically and wages and everything else. I think we're really underestimating the fallout from all that. Anyway, thank you so much.
Yep, thank you, Stephen. All source. This is the perfect transition to you, actually, because you spend a lot of time focusing on cartel violence in Mexico, Latin American affairs. Sorry. Drug trade, organized crime, and such. And Biden brought up the fentanyl issue in the United States and how we tackle that. Now, obviously, that brought a lot of jeers from Republicans, especially because their argument is if we had better border security, if we focused more on a border, built a border wall and such, then this fentanyl problem wouldn't be as much as a problem. So give us your thoughts on that overall.
Yeah, so again, I'm going to just reiterate, the vast majority of drugs that are smuggled into the U.S. come through port of entries, right? It is port of entries, and it makes sense. I mean, think about it. You're a drug cartel. You're trying to smuggle in the drugs into the U.S. What are you going to do? Do you want to get a couple of guys who cross the border illegally and get them through, and they just carry a backpack, or do you want to get an 18-wheeler and then ship tons and tons of drugs? Right? I mean, again, it's ports of entry. That's how they do it. The vast majority of drugs that are smuggled into the United States is ports of entry. And I think the policy that he came up to try to deal with that is a very good policy, right? And, even trying to increase resources to, he specifically mentioned FedEx, which is a good way because a lot of drugs are actually also mailed to the United States. One tactic that is actually used to ship drugs in the US, right, is what they'll do is they'll mail a package to a random US address. They let the pickup crew know in the city. So let's say you're in Sinaloa, you got a package of fentanyl, you mail it to the US to an address in, let's say, Ohio, a random address, and there's somebody waiting there for that Amazon, the Amazon delivery, not Amazon, FedEx, UPS, USPS, the Postal Service to drop it off. And the moment they do, they run and they grab it and they take it with them. Because there's been so many incidents of random civilians just getting packages, opening it, and they're just drugs, and they freak out. That is actually a very common occurrence that happens, right? So you have mail delivery, but more importantly, again, it's ports of entry, right? It's ports of entry. And then even if you look out, like let's look at El Chapo, right? The guy who's famously captured and escaped prison. How did he get so famous? How did he? Because he controlled Sinaloa and Sonora mostly when he was in power of the Sinaloa cartel. How did he gain in fame to increase his drug trafficking? It was tunnels. He utilized tunnels because he understood he did not have the most lucrative trade ports of entry to smuggle drugs in the U.S., which to this day is Tijuana with San Diego and Juarez with El Paso. He simply did not have large ports of entries where he can smuggle drugs. So to compensate that, he went with tunnels to make up for that, right? Which again, I'm not going to get an argument with the border walls or not, but that's a problem. And so. Again, and then this topic of immigration and people coming into the border, right? And I think people frame it as, and this is a conversation me and Austin have, and we've talked about this in other spaces, and we have to bring it up. There's immigration to the United States is cyclical, but it also ties into a very important issue. Since the Obama administration, we've seen a huge case of what we see as more of a refugee type of status of claiming to get into the border than what we've seen in the past. So in the past, what we saw mostly was immigrants from Mexico trying to cross into the border for jobs. And what would happen is Border Patrol would seize them. They would immediately take them to the border. Those Mexican nationals would go back into Mexico and immediately try to get back into the US. And it was this cyclical rotation of things that would go on. And that was a very constant issue. Starting in the Obama administration, we started to see more and more cases of asylum. People claiming asylum to get into the United States. It continued under the Trump administration, and then it exploded also in the Biden administration. But why in the Biden administration have we seen a huge increase? And Biden mentioned this specific in one of his policies. Four of the countries where we've seen a huge increase in the last couple of months into the southern border are four specific countries: Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Haiti. All four countries have severely domestic issues. So let's talk about Cuba. Cuba, we all know, is a communist dictatorship that was ravaged by COVID, destroyed its economy. And then there was a mass protest movement in Cuba against it's spontaneous, caught a lot of us Latin American observers by surprise, especially journalists way more professional than I am, a very spontaneous demonstration, public uproar against the Cuban dictatorship. And the Cuban dictatorship clamped down heavily, forcing thousands and hundreds and tens of thousands of Cubans to flee. Nicaragua and Venezuela, the same situation. Dictatorships, socialist countries, very dictatorships, very strong authoritarian, cramping down on any notion of public dissent. And then Haiti is basically a country that's been consumed by gang violence to the point now that a recent article in the Associated Press, most Haitians believe that 100% of the country is dominated by gangs. Mainly, there's a couple of gangs, one of them be calling the G9, right? And the reason why I bring this up, and you can even go back, when it was Central America, that was a large issue, where you can tie into the issues of why Central American migrants were starting to go into the U.S. border. Corruption, gang violence, and homicides were rampant. The rule of law broke down in those countries. And the policies that we put in place as a country to manage migration, to try to stop the flow of migrations, worsened the economic and government situation in those countries, specifically in Central America. So let's look at Guatemala. The United Nations had a very successful anti-corruption campaign, tribunal set up by the UN to target corrupt Guatemalan officials. The Trump administration, to control migration, told the Guatemalan government, hey, if you guys, because the Guatemalan government wanted to get rid of this United Nations tribunal because it was a threat to the power. The Trump administration, backed by the Biden administration, they still continue to say, you can get away with that anti-corruption tribunal led by the UN, but you must control the migrants. So what do the Central American governments do? The same people who encourage corruption, homicide, and gang violence are now being empowered to control migration. I think what I'm trying to get about the...
So all source.
Yeah.
Let me ask you real quick here. This is where the majority of immigrants illegal immigrants are coming from are these Central American countries. And actually, I do believe a lot of them were coming from Haiti, as you mentioned.
So there is, because of the.
But is that where the drugs are coming from?
Well, so let me put it this way: there's been a huge decrease in those 4 countries because of the policies that put in place because of asylum seeking. So it was Cuba, Nicaragua, Haiti, and Venezuela, right? And there's been the migrants fluctuate, and actually recently we've seen a significant drop in the last month of migrants trying to come through. Ironically, one of the largest groups that we've seen actually increase a lot in the last year are actually Russians, right? Not in the numbers of Central Americans, but if you look at the monthly amount of Russians trying to cross the border into the U.S. from our U.S.-Mexico border, they're now in the top 10 when they used to not even be anywhere remotely close to the list. To your point about drugs, so the drug trafficking comes, so it depends on what types of drugs you're talking about. So if you're talking about cocaine, a lot of it comes from South America, specifically Colombia. Colombia still is, and coca production in Colombia has vastly increased, especially with the new administration, the Colombian president, Petro, coming into power, and trying to do this kind of total peace initiative that basically just no longer is the focus of kind of like anti-eradication campaigns. So we see cocaine production increasing. But to specifically fentanyl, and this is for Stephen's point, right? We've seen drug cartels transition a lot of their drug smuggling. You still have the cocaine. One of the ones that dropped a lot has been marijuana. Marijuana has basically almost ceased to be an issue of cross-border trade. A lot of the illegal marijuana production is just done now in the US. But what we've seen the Mexican cartels is trying to get more and more profits with the drugs that they have, and one of the main ones they utilize is fentanyl, right? That is something we've seen a lot of increase. Ironically, a lot of Mexican cartels, specifically los Chapitos, which are the sons of El Chapo in Sinaloa, the Sinaloa cartel, they actually try to get into the Mexican, they were trying to legalize marijuana into Mexico because it's almost in many ways de facto legalized, and try to market marijuana for these drug cartels were manufacturing legal marijuana for consumption inside of Mexico, and they were actually recruiting U.S. chemists to kind of expand on that market share. So the Central American countries are transit countries. And but again, where they target a lot of the drugs into the country, into the U.S. is through ports of entries, and then into Mexico, we see maritime routes, we see air routes, and sometimes overland.
So I gotta ask though, just to stay on, because we're gonna have an entire space on this topic, because I think that we could go all night on the specifics of it. Do you believe that the Republican plans to build a border wall would have any effect, any real effect on stopping fentanyl, especially from coming into the country and putting an end to this crisis a little bit?
I'm actually going to talk, because I actually, before I got out of the Army, what my last mission was actually to deploy to the border under the Trump administration in 2018 when he initiated the border mission, right? So I deployed to the border and did this. The problem you're going to run, the border wall is not going to stop fentanyl from coming into the country. Again, because it's ports of entry. So ports of entry, and a lot of the people that smuggle drugs into the U.S. are either U.S. citizens or people that are legally allowed to work or live in the U.S. I think a lot of people need to realize that especially in border towns between the United States and Mexico, there is a significant amount of U.S. citizens that live in Mexico, and it's an enticing market. Like drug cartels take leverage. I'm not denying that they leverage migrants and the human smuggling and to smuggle in drugs, but the vast majority of the fentanyl we see is through ports of entry. And so a border wall is not necessarily going to stop fentanyl coming through ports of entry, because the whole intent is try to get it into the U.S. legally.
Nick, do you mind if I tack on this specifically on the
30 seconds. I got to get Piotr in right after.
Yep. By all means. I think the one thing, I think all source put it very well, but I think the one thing that I think neither the Trump administration nor the Biden administration has really addressed has been the demand for opioids within the United States. The United States, by percentage of the population, is the largest consumer of illegal drugs in the world. The next closest country percentage-wise is Greenland, and as is readily apparent to everyone in here, the U.S. has a far higher population than Greenland, and a large reason for this has been the opioid epidemic. And I think many people in this space, especially if they come from Middle America like I do, knows people who have either died or have been admitted to the hospital or have had to be resuscitated due to prescription opioid abuse. And we are seeing fentanyl being used as a substitute for a lot of these prescription opioids that were overprescribed by big pharmaceutical companies. And as a result, we're dealing with a significant part of the population that will seek out relief via licit in an overprescribed method or illicit opioids, right? And until we have a concerted effort to deal with addiction, there will be black markets formed. There will always be demand, and there will be money there for fentanyl smuggling, for illicit opioid smuggling in general.
So, Austin, how does Biden plan to, based on what you know, how does Biden plan on actually tackling this issue? Because he put it right in with border security earlier today. And so, if we're not talking about, I know all sources mentioning ports of entry. You know, if that's not the way that we're going to tackle this, how do you believe we do tackle this? How do you believe Biden wants to do it?
Well, my issue is that I don't think Biden, I think Biden and I think the Trump administration and I think the Obama administration before that is trying to tackle this from one side. And I think if you try to tackle something purely from the supply side, you're not going to find success doing so. If you want to dismantle a market, you have to hit the demand side as well. And until there are serious efforts looking at, you know, the sources of revenue, meaning to pay for these smuggling efforts, meaning to, you know, if someone is trying to sell an illicit good and there are 10 people willing to pay for it, they're willing to undergo the risk to do so, you know, illicitly if they have a reasonable means of making a profit in doing so, regardless of the risk to the consumer, right? Because it's an illicit market. If those 10 consumers do not exist, then there is no reason to undertake that risk. So my issue is that I don't believe the Biden administration has a coherent plan to deal with the demand side of things. I think there has been, you know, consistent funding for ports of entry for Customs and Border. I don't think there's been a significant change in that from the previous administration. I think they're trying their best, but until the other side of the issue is dealt with, I don't think we're going to see a significant end to it.
Awesome. So, Piotr, I'm going to let you jump in here, and then I want Tom to respond as well. So, welcome to the panel again, Piotr, for the 850th time. We love to have you.
Thanks, Nick. And what's better than a Brit commenting?
I wasn't going to say it.
I'm sure many Americans will be loving hearing my accent reflect on this. But anyway,
we fought an entire war not to hear about this. But go ahead.
No, I mean, look, I've lived in DC for 4 years. This is my fourth one of these. Look, I'm just going to speak my mind for once, and I'm going to be, delicate but also just honest. It's the longest speech, one of the longest, 73 minutes, since Clinton's in 95, about 50 minutes less. I think it was notable just when Kevin McCarthy did stand and when he didn't. He did a few times over law enforcement and a couple of other times, much more than we've seen in the previous administration. I was surprised he didn't stand when Biden referenced, tyranny and Ukraine. I understand the differences in opinion on many parts of the US spectrum over continuing to support Ukraine, but generally speaking, I thought it was quite interesting he didn't stand specifically about autocratic versus democratic. I was also quite surprised Biden didn't really go much into homelessness situation in California, and you just touched upon it with all sorts.
Why would that surprise you though? Because it doesn't. Okay.
Well, because it's his hypocrisy. No, because he's talked about managing the border crisis, and yet we've had the Haitian situation in his administration, and generally he hasn't committed to what he said he would. So, I just wanted to take note of that. I'm not going to go into whether or not he shouldn't have done. I'm just observing what he said. On this slurring point, I think this is overplayed a little bit. I think it was a decent speech, and he gave a certain amount of dynamism, and frankly, it was more animated than the GOP's response. That being said, he also has a speech impediment, which I don't think we should forget. And equally, I do agree with the other Democrat candidates' comments that I do think an age restriction at some point is probably necessary to look at. I mean, 85, 75 is definitely pushing it, in my personal opinion. I think you need some younger people. My other thoughts is just as I say, being in the DC bubble for the past 4 years, I think that this is reflective not only of the parties but of the general polarization within the US system. And Biden was trying to, I think, tackle that head on. His most referenced term was the economy, more than 12 times, inflation 8 times. So he was trying to draw attention to this. I think some analysts were mentioning. Now, I'm just going to be blunt and say I've never really seen MTG before, Taylor Greene. I think the way she acted in this was absolutely, frankly, insulting. I think she's a joke. And I think
wait, before you say that, can you kind of explain to the audience what you're talking about, because a lot of people listen here live. So
sure. So you know, as I say, I try to be diplomatic in some of the words I use, but with this, I'm not going to be. She came in dressed looking like an Eskimo. Wearing more makeup than was necessary. You need a chisel to get through half of that. And then she was like a heckler at a comedian club, right? She's yelling twice during the State of the Union, accusing him of being a liar. China spied on us. She also yelled, close the border, it's your fault. And I'm not saying again whether or not she has a point. I just think a degree of decorum in this kind of thing is better. Equally, it's not going to do the perception and optics of the GOP, which is already a bit splintered because of the recent developments around McCarthy and the nomination for the House. It's not going to look great. So personally, I don't think her conduct really helped. And there was someone else I read on Twitter who was saying, you know, you're an insult to the MAGA aspect to this and so on. So I definitely don't think that she was a positive on the GOP's front. You know, I think it was quite interesting. Some of the people you had in the room, like Bono, just sort of like there, like, okay, Bono's there. That's quite amusing.
The lead singer of U2, everybody.
Yeah, the lead singer.
Do people not know who Bono is?
Look, I mean, we're talking 80s, 90s at this point, so.
Well, he's done a lot of work for HIV, and it was in reference to the what's his face to the cancer, and I think it was nice that he acknowledged the cancer couple and their daughter who had survived, and I think Biden did a good job of engaging various members of the crowds, and then just the geopolitics of it, because that's obviously my neck of the woods. You know, I think maybe making a reference to Turkey and the humanitarian situation could have been worth it. I know it's not necessarily relevant, but when we're talking about democracy and the support of, you know, humanitarian human rights issues, maybe acknowledging the Turkish situation would have maybe played in good stead, because Erdogan's up for election this year, and he's obviously a chap who is on the precipice of autocratic democratic things. The response about China, unimpressed. Reflected for me the pretty late delayed response that the US government gave in shooting down the balloon. I think Biden should have just acknowledged the balloon straight away. He should have been much more explicit, and he said, you know, that's what we did. Well, dude, you shot down a balloon. Like, let's keep that in. You know, you could have kept Blinken visiting China. He also didn't mention at all Iran, which I think was a disappointing opportunity not to do that, to support the Iranian people. He didn't mention Afghanistan. He didn't mention a lot of other issues where I think, you know, a lot of people are hoping America will support. I know it's about American issues first, but, you know, this is an opportunity to establish American values internationally as well. Yep. And then the last point I have is I think you know, to reference the gun call was pretty brave at this point. And then on the right for the I will veto you know, any abolishing of the of abortions. Absolutely, 100%. I think well done. I'm not even going to put my words on that. So anyway, pretty long address, pretty good, but, you know, again, you know, not going to please everybody, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how he uses this potentially as a platform to run in 24. But thanks a lot.
Well, stay around, Piotr. Tom, I'm going to let you respond to that, but first, man, what do you think about U2? That's a pretty pressing question, right?
Well, you know, we're laughing, but, you know, you have to wonder, you know, we all know who this guy is, you know, who, you know, there's probably a certain age group that we don't want to admit to that doesn't, and there are millions of them. So, you know, I guess for the demographic of folks who watch the State of the Union, I guess everyone would know who he is. But
right,
you know, but again, it's this, you know, with all due respect to Bono, it's this internationalist approach, and, you know, the celebrity culture that the left loves so much, and you know, I don't think it impresses people the way the Democrats thinks it impresses. It's just it's to me just a sop to
left, Tom?
To the celebrity culture. No, well, you know, look, you know, you know, international aid is it's long been notoriously affiliated with rock stars, and it's accomplished and its accomplishments match the affiliation, in my view, in terms of getting things done. But you know,
I agree with you a lot.
let me, and and I'm sure his, with all due respect to the U2 guy, I know he wants to do the right thing. He's generally oblivious to how the right thing can be accomplished, though. The other issue is, Biden highlights something I think that's probably a few Republicans prefer that they didn't highlight. A lot of the spending I'm complaining about, McConnell and company signed on to, and more than a few Republicans did as well. Same goes for his anti-Second Amendment actions. So it's probably not. Some Republicans are probably going to be a little bit nervous about being reminded that they voted to give Biden this all this transportation money to tear down highways, which he seems to be focused on doing. And then secondly, on the border, it's not nearly as complicated as we're hearing. There are too many people crossing the border. They're doing it with the permission. They're being enabled. They're being invited by Biden administration's refusal to enforce the law. And that's the immigration reform that the American people want pursued, which is to enforce the law. We have a consensus. We have a way of operating. There's this, all this talk about democracy. Well, in our democracy, a constitutional republic, the way we come to consensus about policy is we elect people to Congress, they develop legislation, and it's signed into law by the president, and he's constitutionally obligated to enforce that law. Well, on immigration, that's not the way they want immigration to work. They want to ignore the law and just change policy based on who happens to be president. And that's not the way it's supposed to work. And in the case of Biden, he's enabling the largest migration of human beings in the history of man, I would argue. Forget about the invasion of the United States. There's been nothing comparable in as brief a time in terms of absolute numbers. And who is that empowering? It's empowering the cartels, who get a cut virtually of everyone who crosses the border illegally. It empowers the drug trade, also the sex trade, and our international enemies and the terrorist elements. And so my view is we've got to we've got to secure the border. And again, those three words issued to the Joint Chiefs of Staff would end the illegal immigration crisis. It's a crisis as a result of policy or refusal to enforce the law by Biden. I mean, we just had material out the other day. I mean, they used one plane that dropped, kids who had been trafficked in 3 different cities. And I understand once they get here, there's certain ways they need to be treated, and I'm not disputing that. But we shouldn't be in the business of acting as the final handoff for children trafficked through Mexico. And the idea that that's allowed, and that the ideology and party and the whole establishment that enables that pretends that they're on the side of those people is just an outrage. I mean, we're allowing our government to allow and engage in and participate in human trafficking in ways never seen before, and it's terrible to the country. And the fentanyl thing is a whole other matter. It's so complicated. I'm not going to pretend to try to get into. But this border can be shut down in days if there was the political will. And the fact that Republicans aren't as interested in it as they should be is another major issue as well. So it isn't just a Biden issue. It's a failure of Republicans to take this issue seriously as well. And until it does, the country will continue to be at risk from this.
Okay, so
Tom,
so
just a quick. Can
yeah,
I just ask
yeah.
a question, Tom, real quick?
Sure,
Sorry.
go for it.
If it's not about the fentanyl, is it more about net migration, or is it simply about the border? Because when I look at it from my perspective, I look at, if I'm not worried about fentanyl, I'm just worried about net migration. And that's actually not bad.
What do you mean net migration? We have individuals crossing the border as if it doesn't exist.
But then you have to think about the ones that get sent back, because
Well,
with Trump, there was less sent back.
although there were more blocked at the border. So in reality, what you're worried about is how many people are staying in this country. If fentanyl coming across the border is not a problem, you don't care about people crossing. It's how many illegals do I get out versus how many do I get in. So looking at just the border is just, in my point of view, just a bad way of looking at it.
Well, the question is, do you have border that is secure? And it's not secure. We don't have operational security of the border. The cartels do. We don't run the border.
I'm just going to bounce in here because I messaged Nick. But Tom, I always appreciate your perspective because I think you are balanced, even if you stand on one side. I was joking about being lefty. I'm not really lefty. And I like your point about Bono. I do think that the Biden administration has a bit of a thing about optics, and that's why he was there, which I think is quite interesting. And this leads me to the other point about the border. Now, the border is something that Biden, one of his main prongs was to address mass migration or southern border migration. Now, there are different drivers for that, and climate change is one of them. But equally, I do think that there is an acknowledgement here that needs to be made, which is that the majority of illegal or irregular migration is from people who overstay their visas. I could easily be categorized in this because I work for an international organization. So if I work for an international organization, I work for, say, a project that lasts 30 days, 2 months, 3 months, whatever it is. And then I have a grace period of 30 days to either get a new job, shift visas, or leave the country. And that's what a lot of people tend to do, which is they simply overstay their visas by a few number of days, and that's counting as illegal migration. So the actual proportion of irregular migrants, or those who are undocumented or trafficked or smuggled, is actually much smaller than people who officially come in through like highly skilled streams and then simply overstay their visa for a few days whilst they're getting the paperwork pointed out. But because the US Customs border data counts that as an overstay, that counts towards a regular migration stream. So I think it's nuances like this that do need to be kept in mind. That being said, I agree with you.
Peter, if you did that, I'd want to throw your butt out of. I'd throw your butt out of the country too. I mean, visa overstays just as another facet of the crisis. But certainly, you're not going to address visa overstays when you have the border as porous to migrants as it is now.
Yeah, my point is simply that under technicality, because migration is a very nuanced and difficult thing to get processed quickly, technically speaking, I'm being very technical speaking here, you have people who overstay by a day because the paperwork was being followed up. But if you're talking about migrants who come through on the southern border because of, nefarious intent or questionable issues, there is an issue down there. I was down there quite a few times in late 2020 working for Amnesty International to make sense of the situation. And there was a lack of bipartisanship on that point, which is why I appreciate the last one you raised. But anyway, that's all I've got to say.
Yeah, so Justin, I want to bring you in because you always have a great take on all of this stuff, a nice educated take. Did you watch the State of the Union, and what are your overall thoughts on it for right now?
This is a very unfortunate moment in where it is usually my bread and butter to watch these things, because the next morning I'm spinning out fundraising appeals and everything else there and trying to craft these things. So I'm going to ask for your help here because I was actually double booked. I had volunteered for something at church here tonight and didn't realize when the date was as I looked over it. So I completely missed it. But I've been going through some clips, so I want to get the take on the audience here. Here's one clip, which is Biden talking about oil, and I wanted to get kind of the context here.
Production. And when I talk to a couple of them, they say, we're afraid you're going to shut down all the oil wells, all the oil refineries anyway, so why should we invest in them? I said, we're going to need oil for at least another decade, and that's going to exceed.
So that was a pretty fun line where Biden says we're going to need oil for at least another decade. At least another decade? Now, I know that my own Governor Newsom, would like to get rid of these things by 2035 and beyond, but my goodness, I think it was a jovial moment, but also indicates again that the disposition of the Democrats, the disposition of President Biden is to go this very wayward way and try to basically push us out of all things oil and try to take cow flatulence with it. I don't know. I was a little, that might be a good little moment there. Here's the other one I'm looking at here. He has a new word. I think it's jobs. Let's see.
Make no mistake. If you try anything to raise the cost of presumptive jobs, I will veto it.
Jobs. So that might be the headline. That's number 2 that I'm working on. Number 3 is here. This little clip. This is something about the burger joints, and maybe someone can explain it to me.
Can't walk across town and take the same job at another burger place and make a few bucks more. It just changed. But they just changed it because we exposed it. That was part of the deal, guys. Look it up.
So those would be the moments that I'd look at. And look, the problem with State of the Union address is that because there's so much to distract us from everything, right? Everything is on the networks are a shadow of what they were. The last State of the Union address, and I've actually attended 2 in person, but the last State of the Union address that I can remember that had any impact was Bill Clinton getting up there and saying, the era of big government was over, right? It was a really interesting strategic move, and I think there was a couple lines I can think of from George W. Bush, maybe one from Trump days. I can't remember anything from Obama. I think these will always go into the waste bin of history, which is unfortunate because they're great moments, but it just turns out they, a lot of grandstanding as usual. But tomorrow's take, that from all the chatter I hear on my sources for my day job, is taking a few of these pieces and just saying again, I don't think we have the brightest bulb at the top of the list here. And Piotr, I mean, look, I know it was a little bit rowdy, but come on, that's back at the motherland there in Parliament. That I kind of like what you guys do over there. I'd love to see more of that here. That's my take this evening.
Oh wow! So awesome! We appreciate all those clips. Absolutely, I'm glad you cut them because those were definite highlights of the night. Justin, you usually have a really good, center of the line take. You always have critical things of Biden, critical things of Trump. So we love that opinion as well. Tammy, I know you've been waiting, and I want you to respond to some of these clips that Justin just played, if you could.
I'd rather not, but I do want to talk about.
Wait. So does that mean you don't agree with them? Is that?
They're fun clips. Come on, for jobs. It's right there with Kofefe.
There's nothing else I can. I already mentioned that. I mean, God love the guy. I think he has a great heart. And I think he has a lot of good policies with some things. Do we need improvement on other things? Yeah, we do. I've yet to meet one president that gets it all right. I will say that much. But the other part that I think is really important, and I was so thankful for Austin, because one thing about my candidacy is addressing core issues. And so you cannot talk about fentanyl or any of the other drug crisis in our country without talking about addiction. I mean, it is a simple fact that no business can stay in business if you don't have any customers. So, to just talk about one aspect of the issue is not really addressing the real issue. And so I was so thankful to hear Justin even, mention that. That was amazing. But the same goes true for immigration. People want us to just stay in the United States and focus on the United States, which that's, I believe in America first. Absolutely. We have homeless and we have issues here that we need to address. But if we want to keep our country safe, then, we do need to help these other countries get their stuff under control so it doesn't come over here and affect our country. So, I mean, there are some things that we need to do, and the immigration, that's a huge issue that no one has been able to figure out. So, I mean, those are things that we all need to kind of acknowledge. Now, in regard to the cow flatulence and manure, for that matter, I have farmers here in Ohio that have been trying to go green with their manure through the flushing system, but they have been caught in red tape through, our government to even get that approved. So, there are things that can be done, and the fact that our government cannot work together because we have so many people that are just so partisan, and they refuse to even talk with the other side about issues. We are the ones that are suffering as a result of that. And so I just really, again, it's so important that if we are going to move forward and be a true fantastic America and live up to the vision of our forefathers, then we really need to come together and just work with common sense. So I just wanted to say that.
I think there's some great points. I would say I'll play you one more clip. This is one that.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
go ahead.
I forgot
Oh
to say one thing.
yes.
The addiction is about rehabs. The rehab centers. He did talk about addiction in his address. I can't remember what he said. I didn't get to write that down. But addiction centers in Ohio, because Ohio is one of the top addiction places in the country. But the rehab centers, they're overflowing. There's a waiting list. So again, we really need to address addiction. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Justin,
can I jump in here for a second?
Sure,
I
Tom.
think, to address Tammy's point here, let's just remember what the federal government is. The bulk of what it does is transfer wealth. There's talk of Social Security, which is a Ponzi scheme that's kept alive only through deficit spending for the program. It robs Peter to pay Paul, and we're running out of Peters. So that's what that is. It's relatively efficient, right? Because you're taking $1, taking a little bit off for administration, and you give it to someone else. So the sort of, the so-called discretionary spending, much of that is a racket. Every policy, every purported activity that is promoted by the federal government, I say every, meaning obviously not every, but for practical purposes, it's all waste. It's all fraud. It's all abuse. It's money that is impossible to track. And you hope the spending the money gets something done. In the case of defense, it's pretty obvious what gets done and sometimes what doesn't get done. Everything else is about taking care of special interests, corporate interest, government unions, you name it. And the money is spent in such unfathomable ways that all the highfalutin policies and highbrow social agenda items we hear, it all comes either down to spending the money to undermine the American way or to feather someone else's nest who is helping feather the politician who's spending the money. I don't hate to be facile about this, but that's the reality of it. And to hear this president go on and talk about trillions of dollars being spent, and then it comes down to him haggling with the airlines over airline fees. Lord help us. We're broke. And this is what we're talking about.
Yeah. So I guess, I don't know. I guess Tammy doesn't want to respond. Justin, roll tape.
Can I add a point to that? Just one very quick point.
You got 15 seconds, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. No, I just wanted to say I think that's fair. I'm surprised he didn't touch more on debt explicitly and sort of finding ways to go about addressing that longer term. Debt, limitation is one thing, but debt sustainability is quite another. And I don't think that that's something that all governments in the West really are talking about enough. And the last point I just wanted to say is have a good night, everyone. Thanks for the space, and see you soon.
See you, Piotr. Come back later.
Cheers, Piotr. Cześć.
And
Paka.
Justin. All right, roll tape before anybody else comes in. Let's do it. Go.
Hey, Nick, I'm going to head out as well. Thank you. Have a good evening,
Tom.
everyone.
See you, Tom.
Yeah, I'm on the West Coast here, so I'm taking over some of the duties. Well, here's another clip. This was interesting because this obviously is in my wheelhouse. This one little clip about COVID here.
2 years ago, COVID had shut down. Our businesses were closed. Our schools were robbed of so much. And today, COVID no longer controls our lives.
Yeah, this is the thing that grinds me the whole time, because it wasn't COVID that shut us down. It was the government that did that, right? There was no scientific test tube that came out, and the sign that came up in the test tube was, you must shut down all the schools. That was done by policy. And I wanted to get a take on kind of what I sense is everyone's kind of trying to put COVID in the rear view mirror, and there's going to be a lot of accountability and visibility on these things. Anyone want to chime in on that subject there, and what your thoughts are as we head into this third year of a COVID State of the Union address now? Let me go to Austin. You've had your hand up for a little bit, and again, I'm just seeing these hands, so forgive me if I overmissed you there. Austin, you want to chime in on that or something else there?
I mean, I was going to comment on, the comment that, Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And
Is it not?
I mean, no.
Is there a bank account with Social Security money in I don't know about?
Well,
Did we get that lockbox from Al Gore?
We never got the lockbox. I think the problem is actually with the lockbox. I think the lockbox consistently gets raided, and I feel like if I have a piggy bank and I'm saving up for a rainy day, right? If I'm saving up enough, right, and it's a consistent donation, then I should have enough money for a rainy day. But if I say I'm saving up and I keep putting money into it, and then every Saturday I break the fucking piggy bank and I throw all of that money out the window, then I think it's an unfair assessment to just be like, well, the piggy bank is there when everyone can see that I'm consistently throwing the piggy bank out the window.
Well, by
right?
the way, it's much worse than that, Austin. So on the federal books right now, there's more than $2.5 trillion owed to what until the 1980s was the Social Security lockbox that was raided for budget purposes back then. And we are exceeding the revenue from the Social Security taxes every year in our outlays.
Yeah, again, I think that kind of goes back to, I don't think it's an inherent problem with the idea of Social Security as much as it is that the piggy bank keeps getting thrown out the fucking window. So in regards, but I think the problem with Social Security, right, is I think a lot of people look at Social Security, and often when you hear sort of critiques of pensions or welfare programs, people are like, oh, it's a handout and everything like that. When the reality is, every retiree in America has paid into Social Security their entire life. This is something that they've been promised. This is something that has been consistently taken out of their paychecks. And I think it is the duty of the federal government to make good on their promise, as opposed to throwing the piggy bank out the window.
What would you think about letting people voluntarily, and totally on a voluntary basis at a certain age, by the way, because if we ever were to get away from Social Security, you're going to have to draw the line at a fairly young age, and then let everyone else do their thing. But what if we gave everyone the opportunity, maybe not to privatize Social Security, but to have every individual's Social Security contribution go into a fund that is still controlled in a sense by the government, but that is owned by the individual, and that they can roughly choose, similar to your 401k, where that money is invested. What if we say told 40-year-olds and younger that you can do that with your money, where we already know that if that's what people did with their money, they'd have far more available to them at retirement. So then we made them put this into something that they could not take until retirement or do anything with, or even withdraw from. I mean, wouldn't that be more fair to people?
Okay, so my apprehension towards that, and I understand where you're coming from there. My apprehension would have to be looking at the past 20 years of how sort of like a privatized system and what has been done with sort of like 401ks and everything like that. If we were to enter a similar period of economic crisis as we saw during the Great Recession, and looking at sort of the gross risks undertaken by fund managers during that period, as flawed of a system Social Security has been, I would still say that there's more stability there than being like,
that's fundamentally wrong, Austin, because every investment strategy that exists is at a much higher level right now than it was prior to that downturn.
Prior to what, 2008?
2007, 2008. Yeah, the stock market was not even in the 20,000s yet at that time, and
And
we've
there
been
were
running in
tons
the
of people
30s.
who were being foreclosed upon who had to avoid those investments in order to just make their monthly payments. So no,
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this is not withdrawable money. I mean, the argument is that if you make any adjustments to Social Security, you're stealing that benefit from people. The point I'm making is, unlike a 401k, if people were able to put their money into an investment fund, that they did not have the same privileges of withdrawing as with a 401k or some pension plans or whatever other iterations, that they had to keep in there until retirement, rather than because there's no investment anywhere in Social Security right now. There's no money goes into investment. Every gain that you get, assuming that there are any at all, is only what the payment is that is set for the individual right now, because and this is why it absolutely is a Ponzi scheme, because the only payments going to Social Security recipients right now are dollars that are being paid into the system by people who are not retired. There is no money coming from any other source.
All right, well, I'm going to... Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead, Austin.
Well, I mean, yeah, there is no money coming from any other source, but because that's how the system is built, right?
No, it's not how the system was built. It was never built that way. That's not how it was supposed to be.
Are you telling me that Social Security initially was meant to be invested?
It was supposed to, well, investments, maybe not the best word, but no, there was the lockbox, as we call it. It was supposed to actuarially be able to, after an initial funding period, be able to have a system of money that could back it up at any time. And again, not an investment. No, not per se. But no, it was not supposed to go underground like this. It designed in the original system a way to do actuarial analysis so that it wasn't only the money coming in currently for that. And again, like I say, the only money coming in is from people who are paying into it right now, plus extra money that is coming out of the budget to make those payments. So it's not, even the people that are alive right now are not.
We're gonna have a whole debate on the lockbox, I think, and get that there. Oh, here we. I got the clip for you. Here's Al Gore. This is.
Let me say something. Now I understand. Excuse me, Jim. Can I have 2 minutes to
Oh, so that was.
I know that. Let me just say that.
Oh, I missed the clip on somewhere there. The clips are far and few between. Let me go to. I was trying to find that lockbox clip. We're gonna put it in a lockbox. And then I found the SNL skit. But let's go to Steve. You've been waiting very patiently, sir. Let's try that out. I'll find another clip for us here. I'm going to bring a few more people up. I think we're probably going to end this in the next 20 minutes here, though, so that some people can get some sleep and I can get some work done, too. Steve, are you still with us here?
Yeah, I'm still hanging around.
Go ahead, Steve. Tell us your thoughts on all things.
Well, I shared a bit earlier, and it doesn't have to do with Social Security, but we've been talking about immigration quite a bit and fentanyl quite a bit tonight. And the only thing I want to add on to that is this. There's a lot of people that have a lot to gain by obfuscating this issue. And it's not a difficult issue to solve, the matter in terms of illegal immigration in the United States. What we have seen over the last several decades are swamps from both sides of the aisles having different motivations to obfuscate this issue. The establishment on the left wants people to think it's much more complicated to get a handle on than it actually is, because they're essentially trying to replace or kind of tip the scales in their favor of our current population to instill pretty much give themselves a permanent voting advantage. Number one. On the right, they have an interest in obfuscating the difficulty level of this, because most of the establishment right has been bought and paid off by various corporations and lobbyists who have a vested interest in importing cheap labor. Okay, so if they wanted to get it done, they could get it done. We just sent over tens of billions of dollars to Ukraine. We also have data to look at this, to how effective walls are, particularly in both Israel and Turkey. who are the most notable examples that I can think of, once their border walls were totally completed, we have seen reductions in illegal immigration in both Israel and Turkey of 97% up. And that's just in the first year of tracking it after those border walls have been erected. We can do the same here. Furthermore, I think the amount of fentanyl that is coming through illegally through the southern border, I know I'm not discounting the amount that is coming in through the ports, but it's very difficult to quantify how much is coming over here, and I think we're greatly underestimating that. So if we could get this done if we wanted to, and Trump was the only president that we've had to attempt to take it on head on in several decades, and that was met with a lot of resistance on both sides. Thanks.
Yeah, look, I'll say one point. I know my my great-great-grandfather was an immigrant agent for the Mormon Church. He was in New York City, and that was in 1850. And it was his job to see all of the boats coming in from the new converts to the church, the Mormon Church, who were coming over from England and Scandinavia and trying to make their way to the Salt Lake Valley. And he had to fight tooth and nail to try to get some things in. But they made sure. I mean, the church said everyone has to pay their own way. You have to demonstrate that you can you can hold your own. All up and down the eastern seaboard, in almost every small town, there was some designee of the town who, when someone would come as an immigrant and settle in, that they came and said, "Can you support yourself? Can you do this?"
Mm-hmm.
Right. So this this melting pot was something they took very seriously. And I think when we see 2 million people coming across the border in a single year, it's mind blowing in my brain there. But I appreciate that's a good feedback there. Let's go real quick. All Source News. You probably want to respond. I know you had the sort of the comments on the fentanyl. I know that Jim had posted something on Twitter about his thing there. I mean, look, the 60% of fentanyl coming over at the border crossings here. I'm here in San Diego. I know what happens down there. I know it, and I see it through the hospitals that they have here in Southern California. The impact is real, regardless of whether we're trying to stop fentanyl. If it's 40% coming through backpacks and tunnels, I don't know. There's still something to stop there. Tell us what's going on.
No, and I mean, this is the point I was making with Jim, right? Like when we get, fentanyl is a crisis. I 100% agree. No doubt about it. I'm not denying that. But so let me answer to Stephen's point, right, about Turkey and Israel. The difference is that we have laws for refugees here in the U.S. that is different than what Israel and Turkey have, right? So again, I'm going to go back to the issue we ran into compared to the past, specifically starting in the Obama administration and continued, was that we started to see a lot more people coming into the United States to claim refugee status, right? Now, we can all have the argument of the net benefits and negativity of migration, right? There's benefits to it of having migration. For example, the Wall Street Journal actually put up a great article right now saying that a lot of jobs that most Americans don't want to fill or do not want that are open are actually being filled by immigrants coming into this country receiving refugee status, that are jobs that need to be filled that no American wants to do.
But they don't want to work those. They don't, just respectively.
They can't work those.
They don't want to work those jobs because the wages have been driven down due to illegal immigration.
No, and then to your point about like, okay, well, the Democrats want migrants to come in to kind of tilt the favor in their favor. I'm just going to counter that with Cuba and Florida. I mean, let's be honest, they're not really beholden to the Democratic Party, right? Migrants, immigrants are voting blocks that have their own personal belief. Hispanics are traditionally very conservative. I live in El Paso. I've seen the shift in in El Paso. Actually, although Biden carried it in 2020, there was a huge shift in Hispanics voting overwhelmingly for Trump. It was I believe it was 9% shifted to Trump compared to the 2016 election. So again, like this notion that immigrants are going to be beholden to one political party or another. I mean, again, they all have their own cultural affinities for whatever, and there's economic benefits of migration or not. But that's not the point, right? Now, again, and we can, and look, if Mario, if you do a space about cartels and Mexico and drugs, I'm all for it. I think this is an issue that nobody talks about, is specifically violence and cartels in Mexico and about the issue about the border. I would gladly love to talk about it in the historical aspect. All the data, Jim, just going to counteract again. Most of the drugs that come in through are trying to get in through ports of entry. It makes economic sense. It's economy of scale. I mean, you're not going to have guys in backpack trying to run across the border. although that happens, and they have techniques.
Hey, all source, is that the point? Is that the case I'm making with what I posted? That it's all coming through on backpacks? Is that what I said?
No, I actually try to. I'm you know what? Because I'm actually having a little bit of a hard time grasping the argument. So if you can actually expand on your argument,
here's the argument. I'll just make it to you plainly. I'll make it to you plainly. The data right there. This is government data, and the only way that we can estimate how much of these, or the only effective way to estimate how much of these drugs are coming across into the United States, is to make estimate. Roughly, the way to do it is to make estimates based upon the seizures that we're doing and where those seizures are happening. The report that I posted up shows that 60% of all seized fentanyl is coming through the San Diego area, and all from CBP operations and the land ports of entry, not the sea ports of entry, but the land ports of entry. 60% of all seized anywhere in the country is coming through that San Diego sector. So the point I'm making is that whereas I'm sure some containerized freight that came into a port in Mexico is coming from China and somewhere not related to the drug cartels, the fact is that the inertia in that sector is all related to illegal crossings of the border. Those are places where the cartels are sticking things, and I'm not saying it's in all of it. I'm just saying it's most of it in that area, is the cartels sticking things into containerized vehicles or trucks of some sort, because those trucks are originating in Mexico. They're not originating in other places, or rarely.
No, absolutely. I mean, all drugs smuggled. No,
yeah,
a million
so my
percent agree.
point is that it's all related to it. I mean, the inertia of what's happening with our loose borders is that more risk is being taken to put it through ports of entry. But keep in mind, CBP is doing a lot of it, and I wasn't able to dig into how much of that was CBP activity compared to the land ports. But the point is, it's all coming from Mexico.
Absolutely.
This whole
you're not going to get any disagreement from me on there.
Is that inertia of what we're having with problems at the border?
No, a billion percent agree. Look, you cannot talk about fentanyl crisis and drugs without looking at Mexico and looking at cartels. And again, I would gladly talk about this space, because again, I think there's a I know Stephen kind of said, "Oh, it's not a complex issue," and I hate to say it's kind of a little bit more complex, because again, I think there's a very valid argument that we can have. And San Diego, actually Tijuana specifically was a huge area where cartels fought for, because specifically the port of San Isidro is the largest port of entry across the U.S. border, right? And so what you see is cartels fighting for this. So I guess the issue, though, that I want to highlight, though, right, when we're talking about the border, right, we're talking about fentanyl, and this is why I created my account. Because the frustration that I have is, one, nobody talks about it, right? When we talk about Mexico and the violence that they suffer there, and the cartel violence that is there, and the drug trafficking, we focus it a lot on our domestic political lens, which makes sense, but we fail to analyze it from the Mexican perspective and a lot of the issues that occur in Mexico, right? And that's why I created my account, because it is not well documented or well discussed in a way that can enlighten. And again, I think this is for a different space, but to deal, just as Austin said, you have to deal with the demand side. Absolutely. You have to deal with the demand side within the United States. You also have to look at it from the supply side with Mexico. And then you have to balance that with the natural interest that we have as a country from both the national security and the economic interest we have with Mexico. Because I know people say shut down the border. That's just not possible. Like anybody who says that you could just shut down ports of entry, like, say goodbye to the economy. That is not a viable solution. As much as we say it, the economy is so dependent on Mexico that it just is not a feasible solution. So then how do you address this problem with the Mexican government, which, by the way, there's a court case going right now with the former Mexican drug czar from the Mexican government from the previous administration on trial in the Eastern District of New York. And basically the U.S. government is arguing that, hey, this guy was in league with the Sinaloa cartel. And their argument is the entire Peña administration, the previous Mexican government administration, was in bed with the cartel. The Mexican government is also part of the problem in many ways, and they're an active participant in this, also combating other drug cartels, right? So again, this is for a different space, but I think
what we need to analyze when we were talking about human smuggling, immigration, borders in Mexico, is that a lot of times we need to remove our domestic political lens and try to analyze it objectively. And there's a way that you analyze it within Mexico, and then there's a way you analyze it within the United States. And sometimes there's not an overlap.
Yeah, and I think, look, there's a way you analyze it from Chula Vista, which is just south of me here in San Diego, and you look at Scripps Hospital, completely overwhelmed right now because a lot of the southern border folks who are coming over, crossing illegally or otherwise, or are here anchored here. I mean, it's so dreadful at some of these hospitals. They have huge issues, like at the peak of COVID type of levels. But let's go maybe
hold on,
subject.
Justin. I need to answer what
ahead,
he
Jim.
said, and I got bumped off there somehow. My app
there you go.
crashed. So anyway, no. But listen, all sorts. By the way, the work you do is fantastic. So I'm very pleased with what I see there, and I think it's great information. But I guess you're not quite hearing the point that I'm making, and I'm certainly not suggesting to shut down those ports of entry. My God, what are you talking about? But by the way, through those ports, it's not just commercial traffic that comes through those ports. There is other traffic too. The point that I'm making, and I didn't see the breakdown between the CBP getting a hold of fentanyl and the ports, because it noted that it was both all the CBP stations as well as the ports of entry there. And what I'm saying is, when you have 60% of all fentanyl coming through that sector, the reason it's 60%, if we didn't have the border problem, maybe it would only be 20%, but it's 60%. And what I'm saying is that inertia is because of our problems at the borders. And that's one of the obvious points of entry, but that is the reason that we have loosened up this border so badly. And in terms of the border itself, listen, you can't argue against the numbers. That whatever Trump was doing, good, bad, and different, was vastly superior to what's going on right now. And it is illogical to make the argument. It's illogical to make the argument that the radical changes at the border in terms of illegal immigration that are taking place under the Biden administration, it's illogical to say that the fentanyl crisis is not exploding because of the inertia that comes through that. And we got 40% of other stuff that's coming across the border, other places. And there's definitely stuff coming in through ports of entry, both land and sea ports of entry. I get that. But the major problem with fentanyl right now that would be greatly reduced is if we were in control of the border right now. Our fentanyl problem would be vastly reduced. You can't send enough of that stuff through the other ports of entry because you've got to make it in China, and they're not doing that. It's happening in Mexico.
I think just when I'm saying ports of entry, maybe when I mean ports of entry is like land borders.
Like that's the point I'm making, actual, and the inertia is
No, I agree with you. Okay,
yeah. And the inertia,
it's land borders. Yes, land borders.
So okay, but you weren't clear on that, so I had to clarify that by putting that up, because I think a lot of people don't understand what a port of entry is. They think port is only a seaport, and that needed to be clarified. But the point I'm making is, when it's 60% coming through the San Diego sector, and they point out in that report that it is CBP stations as well, and got to dig in further, which I didn't have time to do yet.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a whole
this problem, and that's important to note.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do a whole spaces on this thing. I think that's a proper way. All right, Nick, I think we're wrapping up. We're gonna close down here, folks. I see a lot of hands too, but we're gonna come back around. We have a couple spaces coming out tomorrow. Who's got the agenda there? Go ahead.
Oh,
Nick,
hell,
what do you think?
I don't even know what the hell we're doing tomorrow. I take it day
All
by
right.
day.
Yeah,
Man,
we're doing an Andrew Tate space tomorrow. I think
Okay.
again it's tomorrow.
Would you guys mind if I just added something for 1 minute? We're gonna, I guess we'll give everybody, let's say 45-second final statements. How's that sound, Mario?
Okay, let's go.
Awesome. 45 seconds, and I'm cutting you off. So,
all right. To add on to that thing about the border was just being discussed, besides the ports of entry at the border, America also is supposed to have interior border checkpoints that are designed to interdict drugs and human trafficking.
Brick, I might have to cut you off sooner, man, because your mic sucks, and I'm sorry to tell you that.
All right. Well, let me finish. Let me try and finish up. So basically, for the last 2 years, those haven't.
Yeah, Brick, I've
Yeah.
just removed you, man. Your mic is just way too robotic.
So, Tammy,
Can I go to
you
Tammy?
have 45 seconds.
Well, I just wanted to say that there is a sense there we need to talk about corruption within our country with the border and drug crisis too. I mean, just here in Ohio, there is there's a hot spot right in central Ohio where the police know where they're at, but they don't do anything about it. So I mean, we need to talk about corruption as well. I mean, if they know 60% is coming in there, why aren't they doing something about it? I mean, I just wanted to mention that. That's all. But thank you guys so much for letting me on. And
Thank you, Tammy.
yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys.
Definitely come back. And just want to remind everybody, you got to go to the top up there if you haven't signed up for the newsletter to get the breakdown of this entire. What are we at, Mario? What's it? 1 a.m. 1 a.m. on the East Coast now, and we started about 7:30. We've been going for hours and hours now. So you need a summary of everything we've talked about in the space. We had Andrew Yang on earlier, and we spoke about universal basic income, AI, and his new party that he started up to actually rival the Democrats. So make sure you do that. Go to the top, the pin post, sign up there. And it doesn't look like we have any more hands up. Mario, what do you think? What are you feeling?
Yeah, also dropped out as a great space. I really enjoyed it. I had to hop off for a bit. I enjoyed the Andrew discussion the most. To be honest, I'll be direct with you. The State of the Union, for me, it means nothing. It's just a show. It's just a marketing for any president. It's just a way to get people excited and to kind of flaunt successes or perceived successes. I just don't see it to be that valuable. I think I see the debates afterwards to be more valuable because we get a bit more factual. We start digging into everything. But Andrew's discussion was really interesting. He's a very fascinating guy. Love him or hate him. So I'd love to have him again on the show. I'd love actually for the audience, like, let us know if you were there for Andrew's discussion. What are your thoughts? Should we have him on again, or is it just, am I the anomaly here? Like, do you guys not like him as much? But otherwise, yeah, it's a good space. The newsletter is above. Let's give the mic to our moderator, Catherine, to kind of wrap up the space for us.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say that I got a few DMs from people who really enjoyed, in terms of the space afterwards. I think people enjoyed having people who are Democrats and Republicans interact with each other and have these kind of debates. So I think that's a really interesting experience for people to have, and I don't think we have very much of that. I think you kind of got the talking heads on the one side, and maybe they'll invite somebody in, and then the talking heads on the other side, and maybe they'll invite somebody else in they can embarrass. So you don't really get a lot of that, and I think people are really enjoying that. So I think it was an interesting dissection. I mean, I have Mario, when we first started, I have kind of a similar view of this situation, with this address. And I think Biden has now promised to cure cancer twice in his State of the Union addresses, and I'm still waiting. I'd love for him to do that. So I'd love for any president to deliver on that. Frankly, I'll vote for anybody who manages to cure cancer in their term. I don't really care. I'll even register to vote illegally. Frankly.
Yeah, there's a Pfizer mRNA vaccine for that coming up here, so you might be in luck, Catherine.
Listen. My mom worked on that on the technology for the mRNA specifically for cancer. It was a very promising thing. So I hope actually that continues. But I think as to the first part of our conversation, I really did enjoy the conversation with Andrew Yang, and actually, I mean, some of the feedback that I was receiving, I think some people who weren't necessarily huge fans, I think appreciated at least the level-headedness and sort of the type of discourse. And what I think is really important for anybody who's a leader of any kind, whether, again, regardless of partisanship, I think is the ability to interact with other people, take suggestions, think about things in novel ways, and be able to have these, like, not bring people together and be able to interact with other parties as well. And I think we need to have that come back, and people to be able to work together. I think that is so critical. And I think we're missing that, if I can say that as a Canadian who's lived in the US, if I'm allowed to
Your
do that.
opinion only matters half as much, but that's okay.
I know.
We love you anyway.
One day I'll vote, or maybe I'll register to vote as a dead baby. Okay. Is that how you
Love
guys
you,
do
Catherine.
it?
We love you, Catherine. You're amazing. So.
Final thoughts, Nick, before we wrap it up?
Final thoughts. I think that.
Cool. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it, everyone. Thank you so much. It's a great.
You know what? Wait, how do I mute the host? How do I mute the host? But anyway, yes, I think Mario and I we were talking in the background. We're like, okay, I guess we're going to do an entire space on this topic about Joe Biden in general. So keep a lookout for that. I think that'll be a hearty debate. At a minimum, might be a little bit fiery. We'll get some good panelists. If you do have good ideas for panelists we should have on there, put them in the bottom right-hand corner. Another shameless plug from Nick. But anyway, yeah, we really appreciate you guys staying with us for so long. And let's hear from Justin.
I'm going to finish up with just a 20-second clip from the response to the State of the Union, which was given by Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I don't think we heard this. Just a little quick clip to play us out. Little denouement.
Being a mom to 3 young children taught me not to believe every story I hear. So forgive me for not believing much of anything I heard tonight from.
Okay, we'll leave it there. But that was the
She
opening.
always knows what to
That was
say.
quite the opening from Sarah Huckabee. She just laid it in. But yeah, always spirited debates. We'll see where the fundraising numbers come out tomorrow. I'll let you know.
Where's the eye
everyone.
roll emoji?
It's somewhere there.
It needs to come. It needs to come. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. See you if you care about Andrew Tate. The pin tweet on my profile. If you don't give a shit about Andrew Tate, then I won't see
He
you tomorrow.
escaped prison, by the way. Breaking news. He escaped prison.
It's a joke. Everyone, don't hate on us. Bye, everyone.